Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this narration of the web series The Nature of Predators, taken from r/HFY. This series is written by Space Paladin 15. All the relevant links will be in the description down below, and as always, I hope that you enjoy. Chapter 1. Memory Transcription Subject, Governor Tarver of the Vanlol Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, July 12th. 2136. There were two known instances of predatory species achieving sentience in the galaxy. The Orcs were the first to be discovered and, as an anomaly, sparked the Federation's curiosity. By the previous hypothesis on intelligence, their existence was impossible. Conventional wisdom stated that cooperation led to higher thinking, which in turn led to the formation of technological societies. A predator's natural instinct for aggression should have limited their evolution. But it turned out that there was another motivator for technological progress: war. The Orcs derived pleasure from killing each other, and in doing so, managed to claw their way to an industrial stage. Their warfare was so deadly that we feared that they would become extinct before we could study them. The Federation saw their cruelty, but in our naivety, we thought we could change them. If we uplifted them, there would be no logical reason for their destructive ways to persist. Thus, we made our worst mistake. We decided to intervene. It was out of our kindness that we unleashed the galaxy's worst monsters. We gave genocidal maniacs the means to escape their planet, and all but invited them to our doorstep. The Federation was an easy target to them, and they set out to claim our territories for themselves. They torched wolves, enslaved millions, and bred our children as delicacies. Our pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. Predators had no sense of compassion to appeal to, after all. The Federation rallied together to fend them off and began their ceaseless war over our survival. From that point onward, it was agreed that no predatory species would be allowed to reach the stars. Their guide was too great of a threat to the civilized universe. Little known to the public, scientists discovered a second predatory sapient centuries ago. Much like the Orcs, they slaughtered and committed atrocities against their own. It was visible from their broadcasts. The Federation voted to exterminate them before it was too late. But while we spent decades drafting termination plans, hundreds of nuclear explosions were detected across the planet. Our strategists concluded, with a grim sense of relief, that they had wiped themselves out. The species was forgotten, mentioned only as an asterisk to the Orcs' unique predatory status. Yet now, mind visors were digging every record of these predators off the internet. There was a vessel inbound for our world, with a subspace trail pointing back to the planet Earth. Governor Tarver, my military advisor Cam, was growing more impatient by the minute. It was obvious that he wanted to be cleared for action. Please, I beg you, we must try to shoot them down. Are you certain that we cannot evacuate the planet? I asked. Cam sighed. You know the answer, ma'am. They were within orbital range by the time we detected them. It's already too late. I grimaced. Every FTL relay was broadcasting a planetary distress signal from the moment we identified the human ship. It was in vain, of course. It would take hours for our Federation allies to reach us. By the time they arrived, our world would be reduced to rubble. At least someone would investigate our death, then hopefully put the pieces together. Was there any way to stop the coming onslaught? Was enslavement preferable to death? It was doubtful, but I didn't see another way to bargain for my race's survival. There was nothing else to be done. To put it simply, we couldn't divert resources to another army of predators. Our people didn't have the manpower or the spirit. Local forces were depleted from recent Oxor incursion, which was thwarted by the slimmest of margins. The humans caught us at a time of maximum vulnerability. There was no chance to fight or flee. As difficult as it was to surrender our home, it was the only option. Yes, I know. Send out an emergency alert. Get the civilians to bomb shelters immediately. I stared at my paws, cursing the day I chose to run for office. Contact the incoming ship. I will personally offer our unconditional surrender. Surrender! Without firing a single shot, the advisor growled. Perhaps they'll be kinder than the Orcs, or my hope is that they'll spare the children. The videotapes of our children, lined up in front of a grey reptilians and shot by a mass grave, rolled in my mind. It was their way of taunting us. At worst, we can buy some time. If we fight, they'll kill us all. I swiveled my chair away from the advisor, signaling that the discussion was over. An aide propped a camera in front of me, and with a swish of my tail, I showed that I was ready. Fear swelled up in my throat as we hailed the vessel on all frequencies. Would these creatures even answer? Predators didn't talk to prey, except to toy with them. Perhaps they would pick up, just to laugh at our desperation and weakness. To my surprise, the inbound ship accepted our transmission. A brown-skinned being appeared on the screen, sitting in some sort of pilot's chair. The words of our surrender were almost at my lips when its forward-facing eyes locked with mine. To my horror, it bared its teeth in a vicious snarl. Its sharp, hungry stare halted my thought process, sending my instincts into a primal cascade. This thing was feral. The hostility was unmistakable in its expression. It uttered a few words in glottal dialect, which I assumed was an announcement of our impending doom. The translator tingled in my ear, pressing the meaning into my mind. I took a shaky breath, certain the machine was wrong. Hello, we come in peace on behalf of the human race. I stared at it, lost for words. Peace? What? The translator spit out my question in the glottal language. The predator closed its maw, tilting its head. Did that translate wrong? You know, peace? Friendship? Yes. I know what peace means, I stammered. Why would you want that? Why would you not? It seemed almost taken aback. My people have looked to the stars for a long time and wondered if there was anyone else out there. I'm happy to have an answer and to know that we're not alone. You speak of peace, but you can't keep that snarl off your face, predator, Cam interjected. What? I don't... It trailed off, as though something occurred to it. You mean the smile, don't you? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, really. Smile? Oh, what does that word mean? I asked hesitantly. It's how humans show happiness and goodwill. Our lips curve up and, it rubbed its forehead with a soft appendage. Can we start over? I'm Noah. We're here on a mission of peaceful exploration. Noah really expected us to believe the flashing teeth meant as a friendly gesture. No, this had to be some sort of twisted game. Predators didn't do peaceful exploration. They trampled everything in their path and then burnt it for good measure. At least it wasn't killing us immediately. What choice did I have but to play along? So I gazed into those animal eyes and tried to keep my voice steady. I am Governor Tava. Welcome to Venlil Prime. Thanks, the human said. I must admit, we were quite surprised to receive your transmission. You were? Why did you come here, if you didn't detect us? We're from a planet called Earth, rich in water and oxygen. One of our science's nagging questions has been the origin of life. Our mission was to examine worlds similar to our own, and yours was the perfect candidate. You suspected that we would have the conditions for life, then? Well, yes. But every reasonable scientist back at home thought that our first contact would be a primitive life form. Finding a single-celled organism in your oceans would have been a major victory. Why would you care? We're starting to think that we were the only instance of life arising, but now, finding a full-fledged technological civilization, it's, wondrous. One that not only spotted us, but seems to understand what we are too. You keep using that first-person plural. Who is we? Gossa, where are my manners? Noah pivoted the camera to the side, revealing another human sitting at the console. This is Sarah. She's my co-pilot. She's logging all of this for our records. That's right, she agreed. I'm not much of a talker, but Noah runs his mouth enough for both of us anyways. The captain's eyebrows shot up. I do not. For a brief moment, watching their playful banter, I saw a kindred intelligence in them. My logical brain kicked in a second later, and the illusion dissolved with a cold certainty. Those predators aren't searching for life or science, I chided myself. They're looking for prey. It's an interstellar hunting expedition. That was the humans' first realization that other intelligent life existed. All these measured words were a way of testing the waters, searching for any signs of weakness. We couldn't clue them into the fact that they were different. Perhaps if we kept it together, with minimal indications of empathy or fear, they would leave of their own accord. Despite my misgivings, our best bet might be to treat this as an ordinary first contact situation. What would you say to seeing Vanlil Prime firsthand, as esteemed guests of the Republic, of course? Noah's eyes sparkled. It would be an honor. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tarver of the Vanlil Republic. Date, standardized human time, July 12th, 2136. A shiver crept down my spine, and it wasn't only because of the winter air. The thought of standing in a close proximity to a predator made my skin crawl. But it was too late to turn back now. All I could do was watch with mute horror as the human ship powered down and a landing ramp unfurled. The primates marched onto Vanlil soil, and I suppressed a whimper. This felt like a nightmare that I would wake up from at any moment. Noah and Sarah marveled at their surroundings with wide-eyed fascination. Their gaze lingered on the intricate mansion behind them, then shifted to the city silhouette in the distance. The way they physically rotated their head to look around was uncanny. The menacing eyes of a predator didn't quite offer the peripheral vision that we enjoyed. That much was clear. There was no way that they were appreciating the beauty of our architecture. An ominous thought crept into my mind. Were they only landing to scout an invasion? Noah's eyes landed on our diplomatic envoy, and he started towards us without further hesitation. There were a mere 3 individuals present, me, Cam, and my diplomatic advisor, Keln. I knew it was a pitiful showing, but it was next to impossible to persuade anyone to tag along. Listen, I hissed. We need to act normally, no fear, no emotion. Cam flicked his ears in disgust. I can't believe you invited them here. We're buying time for the Federation to arrive. But how can you even look at them? You want to speak to those creatures for hours? Of course not. But the other option is another war with predators, and we've seen how well that's worked out with the Orcs. If there is a slight chance to avoid bloodshed, I'll take it, happily. We should have blasted that ship out of the sky while we had the chance. If you expect me to welcome these humans with open arms, that's not going to happen. You're not to antagonize them, are we clear? I growled. Cam huffed, and I feared that was an answer of itself. There was no time to persuade him, though, as the 2 humans had closed within earshot. I prayed that the advisor would come to his senses and keep his thoughts to himself. We needed to put our best foot forward if we wanted to get rid of these beasts peacefully. Keeping up the appearance of strength was important, if only to discourage the humans from decimating our home. Trying to rile them up with a different story. That was nice suicidal. Predators thrived on the assertion of dominance, so I doubted they'd turn down a blatant challenge. Governor Tarver. Noah stopped a few paces away from our group and flashed his teeth. It's lovely to meet you in person. My heart pounded, fear coursing through my veins like a dreadful cocktail. There was not a worse visual cue in the galaxy than flaunting one's fangs. The threat it communicated felt much more tangible in person. I swayed to my feet, trying to fight off the lightheadedness. A thud sounded beside me, which I realized was Cal hitting the pavement. My diplomatic advisor fainting was not a good look. I knew that. Even Cam had his ears pressed against his head, earlier blustered and forgotten. Wonderful, I thought. So much for behaving normally. Noah's eyes stretched wide, and his mistake seemed to dawn on him. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Sorry, the Predator captain muttered. I didn't mean to startle you. Are you okay? There was no way to salvage the optics of this one. The human definitely realized that we were afraid of them at this point. I don't think my plan could have collapsed in a more disastrous manner. The initial idea of surrendering crept back into my mind. Whatever their ulterior motives were, There was nothing to deter them from taking what they pleased. The strange thing was, Noah seemed more distraught than amused. This species was slower to pounce on weakness than the Orcs or perhaps there was still a chance to salvage the meeting, or explain away our behavior. I flicked my ears, trying to calm myself. Yes, well, he'll be fine. This is just, a bit overwhelming. Aliens landing on your planet. That must come as a terrible shock. Sarah exhaled heavily, before scribbling something on a notepad. They're handling this quite well, all things considered. I can't imagine what this would be like without your translator, Noah said. Please, forgive us. We're new to this whole first contact business. Cam knelt by Callan's side, trying to rouse him, giving that nurturing trait stemmed from compassion that wasn't the sort of behavior to exhibit in front of predators either. I had to nip this conduct in the bud, or else the primates would think it was commonplace. That answered what I should do, but how could I leave a man to die in the cold? How could I chastise my military advisor for basic empathy? The level of cruelty was beyond my sensibilities. Noah stooped down beside the fallen diplomat and braced myself for the worst. Perhaps placing no value on sentient life, not even their own, the Orcs taught us that much. It was obvious the human thought that we would abandon Calm, rather than allow weakness to tarnish the gene pool. How can I help? Were the only words that came out of his mouth. I gaped at the human in disbelief, certain that I'd misheard. Where were the derisive comments making light of Calm's condition? You have helped enough, Cam spat. Noah lowered his head. I'm sorry, it was an accident. It's all right, I jumped in, before the quarrel could break out. I apologize for my advisor's behavior. He's a bit, on edge. I understand, the male human said, with a despondent sigh. I fear I've ruined this whole thing. Noah meant no harm. Sarah patted her companion on the back reassuringly. Seeing an alien culture firsthand. It's the opportunity of a lifetime. You have no idea how excited we are. Clearly, that wasn't expressed in the best way. The human's behavior was growing more baffling by the minute. Everything in the Federation's database suggested that this was a base violent species. I thought that they would be able to turn their weapons against us fast enough. While their visual cues aligned with that assumption, their temperament seemed otherwise mellow. Why maintain this ruse? If they were probing for weakness, as I hypothesized, they had already seen enough to arrive at the conclusion on that front. I was beginning to think that I didn't understand their intentions at all. Perhaps these predators were capable of higher brain functions than we gave them credit for. Can you help us carry Chelm inside? I took a deep breath, waiting for my translator to catch up. We'll give you a tour after that. The humans nodded and positioned themselves to shoulder the brunt of the weight. A faint hope stirred in my chest. They were in no rush to finish us off. That meant that we had time to wait for the cavalry after all. I knew the Federation's response would be harsh. When they found predators traipsing about on Venlil homeworld, their actions would be along the lines of Cam's suggestion. Shoot first, ask questions later. The only reason this particular species hadn't been wiped out was we believed them to be extinct already. But the plans to obliterate Earth were drafted centuries ago. Eradicating humanity in one fell swoop might still be possible. We only needed to stall the landing party a little longer. What would happen to Noah and Sarah next? Well, an attempt would be made to capture them for scientific study. If the task proved too difficult, a special ops team would be sent to dispatch them. A strange guilt tore my stomach at the thought of the humans tied up in a lab. It was a misguided sense of empathy, but they are predators. They survive by killing species lower and the totem pole. They literally eat flesh, I scolded myself. These humans slaughter each other, all the time anyways. Thanks for your hospitality, Governor. Sarah cleared her throat, locking eyes with me. I can tell our species will be great friends. One day. The mere sight of these creatures disgusted me. But what if we were wrong about them? Wasn't my intention to avoid bloodshed? Yes. Friends. I flicked my ears in agreement and tried to bury my conscience. I hope we will be. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Memory transcription. Subject: Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, July 12, 2136. The tour of the governor's mansion started off without incident, and my nerves began to settle down. The humans tailed behind Cam and I, with questions pertaining to every subject under the sun: culture, history, politics. They couldn't absorb information fast enough. Had any other species arrived at our doorstep with such a childlike curiosity, their enthusiasm would be lauded. Hell, if you didn't look at the humans, you could almost forget they were predators. My brain switched to autopilot mode as I steered our group to the next stop, my office. However, the second I opened the door, I realized that I had made a dreadful mistake. In this morning's panic, I had left the TV on, and news was cycling through footage of bomb shelters across the planet. Governing advisors played on a loop in the background. They were speaking rather candidly about the humans' foray and the likelihood of mass casualties. I scrambled to turn it off, but it was too late. The humans wandered over to the screen, staring in silence. They hadn't been this quiet since they started the tour. Seeing masses of people huddled together, crying, must have stirred something in them. I was wondering why there were so few staff here. No reporters either, Noah said finally. They've all been evacuated, haven't they? I cast my gaze downward. Yes. You thought that we were here to attack you. There was a flash of something in his brown eyes, and he pressed a hand on his forehead. My God, Sarah, you see how they look at us? I think they still believe that. Is it true, Tava? Sarah asked. What do you think is our purpose? Panic flooded my chest. There was no way to formulate a convincing reply. I took a few steps back, eyeing the humans warily. To deny the accusation would be to discount their intelligence. They would see right through any further deception. Silence was a way of confirming their suspicions without having to vocalize our terror. Cam, however, was eager to supply the answer. To kill us, and to have a grand old time dragging it out. No. That's not the case at all, Noah hissed. We mean you no harm. Look, if you want us to leave, we'll leave. Sarah raised her hand slowly. We never wanted to cause fear or disrupt your lives. We just wanted to meet other people like us. There are no people like you, Cam growled. Really? She pointed at a 3D photo on my desk, a hard glint in her eye. What about them? The picture in question was of myself at a conference with dozens of Federation leaders. It was obvious to any intelligent observer that those diverse lifeforms were not of Venlil origin. What were the humans supposed to think? Seeing us comfortable with other aliens, they had to be wondering why they were so feared. I cursed myself for such a blatant oversight. All right, I managed to speak, though my voice was hardly more than a whisper. They're not from this world, like you. Noah cleared his throat. How many intelligent species are there that you know of? How did you find each other? I hesitated. If the humans intended to purge the galaxy, news of the Federation's existence would give them a starting point. It might also tip them off to the coming rescue party and cause them to accelerate invasion plans. But by the same token, they would discover it anyways. At least this way, we could gauge their reaction. Hundreds. Most of us are members of the Galactic Federation. It's a central governing body of sorts. Why do we bother you then? You're used to aliens. Sarah's eyes narrowed to an unnerving slits. Do we resemble something from your past? A growl rumbled in Cam's throat. You're a predator, a sentient predator. Wonderful. Could this conversation have gone any worse? In his hatred, the military advisor had just told the humans the actual reason that they were different. It stood to reason that if they were predators, by default, we were the opposite. If their instincts were awakened before, they had to be salivating now. There was a long silence, and I could almost see the gears turning in Sarah's mind. Surprise flashed on her face, as though she didn't understand why their nature mattered. Was this the first time the notion crossed her mind? It was tough to believe the humans were that oblivious to the food chain dynamics. Is, that uncommon? She asked. Very. How many are there? You're the second. Noah turned his piercing gaze towards Cam. Who was the first? Silence blackened the room with a heavy grip. Nobody wanted to explain what was happening with the Orcs, or not where even Cam would offer pointed comments on that subject. We didn't need to give the humans any ideas. The captain seemed to notice our expressions darkened, and the lines on his own face hardened. Who is the first? He repeated. What words could have provided an adequate description of an evil incarnate? My eyes swelled with water as memories resurfaced. My father, captured alive at the war front, shipped back piece by piece. The day the Orcs launched gas attacks against my daughter's school and left her brain dead. The slave pits, the irradiated worlds, the Venlil kept his capital. I buried my head in my paws, trying to hide my tears. Showing such weakness in front of the humans was the worst thing that I could do. This species, for all of its refined words, was cut from the same cloth as our oppressors. If that was the extent of our plane, it would be weaponized down the road. Noah's eyes widened, and my heart sank my chest. The observant visitor had noticed my emotional lapse and seemed to be debating his next action. After a moment's thought, he shuffled closer to me. Every instinct screamed to me to back away, but my paws refused to budge. As the predator reached out with his meaty paw, I waited for him to strike me. My mind was braced for the taunting, torture, or whatever else may come. Instead, he gently placed an appendage on my shoulder. Whatever they did, we're not like them. We're not going to hurt you, okay? Something seemed to snap in my soul, like a series of cracks spreading through a dam. Raw emotion poured through my psyche, and I broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Noah pulled me closer to him, stroking my head in a soothing manner. His embrace was warm, soft, and delicate, yet I could feel the strength in his arms. There was a silent promise of safety in his grasp. He released me after a few seconds and wiped a tear off of my face. Cam's jaw looked like it was about to fall off. It was rare to see a general left speechless, but I understood why. Kindness was antithetical to the nature of a predator. He couldn't believe his eyes. For the first time since the humans appeared, I considered that they might be benevolent. They had to feel empathy to understand how to comfort others, after all. A decision cemented itself in my mind. I couldn't allow innocent people to die simply because of their appearance. The predators might be a threat, but we had judged them based on preconceived notions. I believe you, Noah, I sniffed. I'm sorry. This is the first time you've said my name. The human turned his head away, hiding a smile. Either of our names. I chuckled. But better late than never. Cam, send the planetary distress signal. I can't do that, ma'am, the advisor said. I wasn't asking your opinion. That was an order, I snapped. For the stars' sake, I'll do it myself. You don't understand. The Federation is already here. They're hating us. A string of curses escaped my lips, and the humans tilted their heads in confusion. I tried to imagine how the poor saps felt. A few hours ago, they hadn't even known extraterrestrial life existed. Now they learned of a galactic community, one that hated them without provocation. They had taken the news in stride, but it had to be overwhelming. Unfortunately, I still had one more bombshell to drop on them. How terrifying it would be, as guests on another world, to have warships arrive hell-bent on killing you. Wait, why is that bad? Noah asked. I thought the Federation are your friends. I avoided his gaze. They came because we sent a distress signal. They're expecting a fight. I see, well, why don't we talk to them and explain that this is a misunderstanding once they know that we're peaceful? No. I appreciate the thought, but the second that they see your, I waved a paw in the general vicinity of my mouth and eyes. They won't listen to a word you say. They'll want you dead. Or worse, I added to myself. Right, the human muttered. So, I'm sorry about all this. Really? I scratched my chin, trying to think. I'll try to drive them off. Just stay out of sight. Let me do the talking, okay? Noah nodded. Got it. I took a deep breath. Despite their repulsive appearance, the humans' actions exuded such a genuine kindness. They were strangely charming when you sensed the person beneath the monster. If anything happened to Noah and Sarah, the responsibility fell on my shoulders. To think minutes ago, I'd been hoping for the Federation to swoop in and save us. Now, my only objective was to save the lives of 2 predators. End of chapter. Chapter 4. Memory transcription subject Governor Tarver of the Venlil Republic. Date standardized human time July 12, 2136. If the sensor data was to be believed, the Federation warships were gunning to Venlil Prime at blistering speed. Their hail seemed urgent, frantic even. They were resending their communication request every few seconds. I'd never seen such a harried response, but it made sense. Vendel Prime enjoyed a strategic location, nestled in the galaxy's outer arm. It was a fair distance away from Oxor space, so it was difficult for them to execute a surprise assault. Not to mention that it was a key supply route for our troops and launch point for the Rim patrols. Losing such an outpost would be a major setback for the Federation. As we accepted the hail, I was surprised to recognize the face on screen. It was Captain Slovlin from the powerful Gojidi Union. He had risen to galactic fame after leading a valiant charge to break an Oxor siege on his home world. Typically, the Federation would send their nearest available assets, but this time they'd scrounged up someone competent. Governor Tarver. The relief was plain on Sovlin's face. He realized that we were alive. We are here to assist. What is the reason for your distress? The humans were waiting in the wings, just out of view of the camera. Sarah jotted something down on her notepad. It seemed to be sketching a new alien before her. A pang of guilt stabbed at my chest, as I realized my instincts were still abuzz. Seeing them out in the corner of my eye was making my skin crawl. The way they caned their heads to look at the screen, it was sickening. I see the Federation sent their finest, I said. The Vendel Republic expresses our sincere gratitude for your response. Unfortunately, you've come all the way for no reason. By galactic law, the signal is only to be used for an extinction-level event. You owe us an explanation. A good one. The Gojid growled. Did you deal with the problem on your own? There was no problem. Sovereign blinked several times. I am sorry. It was a false alarm. Our sensors malfunctioned due to a software update. What did you think you saw? We thought an Oxor ship, jumped into orbit range. And you figured out that was a false because? There's nothing up there on visual, Captain. Our backup sensors didn't detect anything either. Not the mention that we're still alive. The Gojid squinted at me, and I could tell he didn't quite buy my story. Sensor malfunction made themselves apparent quickly, due to the lack of corroborating evidence. He knew we should have rejected faulty data much faster than the span of a few hours. The sharp glint in his eyes told me he intended to sniff out the truth. Cam, you're awfully quiet, the Federation officer noted. Do you have anything to add? I don't feel like talking. The military advisor paused. His gaze was not focused on the screen, so I figured he was studying the humans out of his periphery. Nothing to add anyways. Tarver said it all. I breathed a silent sigh of relief. With the extent to which Cam despised the visitors, I half expected him to out them on the first opportunity. Had this call taken place a few minutes earlier, I suspect he would have turned the humans over. But their recent behavior must have impressed their insensitivity upon him too. Slovlin scrutinized us, suspicion marring his features. Why didn't you resend the distress signal? It's still broadcasting now. I forgot, he replied. You forgot? The captain's voice leapt up an octave, and he flicked his claws in disgust. You've got to be kidding me. Do you know how many systems you've exposed by coming here? While we're chatting, a planet with real fucking threat could be glassed. Well, at least he seemed to buy the story. The Gojid's anger was justified, in fairness. If the Oxor invaded our neighbors now, Federation forces wouldn't be available to come to their defense. Sorry, I offered meekly. Whatever. We'll need to scan the subspace readings ourselves, Soblin said through gritted teeth. For our logs. I swallowed. If the Federation took the measurements themselves, they'd find ample evidence of human activity. The realization that we were hiding predators would horrify a seasoned veteran like Soblin. With the amount of exposure we had to the Greys, he wouldn't accept the possibility that predators could be more than animals. In all likelihood, he would assume that we were acting under duress, no matter what we said. Ships would be requested to bombard Earth the second the trail was identified. That will not be acceptable. It'll only waste more time and energy. I straightened and tried to make myself look confident. There is no need for a formal survey. Is our word not enough for your report? Standard protocol dictates people are freaked out enough of the false alarm. The last thing they need is to see a Federation armada frolicking around in the atmosphere. You called us, Tarver. I'm going to do my job, and then I'll leave. You'll leave now. Your ships are not welcome here. If you enter our orbit, you will be fired upon. Sovlin's milky eyes glowed with hatred. Go ahead then, fire away. You wouldn't dare. The indicators plotting out the Armada's position crept towards our homeworld. I sighed in dismay. The last thing I wanted to do was trading missiles with Federation allies, but we might not have a choice. It seemed that the Sovereign would barge into our territory all the same, since he had the firepower to disregard our warning. We figured that we'd give in to simple, brutish intimidation. I gave a few tail signals to Cam, indicating for him to detonate missiles just short of their formation. This was an irreversible step, firing upon our long-term allies. The Federation would, at best, abandon us in the fight against the Orcs. Was I damning our species to extinction? I mean, what were the chances that the humans would protect us? Hell, I still wasn't positive that they wouldn't drop the facade the second the fleet was gone. We should be grateful if they didn't murder us all themselves. Captain Slover wrenched his claws in shock as the computer warned him about the inbound missiles. He barked out at the crew to reverse course and divert power to shields. Then he relayed orders to the rest of the fleet to fall back. I thought he'd forgotten the video call was open until he shot a blistering glare at the camera. "You shot at us!" The Gojid stared at his weapons console, as though considering whether to return fire. "You actually shot at us! That's an act of war!" "That was a warning shot. We don't want to hurt you, but we will," I hissed. "How can you be so ungrateful after all that we've done for you?" he spat. "I'll be recommending sanctions in my report, and the next time you call for help, we'll let the Greys eat your miserable fecks." The feed cut out abruptly, and I sank to the floor in relief. There would be hell to pay at the next Federation summit, but at least our mistake had been undone without bloodshed. I remained to be seen how the humans would reward our gamble. Their body language betrayed little emotion. What if the astronauts were cross with us? We had plotted and nearly gone through with their extinction, after all. "They're gone." I turned to face the predators and prayed that they made the right decision. "You're safe now." Noah clasped his hands together. "Thank you. Both of you. You didn't have to protect us. I hope the consequences aren't too severe." That guy sounded pissed. "It was worth it. And did you see the look on his face?" Cam chuckled. Noah's lips curved up, and a rumbling sound came from his chest. It sounded like a growling, but my translator was insistent that it was laughter. The way predators conveyed emotion left a lot to be desired. My logical brain agreed with my machine, but my instincts weren't as convinced. Sarah jabbed an elbow in her partner's stomach. "What did we say about smiling?" Hurt," he protested. "I can't help it. Cam made me laugh." The military advisor flicked his ears. "What can I say? I am a funny guy." "Funny or not, Sovereign wasn't playing. The Gojids have a lot to pull with the Federation," I muttered. "We've just burned a serious bridge." "Can you patch things up down the road?" Sarah asked. "After decades of groveling?" "Sure," I sighed, shaking my head. "But enough of that. We need to talk." The female predator nodded. "What about?" "First off, do you still want to be here? We've been terrible hosts. I understand if you rescind your offer of friendship. After what we put you through. It takes more than that to scare us off, Tava. I'm happy that we could work through our differences together." Sarah was well-spoken, same as her partner, but I couldn't shake the lingering doubts. If our species were to make an honest attempt at friendship, disclosure of Oxyore history was a must. A secret, abhorrent, couldn't fester between us, especially when it would be the subtext for all of our interactions. When the humans learned about the Oxor had done, they would realize their own species' untapped potential. The tales would trickle back to Terran leadership and circulate amongst the populace. What if it inspired them to take up the torch? It wasn't too late to change their mind about harming us. How deep did the Predator's compassion run, anyways? I drew a shaky breath. We never answered your question about the first Predators we encountered. I think we owe you a proper explanation. You don't owe us anything, Noah said in a soft tone. If you're not ready, you don't have to talk about it. My resolve hardened as I met the male human's eyes. I recalled the horror in Noah's voice when Cam suggested that they were here to kill us. The feel of his thumb wiping saline from my cheek. Those weren't the actions of an Oxor. They were people with intelligence and emotions. I want you to know everything. Are you sure that's a good idea, Tava? Cam asked. Yes, I am. I have to believe that the humans are worth the risk we're taking. I could feel my heart rate accelerating, despite my confident words. The mere thought of the Greys conjured fear and dread. The first predators were the Orcs. The Federation has been at war with them for centuries. The male human raised an eyebrow. All of you, against them? And it's not enough, I responded. Noah, they've hunted 20% of all sentient species to extinction. In this galaxy, anyways. His predatory eyes widened. Why? They kill for pleasure. They want us to suffer. I reached for my tablet and pulled up a recent video of Orcs had sent us. See for yourselves. Noah pried the device from my paws, and Sarah leaned in to look at the footage. It depicted a group of Orcs guards laughing as they released farm-raised Venlil pups from their pen. The reptilians wanted to hunt their meals, to watch their prey squirm in terror. The younglings had their eyes gouged out, and if they didn't run fast enough to amuse the gods, they were prodded with an electric rod. The Orcs clubbed a pup repeatedly on screen, making sure to break all of its limbs first. I watched the humans' reactions. At first, they seemed shocked, but then their countenance morphed into something else. Their faces contorted into a mask of pure hatred. Their eyes dilated, their lips curled back, neck veins bulging. There was the predator that had been concealed with such care. I was suddenly more inclined to believe that a smile was their friendly expression. The humans had either sudden desire to eat us or were livid at the treatment of our people. I hoped that it was the latter. This is how they treat prisoners. Children at that, Sarah asked. Children at that. She seemed to implicitly understand that it made it worse. Prisoners? No, that's a farm. Cam eyed the humans warily, but his tone had lost its edge. The hardy species become slaves. The ones that taste good become food. And everyone else gets their planets blown to smithereens. Noah pressed the tablet back to me. I flinched at the iciness in his glare. Send us everything you have on the Axel, he said. There's a human concept I'm sure Earth would love to teach them. I stared at the angry predator. And, what is that concept, exactly? A toothy smile crossed Noah's face. We call it karma. End of chapter. Memory transcript subject. UN Secretary-General Elias Meyer. Date, Standardized Human Time, July 13th, 2136. The 2136 Climate Change Summit was the latest in an ongoing saga, complete with usual finger-pointing and empty promises. The United Nations had taken on a role as a central world government following the satellite wars of the late 21st century. Russia, China, and the United States were still rebuilding their crippled power grids in its aftermath. After realizing the extent of our dependence on technology, the world's countries signed a treaty of Shanghai to govern cyber warfare. As part of the accord, the UN was given greater authority to mediate disputes, in the hopes of preventing escalation in the future. Following several natural disasters this year, the General Assembly convened to discuss solutions. Investment in fusion energy was the main item on the docket, though I doubted any parties would commit beyond fancy words. Despite my jaded view, as UN Secretary-General, my presence was mandatory at all of these events. I was zoned out while the Canadian ambassador spoke, nodding and smiling every now and then to keep up appearances. An aide tapped me on the shoulder, startling me out of my trance. Sir, she whispered, I need you to come with me. What was so important that it couldn't wait an hour? My staff were instructed to only approach in an emergency. There was a brief moment of worry, as I wondered whether there was a credible threat to my life. My security details seemed relaxed, though, so that likely was not the case. I followed her into the briefing room when several serious-looking individuals were waiting. The amount of military personnel present made me think of some conflict had erupted. The strange thing was that the representatives of the various space agencies were present, including the ESA, NASA, and CNSA. The gears started to turn in my head. The first extrasolar mission had departed a few weeks ago. They weren't supposed to return for months. Something must have gone wrong. I settled down at the head of the mahogany table. Quite the crowd you've got here. Could someone please fill me in? The Odyssey crew made contact with an extraterrestrials. A short-haired woman in a leather jacket passed me a folder. Her name tag read Dr. Kemper Seti. They call themselves the Venlil. According to our new friends, There are hundreds of other intelligent species out there. We're not alone, Mr. Secretary. This is the biggest news of all time. I leafed through the dossier, taking a moment to process the news. The first page was a grainy image of the astronaut standing with a group of Venlil. The aliens were bipedal like us, but that's where the similarities ended. They had woolly grey fur, side-facing eyes, and spindly legs that bent inwards. I wasn't even sure if they had noses. Any information released to the public needed to be handled with the utmost care. Science fiction had gotten people used to the idea of aliens, but the revelation of hundreds of species at once, that would shatter any notion of humanity being special. Some people would be frightened, and we needed to make sure that they looked to us for answers. The last thing we needed for the conspiracy theorists and UFO hunters to take control of the discussion. The situation could be devolved into a panic fest. Not to mention how delicate communications with aliens would be. Their culture was entirely new. We could offend them without even realizing it. It was no small task ahead of us, learning their language, establishing diplomatic relations, and monitoring potential threats. It was to be work of an entire generation. I count at least 40 generals in this room, which seems unnecessary, I said lost. Are the aliens friendly? Dr. Kempfer frowned. It's not so simple, I'm afraid. What do you mean? That shouldn't be a hard question. I'd been expecting a yes, not a non-committal reply. My heart sank as the implication hit me. Either they're friendly or they're hostile. The aliens are friendly, except for one species. That species is at war with the rest of the galaxy, and they're quite the formidable foe. They've wiped out 62 worlds and fighting them at the cost of billions of lives. They destroyed 62 planets by themselves, Jesus Christ. Please tell me you're kidding. I wish, sir. There's a full brief on page labeled Orcs in your file. There's also footage of them committing every war crime in the book. I mean, they literally eat children. Shit. Let's face it, we're barely space-sparing. We need to hammer out alliances with other aliens pronto. I want every diplomat relegated to this project. Well, that's the thing, sir. Dr. Comfer gave me an apologetic smile, as though she was about to give more bad news. How could this get worse? The Federation is afraid of us. The Venlil governor thinks that they wouldn't want our friendship, even with her blessing. In fact, she says that they might attack us on sight. Why exactly? I asked. Humans are predators, and the only other intelligent predator, let me guess, the Orcs, I sighed. The SETI researcher nodded. With a heavy heart, I leaned back in my chair. Humans could be petty and violent, but even on our worst days, we didn't eat children. You could at least give us that. A bitter smirk played on my lips. So I'm hearing not to invite the Venlil to a family barbecue. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Kempfer stilted a laugh. And not to make that comment of them either, sir. I doubt that they'd be amused. The poor foibles thought that we were there to kill them. But we won them over, didn't we? Are you certain that we can't bring the Federation around too? I don't like the odds, us taking out on a technologically superior species alone. I'm positive. Tarva was quite emphatic. Our astronauts say her primary concern was for the safety of Earth as a whole. She believed that there would be some drastic overreactions. After what they've been through, I can't say that I blame them. In that case, humanity shouldn't expect a welcome party from our neighbors. It was a shame our evolutionary link with the author precluded that possibility, or even the prospect of civil relations. The fact that the first contact hadn't ended in violence was miraculous by the sound of it. Things could have fallen apart without the astronauts ever realizing why. We'd only know the aliens attacked a research vessel without cause. This would be a very different briefing. I made a mental note to give Governor Tarver a proper thanks for staying her hand and filling us in. While I didn't want to rule out swaying the aliens, gambling with Earth's security was out of the question. Mankind were on our own against the genocidal scourge. Well then, this is a rare occasion I'm open to suggestions from the Peanut Gallery. My eyes locked with the American and Chinese generals who appeared to be discussing something. Do you have a proposal? General Zhao cleared his throat. It's not all bad news. From what we've seen, the Federation's tactics and weapons are subpar. We should spend a few months building a proper fleet and running joint exercises. I think we can catch the Oxo by surprise. We might stand a chance. I agree. General Jones offered a supportive nod, and I raised an eyebrow at her. This might be the first time I'd seen the US and China work together since the war. Once we're ready, UN forces can coordinate an offensive. We found several targets, including planets where sentients are bred for food. A ground assault is the perfect way to test our forces without showing our hand. We don't want to overcommit, General Zhao added. If we can liberate some Federation citizens and bring them home, it might buy us some goodwill. We all agree that the Orcs are a menace, but I must ask, should we really get involved at all? I paused, choosing my next words carefully. So far, they've let us alone. By launching an attack, we'll be announcing our presence to those monsters. We drag Earth into an intergalactic war and risk untold human lives. Do we chance becoming Dead World number 63, or a bunch of aliens who hate us? In my opinion, they'll come for us eventually. We either fight them now or we fight them later, General Jones replied. The difference is, if we choose later, we won't have anyone to stand with us. The Federation is not faring well. I grimaced. The Orcs' sadism was bound to awaken unsavory sentiments when it was plastered across the airwaves. How were we going to prevent widespread hysteria? My original plan was to break this discovery to the masses gradually, but with such a serious crisis, people deserved fair warning. After all, humanity's existence hinged on the decisions that were made today. I hoped the public could handle the truth. If we're going to do this, we need unity at home. People need to know what they're signing up for. I pressed a hand to my temple, trying to suppress the growing headache. Release everything to the public and let them make the decision. If there's broad support for the war, then we'll fight the bastards. Perhaps the revelation of aliens would make us set aside our differences and face this threat as a united species. As far as I knew, Earth only had one chance to get this right. Chapter 6. Memory transcription. Subject: Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, August 21st, 2136. The first humans to appear on Venlil broadcast were concealed by vac-suit and did not speak a word. The watching world had just crawled from our bunkers, only to find our leaders linking arms with predators. The immediate closure of the borders was the sole thing that prevented a mass exodus, and word from getting back to the Federation. There was a great deal of skepticism from the public, as Governor Tarver had proclaimed that these beasts were peaceful. We were all waiting for them to throw their lot in with the Oxor and prove her wrong. Instead, the United Nations pledged military aid days later and showered Venlil Prime with food donations. Our citizens slowly warmed to the primates, touched by their outpouring of generosity. The sum of their good works quieted the voices calling for human extinction. For the most part. The Terran astronauts were relentless too, on a television tour espousing peace. Their behavior reflected well on their species as a whole. But at the end of the day, few wanted to meet a predator in the flesh. As human volunteers took to the stars, their scientific communities of two worlds worked to smooth over our first interactions. We found ourselves inundated by Terran entertainment, granting us a peek behind their bestial exterior. The first literature Earth shared with us was Frankenstein, which I'm pretty sure was a thinly veiled analogy. How do you convince the world that you're not a monster when they decide with a single glance? The scientists decided that it would make a difference mentally for us to bond and to see them as people. A program was launched to talk to humans via chat. No videos or images. Their appearance was stuff of nightmares, so it was easier to start without that in mind. Out of morbid curiosity, and perhaps some pity for Frankenstein's wretch, I had volunteered. The human I spoke to was named Marcel. He was a soldier with a dry sense of humor, a passion for environmental causes, and a philosophical mind. Against all odds, I liked him. We became inseparable. I confided my deepest thoughts and learned a great deal about Terran life in return. We finally docked. God, that was terrifying, Marcel texted. Longest 4 hours of my life. It'll be worth it. I'm excited to meet you, I replied. Me too, bud. I know it won't be easy for you, but if you need space or it's too much, please tell me. I will. After weeks of distant communication, the final phase was exposure therapy. The plan was for us to room with our human counterpart for several days. I would be alone with the predator, with no escape. They said once you got past the first few hours, the nerves would settle down. We needed to get used to the humans if they were ever to be accepted. "What do you think I look like?" Marcel asked. "In your head?" "I don't know. I try not to think about it." "Why not? You know what humans look like from TV." "Well, it's weird to think of you as a predator. That you look at a dead animal, all that blood and guts, and think, hey, that's food." "I'm a vegetarian, Slanek. Not applicable." "Gah, not you specifically. I mean humans in general. The fact that you're wired to think that that's appetizing, to kill other animals for a meal." "It's not like that, but it's just evolution. Biology sucks." "It does. I guess I'll know what you look like soon, Marcel." "Yep. A face only a mother could love." I snorted, amused in spite of myself. The clicking boots down the hall meant the humans were in the building. There were mere seconds to brace myself. I switched off my holopad and tried to regulate my breathing. We were allowing enough of them in to handily overtake the space station, if they were to try. These were social predators, so perhaps encouraging them to travel in packs wasn't the best idea. The door swung open. I was flabbergasted by the imposing wall of muscle that entered. Something deep in my subconscious howled at the sight of a predator. Blocking my only escape route, startling hazel eyes scanned my figure, and my breath hitched in my throat. Marcel's lips twitched for a moment, and I could tell from how he pursed them he didn't want to smile. We had been warned repeatedly about the human's teeth-bearing display of friendliness. "Slanek," the voice was harsh and raspy, as though he was gargling salt water. "I know the feelings are not mutual, but, you're adorable." I gritted my teeth, trying not to back away. Thank you. Come in." The human saw that I had set my belongings on the bottom bunk, and tossed his duffel bag on top. Well, this isn't that bad, I thought. There had been no sudden movements. He was keeping his distance, and he didn't have the razor teeth of the Orcs. With his back to me, I couldn't see his piercing eyes. All positives. My heart was hammering in my chest, but I had kept myself together. "Jish, I'm starving," the human announced, as he began to unpack. There were few words I would have liked to hear less, isolated in close quarters with a hungry vegetarian predator. Feck. Why had I signed up for this? The nearest meal was obviously me. I skittered backwards on instinct, trying to shield my throat. Marcel frowned. "I was going to suggest that we grab a bite together, or, I brought snacks, sir. We can share." "Sorry," I squeaked. The human retrieved a plastic bag from his belongings and popped it open with a single tug. He withdrew a yellow wafer, shoving it down his gullet. As he turned the bag to face me, I eyed the offering suspiciously. "It's a potato chip," he said, before I could ask. "Baked from Terran planet." Did I trust the predator enough to consume his foodstuff? How did I know that it wasn't dried animal fat? I tried to remind myself that this was my friend, the one who gave me relationship advice and told silly jokes. My stomach squirmed as I grasped the chip, but I placed it in my mouth anyways. It was salty and starchy, yet strangely addictive. My ears twitched in the pleasant surprise. "That's good." "Isn't it?" Marcel mumbled through a mouthful of food. "I figure we could use some carbs before these experiments you want us in." They mentioned something about that. It's psychological research, isn't it? I don't know. Your scientists just mentioned that it was a test. The UN signed off on it, so I hope that it is ethical. They probably just want to be sure that you don't want to eat us. I'll pass with flying colors instead. Not sure where the lab is, though. I'll take you there. Great. Let's get it over with, shall we? Once the fright began to subside, speaking with Marcel felt less force. It tickled my instincts, but not in a way my conscious brain couldn't override. A little discomfort was nothing I couldn't handle. It wasn't like he had actually done anything to threaten me, or diverge from his online persona in any noticeable way. Chatting via text was easier, but it was unfair to ostracize the humans forever. The predators had been understanding enough as things were. Unless any red flags were uncovered in their psychological screening, Terran soldiers would accompany the Venlil ships on today's mid-rotation patrols. It was possible UN peacekeepers would remain as permanent fixtures in our crew. In that case, I would be relieved to have a conclusive answer on the workings of the human mind. Predators were known to toy with their prey in nature. The more intelligent they were, the more sadistic and deceptive they could be. I tried not to think about what I would do. if I found out Marcel's niceties were a long con. There were a few humans present at the lab, probably to monitor the methods used for research. Sarah, who I recognized as a lingering visitor from the UN's first contact team, was hunched over a microscope. She seemed to be analyzing some cell samples with the Venlil scientist, and waved at us as we entered. "Welcome." How Sarah sensed us, with her lack of peripheral vision, was beyond me. "Here for your behavioral exam?" Yep, I think," my roommate grumbled. "Excellent. Just sign the consent form and then speak to Ilja here." Sarah gestured towards the Venlil hovering beside her. "Don't worry, it'll be quick." Marcel hesitated before scrawling his name on the dotted line. I noted how thin and frail his fingers looked for a predator. They were like spindly twigs. Either my imagination was running amok, or his hands quivered as he set the pen down. The human looked terrifying to us, but I couldn't picture them going toe-to-toe with the Orcs. Before the ink dried on his signature, Ilja was strapping Marcel to a chair. The restraint seemed to be excessive for the consensual test. Electrodes were fastened to his skull, and his shirt was removed to tape on the series of wires to his chest. Clips placed on his fingers fed additional data to vitals monitors. I noticed the human growing more agitated, and more equipment was hooked up. The rise and fall of his chest had quickened dramatically. "Don't leave, Slenek. Please," he pleaded. "This is making me nervous as hell." A sympathetic ache filled my chest cavity. It was strange to think that a predator was afraid of us, but I hated seeing my friend in distress. What were our scientists testing exactly? Guarantees were necessary to cement trust in these creatures, but I was worried about what would be done to achieve that. It looked as though they were planning to elicit violent reaction from Marcel. Human subjects deserve proper treatment, not to be goaded into retaliation. "Why do I feel so protective of him?" I mused. "I haven't known him that long." "It's going to be okay, Mark." I waved my tail reassuringly. "They won't hurt you. I promise." The human furrowed his brow. "But you'll stay?" "Of course. I'll be here." Marcel relaxed, and the twinge in my chest deepened. The sentiments I felt in that moment suggested that, despite the inherent risk, it was possible to grow attached to a predator. Whether humanity was sincere in its friendship, or it was a one-sided delusion, remained to be seen. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Memory transcript. Subject: Slanek, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, August 21st, 2136. The patrol ship drifted along the Federation border, dispelling fuel into endless night. A brooding Marcel sat at the helm, under my supervision. Human pilots had no real-world experience flying ships. Their only insight into interplanetary battles were clumsy simulations back home. Perhaps it was unfair to hurl them into a war out of desperation, as unprepared as they were. I couldn't stop thinking about the results of the experiments and how revolutionary the findings would be when broadcast. Marcel bolted from his lab in a sweat-soaked stupor, and I made a judgment call to give him some time to regain his senses. In his absence, Ilja shared a cumulative AI analysis of all human subjects. A large sample size was needed to validate the findings, but it was enough to put my mind at ease. We had proof that humans felt empathy. The predators were recorded doing things they claimed to enjoy as baseline for pleasure, eating sugary snaps, listening to their favorite song, playing games, and so on. A variety of other metrics were assessed for comparison, including boredom and anger. Then they were shown some videos of the Orcs torturing our children. Interestingly enough, the regions of the brain that were activated were most similar to the baseline for physical pain, which we determined through finger pricking. Some human participants were so disturbed by the videos that they had to leave the room. That even manifested itself in physical symptoms such as elevated heart rate and vomiting. Much to my relief, the restraints proved an unnecessary precaution. Venlil xenobiologists were worried the violent footage might trigger predatory instincts, and that humans could experience a lapse in control. They wanted to avoid having to put a Terran subject down if they lashed out. It was best for everyone's safety. My gaze flicked over to Marcel, curiosity brimming in my chest. The human was evidently lost in thoughts as well. His face was bright red, and he cast a smoldering stare at the floorboards. I was worried that he was going to rip his own hair out, with how much he was tugging at the coarse auburn strands. Perhaps I should leave it alone, but I was dying to know his thoughts. "If I may, what frightened you about our scientists?" I blurted out. "Did you really think that they would hurt you? We don't have that same disposition as you." "You're going to laugh, but, most of our old myths about aliens, Yes? Well, they involve us getting abducted and experiment on. Hey, for all I knew, you were testing how humans react to torture." "You think that we're that barbaric? Our scientists just want to help you fit in. We need conclusive evidence of your empathic capacity, else we'll never silence the doubters." "I don't see why we needed to prove, yet again, that we're not the Orcs. Humans haven't done anything to you." "You're a contradiction of hundreds of years of scientific thought, Mark. Not to mention certain groups in the Federation won't like you, much more than us. They'll demand proof, and I'm not sure even the finest scientific rigor will withstand their scrutiny. It's not fair, I know." The human was silent, directing an intense glare at the scanner feed. The subspace readings were blank, with no indicators of activity beside our own. If there was anything to be gleaned, it wasn't on the empty screen. Maybe the experiments had jarred something in his personality after all, because I never remembered him being so sullen online. If we needed to abandon the patrol and return to base, I'd like to know sooner rather than later, before he endangered himself or others. "Now you are right." I patted the human on the shoulder and felt him stiffen beneath my paw. "I know that footage disturbed you, and, I am sorry." Marcel sighed. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm furious, but not with you. I want to wring my hands around the Axel's neck." "I don't see how that would improve anything." "At least I'd be doing something." "You are, yeah. You're protecting us." "Yes. Someone has to put a stop to their reign of terror. There have been no issues in recruiting people back on Earth. The way the Greys set off on tormenting children. It sickens us. Why are they like that?" "I want to ask you that, Mark. We believe that predators evolve through warfare, killing and cruelty. Isn't it survival advantage to you?" "Well, killing, yes. Killing the competition, all the dangerous things that lurk in the night. I suppose that's how we became predators. We aren't natural ones, you know. We were once prey animals, same as you, using our cooperation to survive." "What? Then you chose to be like them?" "Yep. I won't pretend we're cute and cuddly like you. Some people have walked ghastly paths throughout our history. There's plenty of blood on our hands. But in modern times we have rules for war called the Geneva Convention. The Oxor's methods are dishonorable and pathetic." Before I could inquire as to the nature of these Geneva Conventions, shrill alarms blared from the ship's computer. 9 indicators popped up on the scanner feed, suggesting inbound Oxor bombers. The flurry of activity when the humans arrived must have piqued their interest. The reptilians love to target weak links, and an isolated station such as our lodging was just that. There were countermeasures developed over the centuries, but I didn't know if they'd be sufficient today. Our onboard AI could map the enemy's trajectory, then time warp disruptor pulses with the information. Once we knocked the Greys out of hyperspace, our directive was to scamper off until reinforcements arrived. Slowing the Oxal's progress bought valuable minutes, even without a confrontation. It could mean the difference between catastrophic loss of life and a successful defense. I switched on the comlink. "Prime outpost, we're reading 9 Oxal bombers en route. Figure they have you as their target." "Heck! We have to stop them at all costs." The exhaustion was evident in the male Venlil's voice that answered. I couldn't imagine how much stress the officers were under, monitoring the UN arrivals. The first transport of humans and a couple hundred wind up dead. They'll never forgive us. They'll never send anyone else. Sir, my human partner can hear you," I said. "Oh, right. This is General Cam from the Venlil Command. We copy you. I'll ask the humans to position their so-called fighters on an intercept course while we evacuate personnel here. Stall for time if you can." I drew a shaky breath. "Yes, sir. We'll do our best." Nausea swelled up in my throat as I synced the ship computer with the disruptor beacons lining the border, my mind straying to its usual dark corner, replaying my brother's funeral. The shock was still fresh as it was months ago. When I first learned that his transport ship was gunned down, there wasn't a trace left to remember him by, no body to recover. would I be next to fall to the Arxol's claw. Every instinct told me to flee, to put as much distance between us and those monsters as possible. However, the pulses needed to be timed down to the nanosecond, which meant our proximity was a necessity. My brain felt overstimulated, as if my senses were a set aflame. Being around a human for hours, it's pushed me to my limit. It's hard to think. With my nerves all frazzled, I pondered with a tinge of guilt. How selfish I am. I haven't even considered how Mark is feeling. I hoped the wordless Marcel was okay with the peril that we were in. He had loved ones back on Earth, including a fiancée whom he spoke of with fondness. He didn't want to die here. There was no data on how the primates behaved in life-threatening situations or how they coped with stress. But with Greys closing in on our position, there was no time to explain our standard procedure. We thought there'd be time for our allies to settle in before hurling them into the fire. Hopefully, humans had a solid self-preservation instincts and could use their cleverness to fill in the blanks. Those bombers were about to become quite real. There were no visible signs of distortion as our pulse detonated. The AI's calculation was silent and flawless. I'd liken FTL disruption to pulling a rug out beneath someone's feet. The warp bubble burst in an instant, plunging the Arxol's vessels into real space. No doubt, it was disorienting for those hellspawn on board. Watching the angular ship spring forth with nothingness would be a magical sight, if the stakes weren't so dire. The bombers slowed to regain their bearings and to scope out the surroundings. They wished to exact revenge on the prey animal that dared to fight back. It was evident Arxol architects spared no thought for beauty. Plasma railguns shuttered out on both flanks, perfect for slinging destructive volleys. Turrets for kinetic weapons dotted the armor, in case of close-range engagement. The curvature of the underbelly provided storage for antimatter missiles. I imagine the predators relished the terror their constructs instilled. Witnessing their fleet felt like peering into the jaws of death. "Hideous ships, huh?" I quipped. There was no reply from Marcel. I would suspect he froze in fear if I hadn't seen his hands tighten around the steering column. An uneasy feeling crept into my mind. Every creature handled stress differently, but his behavior was off by a long shot. "Come on, Slenek. The Greys are a threat here," I scolded myself, "not the human." "Knock knock, anyone home?" I tried to keep my voice playful, but I was desperate to snap the human out of his trance. "You do see their ships and realize we're alone. There is safety in numbers. It is time to head back to the base." Marcel leaned forward, fangs protruding from his menacing snarl. I noted it was abject horror, how his eyes dilated and his canines glistened with saliva. If that was an expression of happiness, why was it appearing when our territory was under siege? "Mark, we need to flee now." I shook the human on his shoulder, but he shrugged me off. "Ugh, crap, man. They definitely spotted us. Marcel, floor it, I beg you." "Eat this, you motherfuckers!" Marcel roared, disregarding me entirely. The human did floor it, to change in direction to the Arxol fleet. "What happened? He went berserk. He was so lucid minutes ago." I tried to scream to plead to stop, but it came out as an incoherent yelp. The predator either didn't know how or didn't bother to prime the target system. He jammed his claw fingers onto the firing triggers, spraying plasma rounds with impunity. The glaring aggression seemed to take the Greys by surprise. It marked a drastic shift from the Venlil's typical fightiness. A few glancing blows struck the lead ship, jolting its pitch. One must have impacted the propulsion system, since its prime plume flicked out. Marcel turned the steam and fired towards the crippled vessel's brethren. Some hits connected at random, though the Arxol seemed more pissed than wounded. We had swooping paths across the formation, before banking heavily in the direction from which we came. The computer warned me that we had been target-locked by all 9 hostiles. "Run," I whispered. Marcel cleared his throat. "Yep, good idea." The human pointed the ship in the direction of the Federation border. Why wasn't he trying to return to the outpost? The last remnants of my logical brain suggested that he was trying to lure the Arxor away. I winced as my harness chafed into my neck. Our inertial dampeners were struggling to keep up with our blistering acceleration. Only 2 Arxor ships gave chase, while the rest returned to their intended course. They couldn't resist sending someone to hunt a straggler down. I knew the enemy bombers would slowly close the gap, with relentless abandon. The optimal way to lose our pursuers was to slip into subspace, but unfortunately, warp required several minutes of stationary preparation. The humans signed our death warrant with his stupidity. Our puny ship gunned away from safety with a pair of apex predators in hot pursuit. End of chapter. Chapter 8. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date: Standardized Human Time, August 21, 2136. Making an enemy of a starship captain was ill-advised, even in these trying times. My astonishment at being evicted from Vendel territory by force still hadn't faded. There was no reason for flagrant disrespect, especially when we were responding to their cry for help. When Governor Tarver started waving missiles around, it felt personal. It was fair to say I harbored a permanent grudge against them. Tarver's behavior could be chalked up to his war-induced psychosis, if not for the mayhem that followed. Without a word as to why, the Vendel withdrew from the Federation's military. Their borders were sealed, cutting off crucial supplies and outposts. Any ships seeking entry were turned back at gunpoint. Alien diplomats and visitors were barred from leaving Vendel space, or even contacting their homeworlds. It was like something from a dystopian novel. Division in our ranks was the last thing we needed. With how the Orcs had been pressing lately, a diplomatic resolution was the desired outcome to any crisis, if at all possible. But when it took begging for the Vendel to provide proof of life, it didn't seem there was room for negotiation. Tarver hadn't offered any time frame, terms, or conditions for a release. This was no temporary standoff either. It had been over a month, and none of their actions were rescinded. The Federation were a lot of dithering idiots, afraid of ruffling feathers, but even their patience had limits. Major players, including my Gojiri Union, were incensed at our people's hostage status. Judging by the protests across the galaxy, I wasn't the only one who felt compelled to take matters into my own paws. Whatever the Vinlo Republic was hiding, I was determined to get to the bottom of it. Sovlin! Piri, the Gojid Prime Minister, sighed in irritation. She must have seen my eyes gloss over. You still with me? Or are you off plotting revenge in that thick head of yours? I blinked several times. Sorry, ma'am. As I was saying, I'm disappointed in you. You went off snooping in the Venlil without permission, and used Federation resources to do so. What do you have to say for yourself? Piri asked. I haven't crossed their border. I pointed a claw at the viewport, towards an invisible threshold. If we decide to break our people out by force, we need the facts. The Federation has a right to know what the Vendel are up to. What makes you think they're up to anything? Tarver isn't stupid enough to commit diplomatic suicide. Not without a cause, I mean. The resolution condemning their actions passed by unanimous vote. She's lucky that we haven't done more than place their membership on probation. Piri tilted her head, weighing the circumstances for herself. Shutting down all communications overnight and banning travel looked draconian to me. The drastic nature of it all did not make sense. I couldn't fathom what quelled the populace's rebellion. The entire galaxy was iced out for an unknown transgression. Even the Venlil's closest allies were left baffled and in the dark. Talk of warfare was brewing, as much as the Federation wished for it to not be so. Why would Tarver invite an extreme fallout? What could make losing every partner worth it? I don't disagree. The Venlil would need a serious incentive to draw our ire, the politician said. They've always been loyal to the Federation, until now. What's your take? Well, I would think that it was cowardice if they had run off, I growled. It's as though they're trying to make enemies of us. It can't be that. Not with the Orcs breathing down their necks every hour of every day. Piri focused her gaze on me, a disapproving glint in her eyes. I should reprimand you, Sovlin, but I'd like some answers myself. What have you learned through your, prying? The Venlil are still letting someone into their territory. I'm not sure if it's Federation member. A group of transports docked at a fringe outpost today. They weren't chased away like the rest of us. And you're sure that they were allowed to stay? I'm positive. They got an escort from the ceremonial fleet. Tarver's personal parade. I'm just not close enough to make out their subspace origin. Not, without crossing the border. So that's why you called me now. You want my blessing, in case you get caught. And I hear about it the hard way. That's one way of putting it, ma'am. May I poke around? Very well. I want to report as soon as you learn anything. And Soblin, don't make me regret this. The video feed cut out. I eyed space ahead of us with giddiness and gave my first officer a tail thump that meant proceed. The posting was filled by Russell, a veteran of the Colchian Commonwealth. There would be no objections to my plan from him. His allegiance was to the Federation first, and to unveiling the truth about the Venlil's misdeeds was a collective interest. Anyone with eyes could see that their behavior was off. The crew leapt into action as Russell declared a new course for the fringes of Venlil space. We could hide behind the guise that we were patrolling and strayed into their territory by mistake. All I needed was to get in range of their signal interceptors. Local broadcasts could offer some clues if subspace readings proved unattainable. Our warship pivoted, angling us towards a forbidden region. I settled down in the captain's chair and monitored the bridge. We would drift over the border gradually, in the interest of stealth. If we were able to pull this mission off, I would be acclaimed for my initiative. Satisfaction swelled in my chest at the thought of adding it to my repute. Sir, you might want to look at the scanner data, Russell barked. Venlil patrol ship heading straight for us. I slammed my paw down in frustration. We're still on our side of the border. They can't object to us patrolling our own damn space. According to the computer, the patrol vessel was on an intercept course towards us. The sensor data suggested their speed was at max velocity, well above the safety recommendations. They were going to burn out on their engines, pushing them to that degree. How had they gotten wise to our plans? My call with the Prime Minister Piri was encrypted, so I didn't see how they could have listened in. Radio silence from that little boat, Russell noted. What do you want to do? My spines bristled. Order them to change course at once, and have weapons in standby. We're not going to let that shit heap stop us. From the viewport of the highlights magnification, I could make out a tiny dot racing towards our position. Its course was erratic, as though the stabilizers were close to giving out. Several hails had gone unanswered, and the Venlil ship failed to deviate from its course. The patrol vessel paid no regard to the border, breezing into our territory without any declaration. Silence fell over the bridge. The tension was palpable. I knew my crew still felt some sense of attachment to the Venlil after years of steadfast alliance. It was for their sake that I wasn't striking this craft down on the spot. Fire a warning shot and hail them one final time, I ordered. If there's no acknowledgement, I want them finished. 3 plasma rounds were lobbed just above the patrol ship's flight path. Its pace slowed, as though the pilot was second-guessing their decisions. The hesitation was brief, though. It returned to its stubborn sprint moments later. Had the Venlil fallen victim to some neurological plague? That would explain everything. I gritted my teeth. Kill them! They need to be taught a lesson. Wait, sir. We're detecting 2 more vessels on their tail. Oxor bombers, my first officer said. At last, a decent explanation for why the Venlil refused to turn back. If those reptile bastards were after them, I suppose there was no retreating. Why they were unresponsive to our hails was another question, especially with the delicate situation between our species. The patrol ship's engine splattered, and the pilot coaxed it to a resting position. The vessel swiveled around to face the Oxor bombers. It looked like an insect compared to any warship. Yet its size did not prove a deterrent. As soon as the enemy pursuers became visible, it began hurling plasma rounds in their direction. The caliber was insufficient to trade blows with the Greys, but the helmsman didn't seem to care. The coughing engine was prodded back to life to give them a push in the enemy's direction. Yep, neurological plague, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. The Republic craft dipped down to avoid return fire and pressed on with its advance. In spite of myself, I was impressed with the pilot's ability to overpower their instincts. Whatever my personal feelings towards the Venlil, this bravery was unmistakable, and to be honest, very unlike them. Their accuracy was lacking, however, and the Oxor ships absorbed any hits that landed. Sir, should we intervene? My first officer asked. How many times have we saved them already? I grumbled. And for what? Russell waged a grasp at me. You wouldn't let the Oxor kill innocent people over a grudge with Tarva? I suppose not. Advance the Oxor bombers and line them up with the railguns. I could sense the crew's relief from their eagerness to carry out the new orders. Perhaps they'd been worried that my previous threat to let the Greys eat the Vendel was serious. It would take a more depraved captain than I to spectate a predator's hunt. The lights on the bridge dimmed, which was confirmation that the railgun was charging. In high enough doses, a blast of concentrated energy could chew through the Orcs' armor. There was a reason the Federation invested in such slow, gargantuan ships. Powering effective weapons required a large backbone. A radiant beam sailed through the inky sky, connecting with the enemy vessel. Pleasure rolled down my spines as our plasma lanced through the engine. There was one Orcs' bomber finished in a fiery flash. Our railgun would take several seconds to recharge, so I hoped the Vendel ship could hang on a little longer. The pilot's crazed maneuvers could only do so much for evasion. The final enemy was spewing quite a lot of plasma torrent at them, unrelenting in their hunt. One round clipped the patrol ship on the bow. It lurched forward and sat dazed in the Orcs' sights. My crew's efforts to rouse the railgun gained a new sense of urgency. The reptilians rounded on our former allies, salivating to deliver the finishing blow. The Vendel were wounded further by a clean hit to the propulsion system. A dry plume flickered out, and the patrol ship laid paralyzed, without mobility. The vessel was floating too. The pilot's fire had ceased too. There was no telling if they had lost weapons, or if it meant the worst. A surge of relief flooded my chest as our weapons flashed back online. There wasn't a second to spare, or any margin for error. The crew scrambled to unleash a hellfire. An energy lance penetrated the night sky, and I prayed that it would arrive in time. While the Vendel were traitors, I preferred them to the affront to sapience known as the Orcs. Our railgun strike pierced the Orcs' shell, splicing them clean in half. With its dying breath, the Predator's discharge of barrage of plasma, a parting gift for their quarry. There was nothing we could do to intervene. All eyes turned to the unfolding scene with collective horror. The Vendel craft was idle, dead in the waters. The fireballs bore down on the cruiser, one after the other, closing the distance in a blur. Somehow, our sensors didn't record a direct impact. The blistering shots shaved its hull, straying wide by a hair's breadth. I imagine the occupants could all but smell the smoke. Talk about a near miss, I mused. The railgun must have jolted the Orcs just enough. Cheers echoed through the bridge, though the celebration was premature. The Vendel ship sustained serious damage and wasn't showing any signs of activity. Vendel ship, do you copy? I asked over the comms frequency. We can send medical assistance if needed. There was silence. My opportunism flicked back to life as I remembered the purpose of our foray. Nobody had communicated with anyone inside the Republic border for weeks. This was the perfect opportunity to force the Vendel to talk, to discover the truth behind their reclusiveness. We could start by asking some questions about the mysterious visitors. If you can hear me, Vendel ship, you are now in the custody of the Galactic Federation. Any attempt to flee will be met with extreme force, as will any efforts at resistance. I paused, making sure to emphasize my last words. Prepare to be boarded! End of chapter. Chapter 9. Memory transcription. Subject: Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Data: Standardized Human Time, August 21st, 2136. A contingent of Federation soldiers blasted into a patrol ship, keen to unravel its secrets. I was relieved that the Vendel opted to not barricade the main hatch. With the recent abstinence, I figured they'd make our entry a drawn-out process. There were 5 others besides myself, a crowd for the tiny ship. It took a few moments for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There didn't appear to be a substantial damage to the ship's interior, but I didn't hear any vocalizations from the occupants. It became a priority to locate the passengers and determine if they needed medical attention. I spotted a Vendel slumped in their rear seat, with blood dripping down his forehead. Judging by the wound's location, his head was tossed to the ship's frame during one of the Orcs' strikes. It was possible he had been knocked down prior from fear or shock. Those injuries required extensive treatment, if it was severe enough for him to remain unconscious. The sound of heavy breathing drew my attention, and my eyes darted towards the pilot chair. The creature's form was mostly void of fur. It was bits of pinkish skin that peeked through her garments were an indicator. The sole hair clump was a mop of red fuzz on its head, which cut off near its neckline. With its back to us, I couldn't make out any more about its features. Was this the species that docked with the station earlier? It hadn't looked like any life form I'd stumbled across in my travels, so that ruled out it being from the Federation member. Something about it made my skin crawl. Maybe it was just lack of hair that made it look freakish. The skin looked soft, lacking any sort of natural armor or defense. Its stature wasn't impressive either, only a touch taller than myself. "What are you?" I growled. I'm Marcel, just a guy. Nice to meet you," he offered. "Please, help Selnick. He's injured." I sighed in irritation. "Fine. But why the feck weren't you answering our hails? We almost blasted you out of the skies." "I didn't know how to use the comm system. My buddy was unconscious, in shock, I think." Marcel's voice was low and breathy. He seemed to be hyperventilating. "This is my first time flying one of these." "You've never flown one of these ships before, and you fly like that." "Like what?" "Never mind. Turn around and come with us." "I can't do that." How dense could a person be? This was not a negotiation. These two were in no position to argue with us. My boarding notification was explicit enough in stating that they were our prisoners, not our guests. My attempts to be sensitive and not wave guns around the second we stepped in clearly hadn't paid dividends. "Marcel, I wasn't asking," I hissed. "If you expect us to help your friend, you better comply." "Let's just talk for a moment, okay?" The peculiar pilot raised his hands over his head slowly, but kept his head pointed towards the viewport. "Listen, I'm not your enemy. I don't want you to shoot me. I don't want to hurt you, or whatever it is you all say." "You think you can hurt us? You are surrounded and alone." "No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just, not like the Orcs. We're not the same team, okay?" "What is this nonsense? Your rambling is madness. Don't tell me you're going into shock too." Marcel drew a shaky breath and turned his head slowly towards us. The crewmate nearest to him staggered backwards, reaching for her weapon. She tripped over the lifeless Lanek in her retreat and discharged her weapon in panic. The round ended up buried in the ceiling, punching a hole in the already battered ship. Firing plasma guns and demonstrating a reckless trigger discipline, it contained spaceship. The damn thing was venting atmosphere as we spoke. The crewmate earned a scorching glare from me. I was appalled with her behavior. "What has gotten into you?" I screeched. "Holster your weapon at once. I'll have you disciplined for your—"
"Captain Sutherland,"
another crewmate interrupted in a squeaky whisper.
Look, it's one of them."
My gaze flitted back over to Marcel. Shock stabbed at my heart. My insides twisted into knots. The pilot sported a binocular vision, just like the Orc saw. A cruel intelligence glistened through his beady eyes, even as he tried to avert them. Every time he directed his gaze at someone, it felt as if they were being tracked. His inky pupils were no more dilated pools of hunger. The pieces fell together as I gaped at Marcel dumbfounded. A carnal hunter on a Republic ship could only mean one thing. The Venlil home world was occupied by an army of predators, and in all likelihood their species was enslaved. These beasts must have been the reason for the distress signal a few weeks ago. Perhaps I owed the Venlil an apology, since I had misjudged them so terribly. The tragedy they endured was unspeakable. The monsters probably threatened to kill their entire populace if they tried anything, which was why the harbor betrayed us. Her decision-making was still terrible, but something I could forgive. Chasing the Federation Armada off under duress was different to abandoning her friends. The resentment festering inside of me dissipated in an instant, replaced by burning hatred. We had never gotten our paws on one of these reptiles, so we'd have to settle with the next best thing. I would not let Marcel's species follow the Arxal's footsteps. I would make them pay for everything that they had done tenfold. Marcel's hands trembled, and he closed his eyes. "Guys, I'm just here to fight the Arxal. What they've done is despicable, and, we would never—" "Quiet! Get on the ground!" My voice was cold and assertive as I raised my sidearm at him. "Don't shoot him, unless he pushes us. I want him alive." The predator obeyed, sprawled out prone on the floor. He was lying flat on his stomach, so his eyes were facing the ground. He linked his dexterous fingers behind his head, as though to prove he wouldn't take a swipe at us. My soldiers gave me an expectant look, waiting for orders. Did they presume I had the answer to everything? There was nothing in the book about predators hiding in plain sight. But if I didn't take command, there was going to be a total collapse of control. The last thing I wanted was my unit fleeing and leaving this creature on the loose in our territory. "Protect Slanek until medical assistance arrives," I said, gesturing towards the unconscious Bindle. "Get him out of here, and somewhere safe. Be gentle with him when he wakes. Make sure he knows he's free, and that he never has to see this monster again." Marcel stiffened. "Free? Slanek is another word, and I will kill you. Don't tempt me, freak!" Summoning my innermost courage, I approached the predator with a pair of restraints. There was no other person I trusted not to freak out if he twitched or spoke. The creature didn't move, only sucking in erratic breaths. His submissive behavior was odd, but he could be baiting me with proximity. I needed to keep my wits about me and stay prepared for a surprise attack. I knelt down over Marcel's back, pinning him to the ground with my hind legs. One paw held the barrel of the pistol against his neck, while the other paw reached for his hands. The sensation of my fur bristling on his skin made me flinch. I couldn't snap the manacles around his wrists fast enough. Behind us, two crewmates crouched by Slanek, shooting glances towards the predator as they did. It was apparent they wanted to get as far away from him as possible. We had to wait for the ship medic to arrive with a stretcher and drugs, though. If the Vendel had spinal damage, it was too risky to transport him without professional supervision. That said, the damn doctor was taking his sweet time. I was the one stuck guarding the novel predator, absorbing the full brunt of the terror. The minutes standing by Marcel seemed to drag. It was agony, even as he remained compliant and silent. Part of me wanted to put a bullet in his brain and be done with it. "You're pressing too hard on the prisoner's abdomen." A disapproving voice drifted from the ship's entrance, earning a relieved sigh from me. Dr. Zahn strode in, scanning the scene. "What is going on here, Captain?" "Don't ask. I need a sedative now," I replied. "For a new species, we have no idea which drugs are safe or how they will interact with its nervous system. I can't sign on to this." I rolled Marcel onto his back, and Zahn's eyes widened. The doctor dropped his kit to the floor and stood frozen for several seconds. It took a pointed cough from me to snap him out of his stupor. The medic drew in a shuddering breath, trying to compose himself. He was quivering as he filled the syringe and inched towards us like he was in cracked ice. I extended an arm as far as I could and snatched the sedative from his outstretched paw. Zahn darted back to a safer distance, muttering several curses. He gave Slanek a brief examination, feeling the vertebra of his spine. At the doctor's go-ahead, the soldiers moved the Vendel onto a stretcher. My eyes shifted back to the predator, whose gaze bore directly into my skull. Turning him over for the doctor to see might not have been the best idea, since it meant that his face was visible again. Well, Marcel wasn't going to sedate himself, was he? "Fucking hell! Here goes nothing," I growled. I found a large vein in the predator's neck and brought the syringe towards it. Marcel shrank back into the floor, possibly mistaking the pointed blade for a weapon. He was doubtful his species had any concept of medicine. With a quick motion, I jabbed the needle into his pale skin. Marcel winced, and those awful eyes flicked shut. I finally allowed myself to feel emotions, and doubled over, panting. My gun slipped from my paws. It took everything to bite back a scream. I couldn't lose my composure in front of my crew. "Captain, listen, you've had a terrible shock, and the most exposure of anyone," Dr. Zahn said in a soft tone. "Let your first officer step in. You need rest. You're risking cardiac arrest if you push yourself any further." "Let Russell call the shots over my dead body," I snorted. "I'll be the one to tell Perry, and to move this thing to holding." The doctor flicked his ears in disdain. "Yes, it is a terrible creature. I didn't think any humans were still alive." "Any what? Humans?" That's what it is. We knew about these demons before." "Indeed. You know the predator race we discovered after the Orcs. The Federation glosses over it, but surely you've heard it mentioned." "The extinct ones?" "They're clearly not that extinct. We were certain humans killed themselves off, though. The number of explosions on their planet was astronomical. It was a fitting end for a species that tormented each other and lived in constant battle. What do you think they've done to the Venlo? Humans are conquerors who derive pleasure from dominating others. That is what their explorers have always done on their homeworld. They are aggressive, brutal, and territorial. Every bit as savage as the Greys. You can fill in the blanks, Captain. Dear stars! I should wonder how you know such detail, Doctor. Enough to recognize one. I researched humans for my bioethics thesis. No, of course you did, I said in a derisive tone. I bet you argued it was worth saving them because the Doctor's oath is saving all lives. On the contrary, the Federation developed plans to raise their planet, Earth, which was scrapped after the presumed extinction. My paper argued that some animals are not worth saving, that not all life is equivalent. Killing humanity would have been justified for the greater good. It was our moral obligation to follow through, even. I've never heard those words from you, Zahn. Humans must be irredeemable. I glowered at Marcel's lifeless form. My mind was buzzing with thoughts of a fiery raid on this Earth. Well then, I suppose it is time to tell Piri that we have unfinished business. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Memory transcription subject. Governor Tarver of the Venlo Republic. Date, standardized human time, August 22nd, 2136. Word of the Orcs attack on our space station reached Venlo Prime via the media first. I suspect that the camera crew sent to document the humans' arrival were able to get a messenger ship out before the confrontation. Details were scarce, but the first duel between predators in space made for flashy headlines. In all honesty, I was curious how humans would fare against the Greys as anyone. I was clinging to some far-fetched hope that they'd swoop in and save the day. There was no telling whether the station was still standing. Research outposts didn't have meaningful defenses, since our fiercest protection was assigned to colonies and planets. The humans needed to save their own hide against the Orcs. Maybe we should have hosted a UN delegation on Venlo Prime, but the idea was to assimilate them in increments, having predators walking the streets, dining in restaurants, and smiling at school children was a bit much for the public. I felt guilty, anyways, for leaving our human friends in a vulnerable location. In trying to shield them, I might have gotten them killed. Terran technology was primitive, and while they excelled at dogfights in atmospheric conditions, I suspected their ships weren't attuned to space yet. They were in the process of building a new armada from scratch. The craft deployed to the station were there for emergencies, and were little more than prototypes. There was profound relief when Cam messaged me, stating that he was in orbit along with 2 UN generals. My military advisor promised a full briefing, and assured me that the station was still standing. I was relieved to hear that there were survivors, but also wondered how the human ships had performed. Hi, Tarver! The Predator's voice pierced my ears. Noah's arrival at the governor's mansion was a welcome sight. I was happy to have a familiar face amidst the stress and confusion. The cheery astronaut was appointed Terran ambassador at my request, and had taken up permanent resident planicide. He never seemed to tire of interviews, or lose patience with our timid behavior. Thank you for coming, I nodded to my friend, suppressing my reaction to his toothy grin. I never met any human military personnel. It's as though Mayer has been trying to keep them away from me. He calls me snakes from the grass, whatever that means. Mayer is a smart man, Noah chuckled. They're going to try to get you to hand over your ship blueprints and to take sides in our national disputes. By the way, I strongly advise not doing either. Neutrality is a fine policy. I flicked my ears. What disputes? Don't you all get along now? Ha! We never get along, Tarver. We just get along with the Orcs or less. Why can't you make peace? That whole predator's instinct for aggression thing. I guess. You're smart. You must realize it's not advantageous to your species to fight. We know that, but we are what we are. I'm sorry if it frightens you. General Cam entered the reception hall, halting our conversation. The military advisor looked like he hadn't slept in days. 2 humans trailed after him, sporting uniforms and flashy colors. In memory served me right. The one on the right blue was from the U.S. Space Force, while the red attire designed China's Strategic Support Force. It was tough to remember all the factions of such a disunited species. There were hundreds of governments on Earth, each with their own culture and leadership. One of the most embarrassing incidents was when I sent a thanks to Austria for the supplies rendered by Australia, though both nations seemed to find the mix-up humorous. Ever since then, I tried to stick to speaking with Secretary General Mayer and his office. The Vendel wanted an alliance with the entire species, not to juggle rival tribes. "Glad to see you, Governor, General Jones and General Zhao," Cam paused, gesturing to the two respective humans. "Have prepared a simulation of the battle for us. You'll find their strategies, most intriguing." "Intriguing?" General Zhao shrugged. "A win is a win." What did that mean? Had our predators used some cheap tactics against the Orcs? I ushered in an entourage into the conference room, making sure to keep Noah between myself and them. It was all I could do to not openly stare at the human militants. They didn't look as imposing, as feral as Mayer diplomats would have us believe. I half expected them to be marred with battle scars, or bearing fangs at every one that passed. Cam fiddled with the holo projector, syncing the Terran devices with ours. A shimmering recreation blinked up over the central table, and I studied it with a nervous anticipation. This would be our first insight into how human warfare truly worked. "There we go," General Jones said. "I feel obliged to note that the ships are American designs." Zhao rolled his predator eyes, a display that looked most unnatural. "You had slipped that in, didn't you? They used our weapons modifications. The most important part of any system is firepower. Wouldn't you agree, Tava?" Would you mind if we watched the simulation? But before I offer my opinion," I answered in a sheepish voice. I wouldn't want to speak in ignorance." Noah smirked, shooting me a knowing glance. The ambassador's warning proved to at least half correct, but I thought I'd done a decent job deflecting the question. Motion activated on the projector, and the visual representation sprung to life. Computer data and analysis augmented the view of the battlefield. 6 Orcs bombers barreled down on the outpost, opposed by a wall of human ships. The Terran fleet was comprised of a tiny one-seater ships whose only asset appeared to be speed. The humans outnumbered the reptiles by an order of 20 to 1, according to the computer. Sheer numbers didn't matter when the primitive weapons weren't ineffectual against the Greys. The UN had to have something else up their sleeves if the station survived, I thought. Our allies swarmed the Oxor with blinding mobility. Plasma and kinetics rained down on the Greys' position, and the enemy struggled to lock down the pesky targets. They began shooting in all directions, as that was a surefire way to connect with something. Terran indicators blinked out by the dozens, which earned a wince from me. Undeterred, the humans pressed on towards their deaths. The Oxor craft had sustained minor damage, but were mostly unscathed. There was no sign of any backup or reinforcements, no grand trick or ambush. I expected more complex tactics from an intelligent predator. The humans flew practically on top of the Oxor, making it impossible for them to use their railguns. The reptiles switched over to kinetic weapons and carved swaths through the Terran ranks with precision. The bombers then broke off towards the station, disregarding the puny fighters. The humans were not worthy of attention. "Even to me, these UN ships are a joke. This is a species that was supposed to save us," I mused. "They sent their pilots to a slaughter. Blind aggression isn't enough." It was the second the Oxor lost interest that the primates pounced. There were only 52 friendly vessels remaining, and they acted in harmony. The humans discharged heat-seeking missiles so close that they were caught up in the explosions themselves. From those ranges, the Greys had no chance to activate their interceptors. It seemed the humans had finally drawn blood. 2 enemy indicators flickered out, but 4 weathered the storm. By comparison, 23 more UN ships had gone down to their own blasts. Losing every fighter wasn't going to prove a point. It was time to order a retreat before there were no forces left. Instead, the primates violated all laws of self-preservation. The Terrans formed a barricade in the Oxor's path, trying to intercept their fire. Their railguns chewed through the fighters with ease, and whittled their numbers down to a dozen. The humans were backed into a corner. Unlike us, they would not flee. They saw that the station was about to take fire, and rushed forward in a predatory frenzy. The last Terran ammunition was dispensed. They were drained dry, with no options to fight on. Several captains made spontaneous decisions to hurl the last scraps of their fighters into the Orcs' ranks. What kind of species used their ships as missiles? How could their impulse be to sacrifice their own lives? In the wake of the humans' earlier battering, the reptiles proved unable to withstand multiple drive explosions. The handful of remaining fighters sat defiantly, almost daring any Orcs ships to emerge from the smoke. The simulation froze as it reached the end of the data input. We suffered heavy losses. If only our drone program was ready for deployment, that would be a game changer. At least we know now the Orcs can be taken down, General Jones said. There was no Vendel casualties. We destroyed the Greys before they reached the station, General Zal concluded. I glanced away in horror. Only 3 UN vessels remained from the original allotment. The humans sacrificed ships numbering in the 3 digits to stop the Orcs. That could hardly be considered a victory. How could predators develop vessels that were much weaker than their counterparts? That loss ratio was unacceptable in long-term war. There is a small point of concern, Governor. Jones paused, waiting for me to focus on her. A Venlol patrol ship went missing in Federation territory, with a human on board. In the hours since, the Gojits have started to mobilize along the border. We believe that the ship has been captured, which would mean that the Feds are now aware of us, Zhao added. The only positive is that unless the hostages told them, they don't know where Earth is. That buys us some time to figure out our next action. My blood ran cold as ice. The Federation possessed the exact location of Earth, while the humans were advised that they might be killed on sight. I hadn't disclosed the specifics of our history. There was no telling how the predatory species might retaliate to plot for their extinction. That said, I couldn't bear to see them blindsided by a preemptive strike. The time had come where I had to divulge the full extent of the Federation's hatred. Well, maybe we should speak to them, Noah chimed in. I'm not sure we shouldn't have from the start. The Orcs are a sample size of 1. The aliens have no experience with humans or any other predators. If Tarver vouches for us, they might come around. I stood up from my chair. I doubt that. They'll hate you. The Terran ambassador frowned. If you can accept us, why can't they? How do you know that the Federation will try and kill us? Just because we're predators. I just do. Noah crossed his arms. You're going to have to do better than that. I need a word with the ambassador. Alone. No. I think we all need to hear this. General Zal's posture was stiff as a board, as though he'd sensed something off. Whatever pertains to our safety concerns everyone in this room. Well, it's because... Noah tilted his head inquisitively. Worry sparkled in his brown eyes as he noticed me shying away from him. I wondered if even he could forgive me for such a grave omission, for betrayal of his trust. Because they tried to kill the last predators they found. I slumped, my shoulders in defeat, avoiding his gaze. I didn't want to tell you. You're saying they killed another predator species before? The ambassador asked. No. There are only 2. Then the Federation knew about humans and Earth a long time ago. The vote to glass your planet was unanimous, after footage of your world wars became public. General Jones' eyes narrowed to slits. Unanimous! That includes the Venlol? Yes. Before my time, but yes. They were meticulous in our planning. We believed that we couldn't fail. Wow! Hurt flashed in Noah's gaze, though the human quickly blinked it away. All right, what stopped them? The Federation thought you were dead. Something about hundreds of nuclear explosions right after those world wars ended. I myself wonder what that was. Testing. There were countless nuclear tests in that era, and unpopulated areas, might I add, Noah muttered. I see. At any rate, that's how we knew exactly what you were, and where you were from, before you or ship ever hailed us. The Federation will recognize what the captive is, and find Earth's location and a star chart. Jones's eyes were icy. You didn't think that was something that we needed to know, Tarver? Yeah. Why are you telling us this now? Zhao spat. I shrank back under the predator's withering gaze. While their anger was justified, it rendered me unable to form a response. Open hostility was not something my instincts processed well. Not when they were eyeing me up like their next meal. The governor didn't want us to have a cause to attack the Federation, Noah said, leaping to my defense. They are her friends, no matter how unjust they are. Besides, she's only known us for a month. Cam cleared his throat. It's a little consolation, but the Federation means well. Truly, well-meaning or not. They want to kill us. We have to make difficult choices, Jones growled. Earth must be protected at all costs. I don't think Tava wants to see that side of us.
I will support you all, no matter what you choose, I stammered. I don't want humanity to die. If you evacuate your people from Earth, they will be welcome in our territory. And though I have no right to ask, I beg of you, show the Federation mercy.
The human generals did not respond aloud, but their expressions conveyed a simmering rage. As Noah once told me, the concept of karma was close to their hearts. I suspected any Terran mercy was dependent on the Federation's next actions. The galaxy's prejudice could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Memory transcription, subject, Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, August 30, 2136. The glow of the artificial light was the first thing that met my eyes. I stared at the unfamiliar surroundings in confusion, trying to recall where I was.
This, doesn't seem right. How did I get here?
Someone had cocooned me in a blanket, which insulated me from the drafty room. There was a light pressure by my ears, perhaps from some sort of bandage. Pain pulsed my temple, dulled by the painkiller. Snippets of shapes lingered in my memory, but there was something concrete. I think I had been drifting in and out of consciousness for days. My brain concluded that this was a hospital, which meant that I was recovering from a serious injury. My adult state suggested the damage was concentrated on the head. Gritting my teeth, I tried to think of the last thing I could remember. 2 Orcs bombers were chasing my spacecraft, and after that, everything got fuzzy. How was I still alive? It had seemed to be a hopeless scenario. There was a grim certainty that they would catch a small ship sooner or later. There were vague recollections of being paralyzed in fear. Plastered against the seat, the person flying was screaming my name and had the most visceral look on their predator. I snapped upright. Marcel! Where is Marcel? What happened to him? Easy, calm down. A gentle voice came from my right. A Takan male was seated beside my bed, keeping an eye on my vitals. You are safe now. I am Dr. Zahn. You're in the medical bay of a Federation warship. The Federation? My heart rate spiked, which Zahn seemed to notice. Why are you involved? Well, your craft came into our territory, so we took out the Oxel. It was fortunate that the Greys crippled your ship first. If they didn't, our boarding party wouldn't... Where is Marcel? I blurted out. The rush of panic was best described as gasoline laced through my insides. It was not safe for him to encounter unprepared aliens alone. When his appearance was so jarring, my mind leapt to the worst-case scenario. Had the Federation killed the human on sight? All I could picture was myself standing over his corpse. The doctor patted my arm. He is not here. Rest easy. He is not a threat. He's alive, I exhaled. Please, take me to him. I don't think that is a good idea. I need to see him. I won't be able to function if I don't. I staggered to my feet, but wobbled when I tried to walk. Zahn caught me with a grunt, setting me back on the bed. Sympathy flashed in his amber eyes, as if he sensed my desperation. The doctor retrieved a wheelchair from the storage closet and eased me into it. Captain Sovlin is going to kill me, but if that's really what you need to heal, then, all right, Zahn grumbled. The Takan doctor pushed me into a hallway, steering us past maintenance rooms and lounges. My concern intensified as I received pitying stares from the crewmates we passed. It reminded me of the look people had when they learned a species' homeworld had been destroyed by the Oxor. Had the Federation assumed that the humans attacked Venlil Prime? Oh God, how long have I been out? They would at least hear Marcel out, right? They're rational people, I tried to convince myself. I need to back up his story before something terrible happens. I have to speak to that captain at once. A pair of automatic doors creaked open, and Zahn rolled me into an observation room. A throng of officers stood by the glass pane, which proved to have viewed into a holding cell. They seemed to be pointing to a spot in the corner. From their whispers, I caught the words non-responsive and hungry. My blood turned to ice as I realized that the tan mass of Nook was. Marcel was curled up in a ball, hugging his knees to his chest. The human was shaking from head to toe and looked gaunt enough to hardly be recognizable. His coverings had been removed, leaving his form exposed and barren. His face was buried in the wall, so I could only see the purple bruises lining his spine. A desperate scream poured from my mouth. I pitched and agonized. I flung myself towards the window, crawling on all fours. The sounds of the doctors trying to pacify me and bewildered shouts of the captain registered, but I drowned them out.
Marcel!
I screamed. Pain laced through my vocal cords from the volume, but it hardly felt it. The human lifted his head, craning his neck towards the glass. The moment his face became visible, I gasped in horror. Claw marks traced his right cheek, deep gashes. Marcel hadn't even bothered to clean off the dried blood, perhaps losing the ability to care. The sockets around his hazel eyes were puffy and bruised. The left one was severe enough to be swollen shut, and add insult to injury, the thick metal band that was clasped around his neck, restricting his airway. The human rose on weak legs, but stumbled to the glass, his gaze locked on me, and his lips curved up slightly. The band on his neck crackled with electricity seconds later. With a yelp, the predator collapsed in a heap. One of the officers must have triggered the shock as a form of punitive control. My heart twisted, watching my friend racked with pain. I snarled towards the Federation posse. "Stop that!" The one I believed Captain Sovlin blinked in confusion. "It is snarling at you. That's how humans show happiness. They don't have tails or movable ears," I growled. The electric current ceased. To my relief, Marcel languished on the floor, clutching his throat. The skin beneath the collar looked red, as though the human had been zapped repeatedly. I was amazed that he found the strength to answer my call the first time. "Marcel," I repeated. The predator struggled to a kneeling position and pressed the splayed hand against the glass. The Federation officers backed away, like they thought that he could reach through the solid object. Tears welled in my eyes. The poor guy was struggling with such simple motions. I met his gaze and placed my own paw up opposite his palm. "Slanek," Marcel croaked, "I am happy you're okay. I was worried." I pinned my ears against my head with concern. The human's voice sounded weak and feeble. I could only imagine how much he was hurting, looking at the wounds all over his body. By my estimation, they weren't feeding him either. The Federation was letting him endure a slow death by starvation. I sniffled, wiping a tear off my face. "I am so sorry, Monk. It was my job to protect you, and I failed. I left you all alone." "Don't cry, but please. It is not your fault," the human murmured. Dr. Zahn seemed floored by our exchange, as though he didn't understand what was happening. A paw grasped my scruff and dragged me away from the glass. I reared my assailant, flexing my claws as best I could. There was no chance I was letting anyone take me away from the human. "What is wrong with you, Slanek?" Captain Sovlin set me down in the hallway, deflecting an attempt to swing. "You are crying over a vicious, sadistic predator, a human." "What is wrong with me?" The veins in my eyes bulged as the white-hot fury coursed through my blood. "How could you do that to him? Marcel is my friend." "I thought that you'd be more grateful being liberated. A species that enslaves and exploits you are not your friends. I can't believe I have to say that." "We weren't enslaved. We're partners with them, willingly." Sovlin recoiled. "I'm sorry. What?" "A science vessel made contact with us. After speaking with them, we couldn't let you chase their trail. We knew this was what you feckers would do to an innocent species that came in peace." I refuse to believe that. The distress signal, their history, well, just look at them," he spat, spines bristling. "The Venlil wouldn't betray the Federation, not for their kind. Do you have any idea which species you're dealing with?" "We do. Venlil scientists did tests that prove that humans feel empathy. They're kind and gentle. Marcel is kind and gentle."
"Kind and gentle, as if. I can think of a quick way to sober you up." The captain's voice was low in anger. "Marcel hasn't eaten in days. Let's see how gentle he really is." Sovlin grabbed me by the scruff again and marched back into the observation room. He opened the door to the holding cell, flinging me inside with disdain. Zahn shouted at him to stop.
Once it was obvious what his intention was. The doctor tried to remind him that I had a head injury, not to mention being under the influence of painkillers. The rough officer ignored him and clicked the door shut behind me. A brief tug of fear crossed my mind. I knew Marcel didn't want to eat me, but this might be pushing his instincts. When his options were starving to death or gnawing at my bones, there had to be some temptation. The human glanced at me, surprised at my involuntary entrance. Russet hair sprouted along his jawline, which gave him a rougher look than I was used to. He approached cautiously and watched me with sad eyes, seeing that I didn't back away. He settled down beside me. This was the closest we'd ever been, which made the discoloration around his left eye all the more noticeable.
What happened to your eye?
I managed. Sovlin was tired of looking at me. Said next time he would do it with claws out, and then the human gestured to the gash on his cheek. It's everything I do, Slenek. They hate my existence. I reached out with a shaking paw, tracing the wound.
Does it hurt? Keep going with the stupid question, Slenek. Bravo, you're really making him feel better.
Marcel nodded. Everywhere. The fissure inside my chest widened. The way his voice cracked with that word was heartbreaking. The human lowered his head into his hands, and defeat radiated through his posture. I couldn't bear to see the sharp, considerate Marcel reduced to this. I'm going to get you out of here. I promise, I whimpered. My friend, don't make promises you can't keep, the human coughed. My paws tugged the predator closer to me before I realized I had done it. Marcel's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but he didn't try to put away. He rested his head on my stomach and tried to absorb some of my body warmth. I petted his hair with a tentative paw, humming soothingly. His oily mane was softer than I expected it to be, except for the strands that were crusted with dry blood. The human closed his hunter eyes, relaxing into my arms. A more peaceful expression settled onto his face, and I observed him with fondness. Sovlin was right. I saw exactly how gentle Marcel was, with his bruised skull cradled in my lap and his shivering body snuggled up against mine. He seemed so frail and innocent. But I will get you out of here, because you are my brother. You are my friend, I whispered, and I love you. I thought Marcel didn't hear me, because there was no reaction or response. It wasn't until I saw a tear trickle down his cheek that I realized he had. The human reached up with a feeble hand and brought my paw over his chest. The steady beat of his heart ebbed into my toes, warm and rhythmic. At the glass pane, the Federation officers gawked at the affectionate scene between a predator and its prey. End of chapter. Chapter 12. Memory transcription subject, Slenek Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, August 31st, 2136. I don't remember drifting off, but it was incredible that my instincts allowed it. There was no greater state of helplessness than during slumber, between diminishing awareness and the inability to react to threats. I wondered if Marcel understood how deep of a display of trust it was, that I could fall asleep in his presence at all. The human had stirred by the time I awoke, and was crouched in the corner watching me. I swished my tail at the predator, and he smiled in return. It was a sinister display, yet bearable to me because of its intention. It's terrible as his physical condition was, his teeth flashing meant that he was in better spirits, and that was all that mattered. That wound must be bad if you're willing to go near me now. The humorous lilt had returned to Marcel's voice, though it sounded strained. How are you feeling? I pawed at the bandage. Better. I think I can walk again. Oh dear, the human sighed. I didn't realize you couldn't move, so that's why you didn't run away. And I guess I heard what I needed to hear yesterday. I've been delirious. I'm sorry. No, you didn't mishear a word. And I meant what I said. We're in this together. The sound of his stomach rumble overshadowed the conversation moments later. The gurgling persisted for several seconds, loud and insistent. Marcel's expression morphed to embarrassment, and the hint of an apology danced in his eyes. I think he figured it might be uncomfortable. but it only jogged my worry for his health. No animal could survive without sustenance.
Have they, fed you at all? I asked.
The human shook his head. No.
What about water? I'm thirsty myself.
Marcel pointed to a rusty bucket in the corner, which was about half full with greyish liquid. The thought of lapping from that filthy container like a wild beast made me nauseous. If more time passed, though, there wouldn't be much of a choice. I didn't want to take the only resource the human had, for now.
All right, we've got to get you out of here, I said. You think, and I'll think. We'll come up with something.
I glanced towards the glass pane, trying to figure out how to persuade the Federation officers. The captain was absent, which was a small point of relief. The ship doctor appeared to be in a heated discussion with a Colchian male. Maybe our companionship had given them second thoughts about humans. I swiveled my ears towards them, straining to pick up their words. Dr. Zahn raised an eye ridges in disgust. More trauma. We should have never thrown him in there, Rissel.
I know, the silky voice answered. Captain told me I could spring Slanek once the Predator tries something. He just wants to scare some sense into him. Sovlin wouldn't let it eat a pup, you know.
But what if it pounces on him faster than we can activate the shock collar? I can't undo a broken neck. Zahn argued. Slanek needs medical attention, regardless, and I'm not going in there.
And what do I tell the captain?
Make up a story. Slanek is awake now, and the human is separated from him. This could be our only chance. We can get him to move slowly towards the exit, and fry the Predator if he tries anything.
I glowered at the observation panel. Feck you! I'm not going anywhere without Marcel.
The human squinted in confusion. With his lousy ears, there was no way that he could hear their hushed words. The two Federation officers shared a glance, before fixing me with patronizing looks. Slanek!
You're not thinking straight, Rissel hissed. If what you say is true, then Vindel have fallen for a dreadful ruse. These humans just want you to give up our secrets. They'll discard you as soon as they've drained you dry. They are not your friends. That's rich, coming from a crew that tossed me into a cage, intending for me to be attacked by a predator. Rissel sighed. That was Sovlin's doing. He didn't consult us.
Listen to me, Slanek. That thing is twisting your compassion against you. Zahn pleaded. The Orcs allowed us to uplift him, and only then did they attack. I'm sure your, Marcel mimics very well, but it is not real. These humans are just playing along to their benefit.
You don't think that any Vanel considered that? The tests we did literally analyzed human brain activity.
Rissel blinked in confusion.
What tests? Sovlin didn't tell you, I gasped. Our experiments recorded how humans respond to violence. And guess what? Their brains lit up with pain. You can't fake empathy on a biochemical level.
The two aliens were quiet, as the weight of my revelation sunk in. I recalled my own skepticism when I first learned of the humans' benevolence. There would always be the voice in my head suggesting that they wanted to hunt me. Our entire evolution hinged on avoiding predators, recognizing them as threats on sight. It wasn't something that we could unlearn. You're either misinterpreting the results, or humans altered them. The doctors waved a paw dismissively, and eyed Marcel with an undisguised loathing. I can't listen to this, Slanek. Not from one of our own. Perhaps by the time I get back, the first officer will have snapped some sense into you. As his counterpart stormed out in a rage, Rissel inspected the human's behavior with curious eyes. The grizzled veteran seemed to be the only one listening to a word I said. My disclosure seemed to affect him since he began pacing back and forth. It violated every facet of our moral code to treat a feeding person with such cruelty. Now was my best chance to persuade him into making Marcel's situation more livable.
Marcel needs to eat,
I said, trying to keep my tone calm.
He will starve if he doesn't.
Why should I care? The officer growled.
I have no idea how long humans can live without food, but it's not forever. What use is he to you dead? Also, it's torture to me to watch him starve. If you won't do it for his sake, do it for mine.
Rissel waved across her in frustration. Do you really expect me to carve up an animal and serve it fresh on a platter? Or are you saying that you'd be the one to slaughter it for this, predator?
Humans eat plants, in fact. Marcel only consumes vegetation. Please, if you have any decency, I beg of you, give us something, anything.
There was a hint of pity in his gaze as he scanned Marcel's visible ribs. I could tell he didn't like seeing any creature suffer, no matter what it was. Rissel fished the half-eaten remains of a purple fruit out of the waste bin, wrinkled his nose. I'm gonna put this right at the door. If it so much as takes a step towards me, the second in command waved the collar's trigger. This is all I can manage. Sovlin would notice if I take seconds from the rations. The door slid open with a loud creak. Rissal tossed the fruit inside like it burned to the touch. I scooped it off the floor, trying to push down my revulsion at the bite marks on its side. In its current state, I think Marcel would eat it even if they were covered in literal crap. The human snatched the fruit from my paw without a second thought. He tore into it, wolfing it down into the ravenous gulps. It was all he could do not to swallow it whole. He slumped back against the wall, quivering, and then proceeded to suck the juice of the grimy fingers. It wasn't anywhere close to enough to satiate the human's appetite or provide adequate nutrition, but Rissal was the only one to offer him so much as a morsel. So I wasn't going to complain. Hopefully, it was enough to take the edge off Marcel's hunger, to ease a bit of the desperation.
"Thank you so much," I told the first officer. "It means the world to me."
"Yes," Marcel rumbled. "Thank you, Rissal. I am appreciative." Rissal met the predator's eyes, shuddering from behind the safety of the glass. My guess was that the captain gave orders to not let the human speak. However, I suspected the first officer was curious to see what the predator would say, and just how lucid one of his kind could be. A cuddly, furless fruit eater didn't seem at all like the bloodthirsty predators the Federation said they were. "Why would you want to fight the Axor, human?" the officer asked suddenly. "Is it to claim the galaxy as your own catch, to rid yourself of the competition?" The Greys kill children. They eat sentience. It's not enough reason to fight." Marcel rubbed the chafed skin under his collar, wincing. "Humans are lonely. We wanted to be your friends, but you all think we're monsters." Rissal sighed. "And what do you do to your friends?" "We protect them. We stand by them unconditionally, just as we are loyal to the Venlil now." "How can you prove that you aren't using them as your playthings? You're telling me your instincts aren't tempted at all, having a vulnerable creature like Slanek at your mercy?" "God, no. Humans dote on animals much less cute than him, you know. Look at the adorable facer. All I can think of is about his safety." "Prove it to—" Captain Sovlin burst into the observation room, staring daggers at his first officer. The root of his exasperation must be walking in on his subordinate, conversing with the predator. Zahn was tailing close behind, no doubt having informed the boss about troubling statements. The doctor had a smug look on his face. "You're under his spell too," the brutish Gojid spat. "Clearly, it's dangerous to let it start talking. If it can entrance you so easily, anyone alone might succumb to its charm." The captain leaned towards Rissal, and the Colchian flinched away from his threatening scowl. Sovlin nabbed the collar's trigger out of the officer's tentacle. He looked at me, noting how I backed towards Marcel, and shook his head. His spine stood on end, fully extended. It made him appear much larger than his true size. "Get Slanek out of there, Doctor," the leader spat. "I'll sign off on the psychological treatments you recommended, and we'll cure him of his delusion." "No, you can't take me away," I snarled. Sovlin sidled up to the cell door and waved at me to come to him. The idea of being placed under Federation treatments terrified me. What if they convinced me that Marcel was evil or erased my memories of him? A pitiful whine vibrated in my throat, and I skittered away with my tail between my legs. The human moved forward to protect me, placing his bony form between me and the captain. How could he be worrying about me still, after all he'd been through? "I mean it. I won't come with you, not willingly." My voice shook with fear, but I managed to squeak out the words. "Why would I ever want to come with monsters like you?" "Would you rather watch us dissect your human?" A crazed light flashed into Sovlin's eyes. It was the look of a man who was at the end of his rope. "I think it is time we open it up, see what makes it tick." Terror radiated through my blood as the captain's chilling threat. Marcel faltered in his protective stance as he processed what was said too. The Gojid looked him right in the eye, then jabbed a slender claw in the collar remote. The predator was down in an instant, too weakened to maintain his footing. Sovlin advanced on his prisoner, and I tried to get in the way. He merely shoved me to the floor with a disgusted grunt. Zahn took that as his cue to rush inside the cell and scoop me up in his sturdy arms. Panic filled my psyche, as though it were my own life in the balance. My self-preservation kicked into overdrive, filling me with a burning urge to escape. I tried to rise out of the doctor's grip to no avail. My friend's eyes narrowed as he noticed I was gone. He struggled against the pain, propping himself onto his elbows. Sovlin's face contorted with hatred, and he dealt a kick to the convulsing Marcel's head. There was a sickening crack, which I recognized as a sound of bone breaking. Blood gushed from the misshapen nose like a fountain, and the human howled in agony. It was a primal cry that made my heart burn in my chest. The captain was unrelenting in the shock administration, electrocuting the predator non-stop. The human's complexion was turning bright red, then he struggled to breathe, his veins bulging at his pallid skin, and his teeth chattered in his jaw. He rolled onto his back, unable to muster any more fight. The Gojid lowered his hind leg right onto the spot on Marcel's ribs with the most bruising. The predator's scream seemed to satisfy the captain.
"It is time to end this."
Sovlin drew his sidearm and flicked off the safety.
"I should have done this at that start, instead of wasting our oxygen prolonging this wretched life."
Marcel gaped in horror, inching out from the observation room. "Sir, we need to keep it alive, at least until we know more."
"There is nothing more I need to know. I want it off my ship,"
the captain roared. The first officer closed his eyes, but didn't act to intervene. The voltage ceased as the Gojid turned his attention to his weapon. Sovlin towered over Marcel, pressing the barrel to the human's temple. Those hazel eyes had come to adore, stared up helplessly, glossed over from pain. There was nothing I could do as my predator friend faced his execution. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Memory transcription on subject Slanek, Vanil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, August 31st, 2136. The thought of the world without my human was too much to bear. After all we'd been through, he felt like a long-lost brother, rather than an alien predator. I would never hear his voice, message him in a chat room, or fly a spaceship with him again. His life was about to end in a haze of misery, because I was too weak to stop it. Why had I promised myself that I would free him from this hell? It was cruel to give him a false sense of hope.
If I had said the right words, if I had woken up sooner, maybe this wouldn't have happened. What kind of friend am I? Failure.
I thought I had more time to talk the Federation down, since they refrained from killing him this far. There was no reason for the captain to rush to the irreversible decision, though he didn't seem in a particular hurry now. Sovlin was savoring the anguish on Marcel's face and seemed to be daring him to fight back. He tapped the gun against the predator's crooked nose, which elected in a cracking sound. He swiftly returned the barrel to the human's temple and flashed his teeth. The lack of a reaction disappointed him. Marcel was too out of it to process any more sensation. The captain sighed and resolved himself to finish the job. I wanted to make some sort of last-ditch effort, but Zahn had me ensnared in his suffocating grip. The doctor chuckled as he realized the human was about to be terminated. It was that callous glee that spurred me into action. "No!" I screamed. "Leave him alone!" I bit Zahn's arm with force, then thrashed about with my tiny claws. The weighty Takan restrained me with ease, dragging me further out of the cell. My teeth hadn't even pierced his thick hide. The efforts wore down my strength more than anything else. The doctor clamped a paw around my mouth, suppressing any other attempts to call out. I reached out for Marcel desperately. The human made eye contact with me, and tears rolled down his mangled face. Despite the overwhelming pain, he tried to put up a brave smile. The predator was thinking about my feelings, even in his final moments. Sovlin's claw drifted towards the trigger, and I averted my eyes. I didn't want to see Marcel's brains come out the other side of his head. His beautiful snarl would be the last thing in my memory. That was how I wanted to remember him. "Lower your weapon, Sovlin, or I'll put you down with that thing." Rissel's quavering voice broke silence rather than a gunshot. "I can't watch this anymore. You are behaving just like an Orcs. My eyes blinked open to find the first officer pointing his sidearm at the captain. Several emotions ran across Sovlin's face. Most seemed to be in a shade of outrage or shock. The Gojid was relishing his assault of the predator and didn't appreciate having the finale cut off. "Rissel, there is no intelligence we need from it. Selenek can tell us everything." Zahn tightened his hold around me, imploring the first officer to stand down. Its life has no value. It is nothing but a danger to the crew. In the case that it gets loose.
It is sapient. That must have some value. No matter how little. Why have you both forgotten that?
The captain's lips curled back, revealing his curved molars.
Because they took everything from me. Everything. And now this monster has the nerve to corrupt my crew. Let me tell you, it is done taking from us. This ends now.
But it has done nothing wrong. Look at it. It's helpless, Rissal hissed.
You've beaten it half to death. Oh, you think this human is sweet too? Sovlin sneered. It thirsts for blood, just like the Orcs do. It is a violent creature at its core. It is rotten core. Marcel savors the hunt. If it was honest, he would admit it.
The only time Marcel ever showed any violent impulses was after he watched the Orcs torture little children, I thought. The captain isn't wrong about human bloodlust, but they have reasons to kill. It's not anger born from a place of cruelty. The first officer swallowed nervously. Are aggression and compassion mutually exclusive? We don't know. There could be more to the story. If there's a chance it wanted peace and we kill it, what does that make us?
It makes us heroes. I think you are a damned fool. If you give it a chance to do the exact thing the Orcs did, now you're going to let me protect us, and we're going to put this incident behind us.
How can you be sure that you're right?
The Federation wouldn't have voted to destroy Earth the first time if it weren't sure, Rissal. I trust in the judgment of several hundred species, as you should.
Earth, Marcel groaned. I never told you. The captain's paw twitched around the gun. A shot rang out moments later, and my fur stood on end. Blood spurted out of a wound on Sovlin's thigh, and a crippled leg buckled beneath him. It wasn't the Gojid who got off the first shot, to my exuberant relief. Rissal tackled the spiky male away from the human. The first officer disarmed his superior and cast a blank stare at the prisoner. The proximity to Marcel seemed to bother him, though he tried to keep his wits. I was amazed that the Colchian veteran had intervened. The talk of human neural activity must have instilled some qualms in his mind. The first officer aimed his gun towards the doctor. If he turned to the tertiary threat, he must be satisfied that Sovlin was restrained, and Marcel was incapable of lunging at him. I yelped as I felt a sudden tug around my waist. Zahn was propping me up as a shield and trying to load a syringe. Let the Venel go, Zahn, Rissal spat. You don't want to hurt him. I don't want to hurt Slanek, but I need to fix him. He's ill. Release him now. The doctor pressed the needle to my throat, ignoring my whimper. Or what? Or I remove the human's collar, and we find out. The predator was in no condition to move. It was obvious to me that he was on the brink of losing consciousness. I think Rissal knew that the threat was empty, but it worked like a charm on the doctor. Zahn's grip slackened, and I slithered out of his arms in a flash. My sprint to Marcel's side was a blur of elated bliss. The human yelped as I dove atop his chest, forgetting about his inflamed bruises. He pushed me off of him, with care not to hurt me. Gritting his teeth, he tried to sit up, but didn't get further than raising his head. My stomach flipped at the sight of his nose, twisted to the side, with his skin turning a deep purple already. Did you tell them? Marcel croaked. I tilted my head.
Tell them what?
About Earth. They're going to...
No, it's a long story, but we've got to warn your people.
While my eyes were averted, Rissal placed a makeshift gag around Stovlin's mouth. The captain was squirming, his voice muffled to grunts. The first officer had resorted to pacing back and forth, palming his head in frustration. I assumed he was at a loss for what to do with Marcel. Intervening to spare the human's life was simpler than releasing him. At the end of the day, Rissal was a frightening Colchian with a gun. He was the primary obstacle to our path of getting Marcel home. I contemplated an angle of persuasion, since my odds of fighting him, unarmed, seemed paltry.
If the human dies, why did he shoot his own captain? I thought. Surely he realizes he's too far in to back out now. He wouldn't want his treason to be for naught. Rissal, we've got to get Marcel out of here. He needs a doctor, I pleaded.
I know, and Zahn would poison the thing as soon as it's treated. Rissal sighed. If there's billions of these predators out there, I suppose letting this one go isn't going to make a difference. Even if...
Never mind. I better not give him time to change his mind. He really sounds like he's having second thoughts.
I flicked my ears towards Marcel. How are we going to move him? The first officer surveyed the vicinity. His eyes landed on a wheelchair Zahn used for me yesterday. I sensed his hesitancy to retrieve it from the observation room, with Sovlin still grumbling curses and Marcel trying to sit up. The Kolshian tapped me on the shoulder and pressed a gun into my paws. If, Sovlin or the Predator try anything, shoot them, Marcel growled. I'll be gone a few seconds. The officer sprinted over to the wheelchair resting spot, like a predator was chasing him, which I guess he felt like it was. He rolled it back to our location and almost fell over when Marcel glanced at him. I considered pointing the gun at Marcel, since I didn't trust him to treat the human like a person. The Kolshian was a bystander to Sovlin's torture, after all. Even now, he kept referring to Marcel as an it, or the Predator. The sole reason I decided against backstabbing him was that I needed help. Marcel had saved Marcel's life and wasn't actively trying to hurt him. I didn't know my way around the ship, so getting out of here was impossible without him. Not to mention that the veteran was stronger, well adapted to stress, and more adapted to combat. The first officer seemed oblivious to my deliberation. As he stepped away from the wheelchair, he reclaimed his firearm, brandishing it with shaking graspers. I was by far the least threatening entity in the room to his brain. Move the human to the chair, Slenek, Marcel grumbled. I can't. I'm too weak. You have to do it. I don't want to touch it. Grow up. He won't bite. Marcel huffed, but slowly knelt by Marcel. He reached out with the grasper and hissed in disgust as it touched the sweat-soaked skin. His breathing devolved in sporadic gasps as the fear chemicals became unbearable. When he lifted the predator, I worried his grip might falter. The human shouldn't be dropped, especially in his current condition. With eyes the size of moons, Marcel deposited my friend into the chair. Marcel yelped from the rough landing. My lip curled up without thinking, an instinctive warning to not hurt the predator. Don't give me that look, Slenek. I'm trying my best, the first officer spat. I don't see you doing anything to help. I want to help. I'd do anything really. I'm sorry. That was harsh. I apologize. Marcel took a deep breath and positioned himself behind the predator. This is overwhelming for me, okay? Crap. Let's get moving. Marcel was wheeled out of the cell by the trembling Kolshian past the watching Zahn. I made eye contact with the doctor during my own exit. The Federation officer, carting a wounded predator away with a mesmerized Vanille in tow, sufficed to say. It wasn't his desired outcome. The Technon seemed to be having an aneurysm at the sight of our posse. You're making a big mistake. Humans are sociopaths, murderers, Zahn screeched. Marcel pointed at the door. You get in the cell and treat Sovlin. I prefer if he doesn't bleed out. The medic bared his teeth at us. He slunk inside with reluctance and began tending to the captain's injury with his kit. Marcel pressed the button outside the cell and the door slid shut. Several clicks indicated that it locked behind us. Clearly, the first officer didn't want his devious shipmates pursuing us or tipping us off to the crew. Realization flashed to the doctor's eyes as he slammed a paw on the wall in frustration. Why didn't I do that to you all? Zahn wailed. Marcel snorted, waving a shiny object. Because I have the key. The hint of a smirk played on Marcel's face, which showed that he was still conscious. I was pleased to see him responsive, though I hoped he didn't start laughing. The last thing we needed was the first officer thinking the human was growling. It was going to be difficult to get the battered predator out unnoticed, as things were. Marcel, aren't the crew going to wonder why the predator got loose? I asked. Won't they freak out? The first officer thought for a moment, then he yanked the fire alarm, then pressed a button on his holopad to trigger an evacuation order. An automated message relayed the command to the abandoned ship, while the overhead sprinklers doused us in cold water. This guy is smart. I'll give him that, I thought. Maybe he will be useful. Nobody would question an officer moving a high-value prisoner under emergency procedures in this current state. Marcel appeared sedated, so that might limit panic too. Giddiness abounded in my mind as the thought of freedom. Returning home with my best friend might have been a trip to paradise, as far as I was concerned. It felt like we had been given a new lease on life. With uncertain steps, Marcel guided us into a shuttle bay. Several ear-piercing screams were our greeting once the crewmates detected a half-conscious predator. The way they pointed at Marcel made me seethe. The peoples nearest to the entrance tripped over themselves in their haste to get away. The first officer ignored them, pushing Marcel towards an unoccupied shuttle. He carried the human with less overt fight this time. His delicacy, as he placed the predator in the back seat, surprised me. The fact that he noticed his prior mistake through the haze of terror showed a great deal of empathy. Russell clicked the harness over Marcel's withered chest, which was forcing out shallow breaths. The Colchian felt the human's pulse. The concern in his eyes reignited my own worries. The heartbeat must have been rapid or erratic. The first officer found a blanket under a seat and draped it over the predator's barren form. It was undeniably a kind gesture. Russell seemed to care. Whether he would admit it was another question. As reluctant as I was to forgive the officer for his role in Marcel's abduction, I was worried about what would happen to him next. We couldn't leave the man who saved us behind to hang for treason. "Come with me." I jumped into the pilot's seat, firing up the launch sequence. "You can't stay here, Russell. They'll have you hanged." "I'd rather face whatever the Federation has in store for me than live surrounded by humans." The first officer took a last look at Marcel, blinking rapidly. "But I wish you both well. For the sake of us all, I pray that you're right about this. Please, you don't have to see the humans. I'm sure the Venlo will take care of you, and we can put you somewhere far away from them. For Marcel's sake, we have to dock at the outpost, assuming it's still there," I thought. "I'm not sure how the humans would react to Russell's presence, but we can cross that bridge when we get there." "But that's not the point. I deserve to hang, Slanek." The officer's composure crumbled, and he buried his face in his tentacles. "I don't know what came over me back there. I'm a traitor." "You stopped a murder, and now, this is our only chance to stop a genocide. If Earth is attacked, there will be no chance of peace. Not now. Maybe not ever. The fate of the Federation hinges on what we do. Are you really going to set that out?" Russell stepped off the craft, a torn look on his face. He stood motionless and pondered my words. No wise veteran wanted another predatory enemy. That would ensure the Federation lost the war. With a reluctant sigh, the first officer clambered back onto the ship. He squeezed into the back seat beside Marcel, leaning away from him. Regret was already etched on the Colchian's gelatinous features. I suspected that this would be a long ride for our Federation savior. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time September 1st, 2136. My visit to Research Outpost was intended to last half a day. At my request, Chelm, my diplomatic advisor, had crafted a speech to show our solidarity with the UN. The whole afternoon was a joint ceremony in remembrance of the humans who sacrificed their lives in our defense. At the end of it, I would send off the predators who partook in our civilian encounter. The volunteers of Doctors Without Borders and the Red Cross would board the initial outbound ship with their Venlo partners in tow. It was time for the humans to receive a proper integration into our society, and that meant moving planet-side. That was less concerning prospect than it would have been before our experiments. There were 0 reports of human-on-Venlo violence during the past 10 days. Most of the complaints against the Terrans involved the predators trying to stroke our curly fur, which I found bewildering. That wasn't behavior I saw them exhibit with each other, so it couldn't be written off as social custom, perhaps a display of possessiveness. But overall, the trial of our species living together was a pleasant success, more so than any scientist predicted. The predators had the uncanny ability to bond with anything, and that allowed them to forge close connection within days. My mind defaulted to thinking of Noah and Sarah as part of my in-group. At this point, I never could have imagined, when this all started, that I would look forward to seeing them as I did now. "So they're alive. Do you think they'll have good news?" Sarah asked. The ceremony had come to an abrupt halt when General Cam informed the UN delegation of pressing development. A Federation shuttle barged into Venlo territory and raised a series of alarms. Its pilot claimed to be a missing patrolman Slanek. He kept repeating that his human companion needed medical attention in a hysterical voice. I would have kept it on the down low until we knew more, but Secretary General Meyer wanted everyone to be aware of the situation. He believed that if the change of plans wasn't explained, rumors would spread that the Orcs were attacking. The UN leader's presence was unexpected. We had never met in person or spoken beyond video messages, but it seemed when Ambassador Noah told him of my plans, he wished to attend the memorial firsthand. Many humans flocked to the docking port as the news dispersed. Everyone on station was eager to welcome the arrivals. The crowd numbered several hundred. Once Venlil had added to the count, Terran paramedics were on standby, and the media was swarming to report any developments. I knew why the Predators wanted to see the state of the captives. They were trying to decide if the Federation was an enemy. In the wake of my shocking admission, they wanted to know if coexistence was even possible. This was a good sign. If Federation military was civilized enough to hear a Predator out and set it free.
I am hopeful, guys.
I swished my tail reassuringly.
If the Federation let your Marcel fellow go, maybe I was wrong. Maybe they can see you for the sensitive and wonderful species you really are.
I greenlit the plan for a preemptive strike days ago. Maya's voice was slow and gravelly, flowing with a practice cadence. The General suggested that we need to hit the key Gojira launch points. I have no way of recalling our bombers, even if I want to. Damn it all, Noah cursed. I knew we were too hasty. The Federation will see this as an unprovoked attack. We're going to ruin all chances of peace. I patted the ambassador on the shoulder, hoping to quell his emotions. His brown eyes softened, and he gave me a appreciative nod. There was no sense of lamenting on what was already set in stone. All we could do now was address the consequences together. Proximity alarms shrieked as our sensors detected an unknown vessel within bombing range. The UN general switched them off, then granted permission for the inbound ship to dock. A few Terran soldiers lingered near the officers with assault rifles, in case of a trap. Their paranoia and suspicion had soared to new heights since they learned the galaxy wanted to kill them. I didn't have the heart to tell them that such a deception was a Predator's tactic. Playing at empathy would never be the Federation's modus operandi. The exterior airlock creaked open, and Federation shuttle descended from the inky backdrop. It followed the station's landing beacon to guide through the opening and mounted its footings into the docking port with surgical precision. The craft was big enough to fit more than 4 individuals, and that was if they stacked on top of each other. The soldiers relaxed, satisfied that the ambush force was ruled out. It only took a few seconds for the port to repressurize, but I could sense the humans' restlessness. Anxious murmurs cycled through the crowd, waiting on the cusp of certainty, fueled the darker side of their imagination. The partition between the reception area and the dock receded once the sensors determined that it was safe. A silver-gray Venlil poked his head out from the spacecraft, which drew a few cheers from our people. A bandage wound its way around his ears, tying down the lone black tuft of hair in his forehead. The wrappings were soaked through with rich orange fluid. That flesh bleeding suggested that he needed medical attention himself. Human paramedics exchanged looks as there was no sign of their man. They shouldered their way past the Venlil. I could only see their backs, but they seemed to stiffen as they laid eyes on the interior. What had they seen that we had not? How severe was the humans' injuries? The Predators toted the stretcher inside and summoned a gurney to wait by the ship. Loud calls thundered above the chatter to clear a path. That meant Marcel was alive, but I wonder why he couldn't walk under his own power. It also raised the question of how he incurred such a condition in the first place. Sarah pressed a hand to her mouth. My God, what have they done? I'm more grateful to you than ever, Tava. Nova breathed, shaken to the core. I should have never questioned your decision. I see now that you saved us from. Similar cries erupted from the onlookers as the paramedics emerged with a captured human. Marcel's malnourishment was apparent at first glance. His skin hugged his bones tightly, and his stomach was a flat depression beneath his rib cage. I wasn't sure if it was the starvation or the vicious injuries that caused the breathing to sound so strained. The poor guy's face was mashed to a pulp, bruised and bloodied. Whoever beat the human seemed to take particular offense to his binocular eyes. The way the sockets were turning black made my stomach flip. A metal band was fitted to his neck, and the skin beneath it was marred with minor burns. Why was that choker still on him? Nobody had taken it off. The Venmil almost seemed more incensed than the humans. The thought of the Federation doing that to their buddy sparked a predatory rage. My own blood boiled at such a grave injustice. Noah was right. That would have been him if I allowed it. I was wavering on whether I wanted the humans to show mercy to my old friends after all. Stop filming this, I hissed to our media personnel. Show some respect. Mayer crossed his arms. No! Film it. on the condition that you'll show it to everywhere. I want everyone to see this, to document how the Federation treated one of ours. When we declare war on these bastards, I don't want anyone saying that it was for no reason. Well, hold up, if they realize their mistake and let them go, Noah whispered, maybe they're sorry and wish to make amends. They didn't realize anything. So the next horizontal pupil snapped towards us as he overheard the ambassador's comment. The captain was going to kill Marcel, and they're still planning to bomb Earth.
What stopped them killing them? Did you talk them down?
I asked in a soft voice.
I tried, Governor, but they wouldn't listen. We escaped by the skin of our teeth because the first officer, Russell, he incapacitated the captain. He escorted us off the ship.
The Secretary General frowned. What happened to this Russell?
I brought him with us, sir. He's on the ship. I can't get him to come out. This isn't exactly what I promised him.
My ears swiveled towards the shuttle. I thought I could detect the sound of terrified whines amidst the commotion. Maya looked like he wanted to retrieve the first officer himself and was about to start in that direction, though the grey-haired human didn't exude hostility. I feared he might escalate Russell's emotions to blinding panic.
Let me handle this, I said to the humans. Noah, Sarah, you remember how hard it was for us, and there was only 2 of you.
Maya glanced at the astronauts and fell back as their nods affirmed my words. I ducked into the spacecraft and looked around. Huddled beneath the pilot's chair was the Caucasian male, with a dark blanket over his head. It was a pitiful attempt at camouflage. It would be amusing at a brighter time. The movement of fabric and the outline of his form were obvious giveaways. I imagined the human paramedics noticed Russell, but they were too preoccupied with Marcel to coax him out. Within closer range, the whine sounded more like muffled screams. I clicked my claws on the floor, so Russell would know that the approaching person wasn't a human. The officer peeked out from under his top. His bulbous orange eyes lit up with recognition.
Governor Tarver,
Russell exclaimed. You're alive?
Of course I'm alive. What made you think I wasn't?
It's just, nobody has actually seen you in months, and this station is infested with predators. I saw them through the window, lurking, waiting.
It is not infested, and they have a good reason to lurk. They were curious and worried, and now they're rather upset. Hell, I'm upset too.
Oh, please help me, Tarver. This is a nightmare, and I've done it to myself. I just want to wake up, you know. Get me out of here, please.
Calm down. Everything is all right. Tell me, what is it that humans are doing that is bothering you?
Slanex said that they were just a couple, damn it. 2 or 3. I could tolerate, but looking at all those predators, pure agony. It feels like my chest is on fire. I don't know how you bear it.
I know exactly how you feel. It will pass.
You can't know that.
But I do. How about I introduce you to my first human friend? Just one of them.
Just one. Just one. One, Russell whined, rocking back and forth. Oh, okay. Just one. The Colchian was clearly at the brink of a nervous breakdown, but I decided to move forward with the tepid affirmation. This guy defied a superior officer and sacrificed his career to save a human. That wasn't a risk that someone took without good reason. There had to be some part of Russell that already accepted the Predator's true nature. It was a matter of getting through to him and bringing his logical mind back into the equation. Whether it was reason or empathy that struck home, it didn't make a difference.
Noah, come here,
I called. The male astronaut hurried in, rushing to my side. Is everything all right? What's going on, Tarver?
First time I saw Noah, I thought he was a feral. Can you imagine answering that hail?
I waved a paw at the human's direction, and Russell shuddered.
All of his teeth were showing, and those murderous eyes were like something out of a nightmare. He looked like the meanest, nastiest creature in the universe.
The ambassador sighed. Ah, Governor, you always flatter me.
Shush! I'm getting to the important part, I huffed. But anyway, the human's words were about peace. There was such a disparity between that appearance and the things they said. My brain couldn't reconcile it.
I'm just saying, Tarver, you could fake an occasional compliment. Noah shot me a coy smile. I had been around predators too long if I could differentiate snulls, hadn't I? Talk about my winning personality, my exquisite physique. Pretend you like me?
I do like you. Stop fishing. At any rate, there was this collection of little things that humans did that made me think that maybe, the odd doubt, but looking at them dredged up all the worst memories, so I shut out that voice. I wanted them gone.
Then, why did you stop Sovlan from getting rid of them?
What happened?
Russell stammered.
I teared up just a little, and the first thing Noah did was try to comfort me. I realized that I never gave him a chance. No unfeeling creature would pick up on the emotional nuances they do. That's when I knew. When did it click for you? The instant Slenek showed signs of distress, Marcel tried to protect him. It was something he said that only cared for Venlil's safety. The Colshan's eyes became distant, as though he was reliving the memory. Even then the captain had a gun against his head. The Predator was trying to soothe his friend, and I believed him. And just for a moment. You sensed it then, Russell. You know that nobody could fake it that perfectly. I know, but I feel. Forget about the feel. You're going to walk out of here with me and Noah. We'll find you a room, and I want you to rest up. And then, we're going to determine who is responsible for what happened to Marcel. The humans will decide what to do about it. It's your decision, but I'd like you to speak to them. You represent the Federation, as far as we're concerned.
Noah nodded. As would I. We don't have to be enemies. Russell rose on unstable legs and dusted himself off. Those first steps into open were tentative and frightful. He coiled his tail around mine for support. Venturing out through the sea of humans, many of whom were openly staring, must have been a daunting task. But he managed to hold back a scream which I sensed building in his chest. The officer lowered his gaze to the floor and marched ahead through the chemical fever. Perhaps this man was a spark of hope that not everyone would write humanity off on sight. I prayed that Earth would find other friends in the galaxy, and that our newfound ally would find the courage to prove that it was a possibility. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Memory transcription. Subject Slenek, Venlil Space Corps. Date Standardized Human Time, September 3rd, 2136. Nursing the human back to health became my obsession. The doctors were optimistic that Marcel would make a full recovery, but I was determined not to vacate his side. There was no way I was leaving our well-being to chance ever again. My claws tightened around the fork, stabbing into the block of tofu. The spongy protein folded into the prongs, and I brought it up towards the human's mouth. My gaze lingered at the pointy canines beside his incisors, which looked perfect for tearing flesh. It felt unnatural placing my paw so near the predator's teeth while offering it food. A pins and needles sensation danced at the base of my toes, which I promptly ignored. Slenek, I can do this myself, Marcel protested. The predator was lounging around in his hospital bed, propped up against some pillows. After a fresh shave and some washing up, my human looked more like his old self. A nose splint concealed the deformed appendage, and stitches mended the gash on his cheek. Fluids and medication were distributed intravenously, which brought life back into his complexion. I glared at him. I am not going to let you, and that's that. Marcel rolled his eyes, but allowed me to insert the protein between his lips. I scrutinized him as he chewed. It was wonderful to see him eating real food after his long hunger. But I didn't have to lose sight of the big picture. Human medicine was primitive compared to ours, a school of medievalism. My vigilance was the only hope at preventing complications. All I knew was that Marcel's diet was essential to his recovery. It was my intention for him to continue to consume every calorie the medical staff gave us. I prepared a forkful of greens, which looked scrumptious and hereby, and shoved it at him. The red-haired primate sighed. He tugged the plate from my stubborn paws and set it on the bedside table. You gotta stop babying me. I'm fine, buddy. Really. The human began to sit up and grimaced as pain scorched across his ribs. See? Good as new. Tears welled up in my eyes. No, you're not. I'm on the mend. This is new normal, and that's okay. I'm tougher than you think I am. You're very strong and resilient and brave, but what? I almost lost you, Mark. And it scares me how much that hurts. Ah, it's over, Slenek. I'm never going to let anyone hurt us again, okay? Come here. I curled up on the bed and placed my chin on the predator's thigh. Marcel reached out with his nimble fingers, the same hesitancy that always splashed on his face when he was worried about spooking me surfaced. His hand hovered over the back of my neck for several seconds, and my heart rate skyrocketed. What was he doing? My instincts despised the location of his paw. and the way his nails were aimed at my head. It was a slash away from my throat. Everything about the body language mirrored a predator about to pounce. No amount of trust could alter those ominous cues. My eyes blinked shut, and I summoned all of my willpower to remain still. I felt a light touch on my ear. The human palmed the right one gently, then moved to the other. A breath I didn't realize I was holding escaped. Marcel beamed when he saw me relax, and took that as encouragement to continue. His fingers started beneath my chin and ruffled the fur at my throat. The human's claws nicked my skin. They were rather dull for a predator's offensive weapons. Oddly enough, it was more gratifying than painful. A happy mewl emanated from my chest. I nuzzled against his side and flipped onto my back. "You're so cute," he whispered. Without thinking, I had exposed the most soft and vulnerable organ, my stomach. Marcel tickled my belly with vigor, which was quite the overwhelming sensation. I was embarrassed by my undignified squeals and laughs, but my control was slipping. I rolled around in delirium, thrashing and kicking. The human had to catch me when I was almost tumbled off the bed. He winced from the abnormal strain, but refused to drop me. Affection and warmth shined in his eyes. "Am I interrupting something?" Sarah stood in the doorway, amusement on her face. She stared at me, the blankets on the floor, then back at me. "Actually, you were, but not what you think," Marcel chuckled. "What can I do for you?" "You look better. We're all happy to see it," she replied. "But I just wanted a quick word with Slanek, alone." I tilted my head at the scientist, confused. Had the humans decided to blame me for my inability to prevent Marcel's injuries? Did they think that he would be better off with someone stronger and more competent as their civic duties? I couldn't fault them if that were the case. My human released his grip and gave me an encouraging wave. A paralyzing reluctance made me slow to follow Sarah, so I dragged my feet to the secluded spot in the hallway. A mature individual would accept the consequences of their own failure, especially when that failure landed their best friend in critical condition. A whisker away from death. "I can't let him go, though." I slumped my shoulders. "Look, Sarah, I am so sorry for what happened to Mark. My best friend was, terrorized by a madman, and I was nothing more than a liability. I take full responsibility for everything, and accept whatever the UN has decided. If there is anything that I can do to make it right..." "Slow down," the scientist raised a pale hand. "Nobody blames you, least of all Marcel. I think having you around is helping him immensely." "You do?" "It's obvious. He's trying to hide it, but I figure he's in a lot of pain." "That's what I was worried about. So then, what is it that you needed to speak to me about?" "Oh, stars. Is there bad news about Mark?" "Perhaps. It's not clear yet. If I remember correctly, he was frightened of torture by aliens before this, yeah?" Sarah waited for my nod. She seemed concerned about how to phrase the next words. "I think you need to be warned about how humans react to trauma. Our brains can often, have difficulty processing it." I studied her expression closely. "What are you trying to say? Is Marcel gonna go insane?" That's not a polite word, Slanek. Everyone reacts differently. Marcel could be fine, and I hope he is," she said. "But after what he's been through, he must be prepared for drastic changes in mood and personality. He could become depressed, forgetful, irritable, even hostile." "Hostile?" "Nightmares and flashbacks are common in these cases. That can incite all sorts of negative reactions." My eyes widened in surprise. It never occurred to me that humans relive their worst experiences as vividly as we did. When I imagined how their brains worked, I always assumed it was different. No wonder Marcel was in a prolonged fog after watching Orcs or torture clips on their first day. Why would a predator have such an overblown fear response and cling to memories of prior threats? They were on the other side of that equation in nature. Even if humans descended from prey animals, they hadn't been there for millions of years. "I guess it proves that humans are just people, like us, that their emotions resemble ours." "You didn't say negative, you said hostile," I pointed out. Sarah shuffled her feet. "Well, the memories trigger our flight or flight response. Some people lash out with physical violence, though they don't mean to. I think that unlikely to hear, but it is to be stated as a possibility." My breath hitched in my throat, though I tried not to show my fright to the scientist. Physical violence. Being assaulted by a predator wasn't exactly on my bucket list. If a human lunged at me without warning, I doubted I could keep my composure. It would be tough to brush that off. The thought of Marcel, with his meaty hands clenched around my windpipe, stirred all of my subconscious fears. But I knew that that wasn't him. My human hadn't tried to eat me, even when he was starving. This mindless killer preserved my welfare to his own detriment, and never displayed anything but kindness towards me. As long as it was unintentional, I decided that I could forgive him for spontaneous violence. Sarah deemed it improbable, so in all likelihood, it wouldn't happen. The prospect of mental torture that would drive Marcel to violate his principles was more concerning to me. "Why are you telling me this?" I questioned. "Maybe Sarah thinks that I wasn't being supportive enough, or she'll teach me what signs to watch for. Human mannerisms are so alien as alien gets." "I don't want you to fault Marcel, or to think that it's proof that humans are evil. I know how frightened you and Lil are of us. If any of those symptoms would be too much to deal with, it may be best that we find you a more suitable partner." My ears flattened against my head. Is that what the Terran scientific community believed we thought of them? That we saw them as interchangeable demons and volunteered just to vindicate that conclusion? That's right. We risked our lives waiting for them to slip up, so we could say gotcha, I thought sarcastically. There was nobody in the galaxy, human, Venlil, or otherwise, more suitable than Marcel. Being around him was pleasant and easy. I wasn't going to discard him, as second a challenge presented itself. "You want me to leave him because he might be ill?" I hissed. "I don't want another partner. I want Marcel, and I'll deal with whatever happens." No. We don't want you to leave. That's the opposite of what we want." Sarah took a step back, trying to appear non-threatening. "But your feelings and well-being are important too, Slanek. You must not discount yourself, out of some sense of guilt or obligation." "Obligation? I love him. Did you consider Marcel's feelings at all, to even suggest that I should abandon him, right when he needs me the most? It's cruel. It's heartless." "We are thinking of Marcel. Listen, he is in a fragile state right now. You are the main thing reminding him that he is human, that is someone cares for him. What would hurt him the most is to hear you call him a monster." A furious growl rumbled in my throat. "I would never, short of him eating my family in front of me. Anyway, I hate that anyone would suggest otherwise." "Then I'll leave you be." Sarah's voice was measured, but there was pleasure in her eyes at my response. "If you need anything, you know where to find me." I flicked my ears in acknowledgement and scampered back towards my human's chamber, without hesitation. After the mention of being pried away from Marcel, all I wanted was to have him back in my sight. What if he had an episode while I was gone? Once he was in my periphery, I could rest assured that he was okay. Marcel was cleaned his plate during my absence and was seated on the edge of his bed. His predatory eyes were staring into space, unblinking. There was a hint of a twitch by his lip, as if he was biting his cheek. The human jumped a little when I leapt onto the mattress. I coiled my tail around his wrist and noted how he slowly unclenched his fist. "Slanek," he sighed, "I missed you." Before, I had attributed his aloof moments to the primitive narcotics in the IVs, but in light of Sarah's words, it was apparent that the different culprit was to blame. I felt ashamed of myself for not picking up on the cues sooner. My preoccupation with his physical injuries caused me to overlook the obvious. "What were you thinking about just now?" I blurted. The human forced a smile. You don't want to know." "I do. You can tell me anything, Mark. Not this. Try me." His gaze darkened. "I'm thinking I wanted to kill Sovlin." "Get in line." "I'm quite serious. I was fantasizing about it. Does that make me a bad person? A bloodthirsty predator?" "I'd shed no tears over his death. It's not fair that he got away scot-free. You're a good person who's trying to process something terrible and, yes, has more aggressive instincts. You didn't deserve any of what he did to you." "Thanks, buddy." "You don't have to thank me. I should have asked you about your mental health sooner. How do those memories make you feel? Are you able to talk about it?" "I don't know. When Soblin was about to shoot me, I felt relief that it was over. Profound relief. I was ready for him to pull the trigger. I was only sorry that you had to see it, and that Zahn was kidnapping you because of me." "Don't worry about me. All that matters to me is that you're here, and you recover." "That is why I need you to let me push myself, Slanek. I heard we're going to war with the Gojids, and I want to join. even if it's just to fly a ship to run logistics. I need to be cleared for action.
But you're safer here. Why would you want to risk your life again so soon?
To go after Sovlin, to deal with my anger. All of it. I have to do something, and I didn't know how to tell you. It's been idle that drives me mad.
Fine. When will we be leaving?
The human blinked. We?
I'm coming with you. If I have to stow away in your duffel bag, you can't get rid of me that easily.
Moisture glistened in Marcel's hazel eyes, and a low chuckle rumbled from his vocal cords. A silent vow formed in my mind that I would protect him better this time around, even if it meant shipping off to an active war zone surrounded by trained predators with guns. Something told me that I wouldn't be the only Venlil tagging along for the humans' war efforts, though there was no formal declaration from the governor yet. I think we had chosen a side. The fates of our species were intertwined, for better or for worse. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Memory transcription, subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date standardized human time, September 3rd, 2136. It was a maintenance worker, sweeping the ship for any stragglers who found the doctor, and I caged in the beast's filthy pen. The reek of waste and blood had been overpowering in the cell, a sickening reminder that the predator had walked those very floors. It felt beneath my dignity to lie in such squalor, with no company but the sulkings on. I could still see Marcel's hideous face when I closed my eyes. My heart seized at the thought of those sunken eyes, soulless and scorching. The sound of the human's voice grating in my ears, as he tried to offer some deceitful words, was unforgivable too. When I saw my first officer chumming it up with a savage, it was no wonder I saw red. What a nightmarish creature it was, I thought. How could anyone care for it? Rissel's betrayal stung more than the burning of my leg ever could. I had taken the Kolshin under my wing for decades and mentored him into a confident officer that commanded respect. How could he shoot me for that animal? After what the Federation had endured, wasn't I entitled to a few minutes of retribution? The human suffering paled in comparison to the children mauled at the Oxal's toys, all the worlds raised and radiation on fire. The first officer's most offensive statement was comparing me to an Oxal. Since when was protecting my crew from the existential threat a crime? Everyone would be happier with one less human prowling the universe, other than the Venlil, I suppose. They needed to be rescued before the predators sank their claws any deeper. Sovlin, Zahn growled. The Prime Minister is on the line. Are you well enough to speak to her? It was an arduous to round up the crew from the various shuttles, but we managed to put the band back together, placing a medical official with no combat experience as acting first officer wasn't my first choice. But I needed someone who would support me on matters of human policy. Keeping the crew on a leash was my primary objective. I raised and hobbled my leg, studying the azure-stained bandage.
Of course I am. Rissel blew off a limb, not at my head. Put her on the screen.
The video call flickered to life, revealing a glaring Piri.
Sovlin, tell me how you managed to lose a predator in the mere days since your last check-in. The Federation is going to freak out.
Word of Tarver's folly traveled across the Federation within days. After we detained our unwelcome guest, panic was spreading through the civilian channels and public pressure was mounting for an immediate response. Galactic leaders arranged an emergency convention to discuss joint action, but it would take days for everyone to arrive at the designated meeting spot. More time would be squandered coordinating the forces of hundreds of independent powers. The good Digi Union was not content to sit on its paws while vacillating fools debated the obvious choice. Destructive measures were necessary at once before the humans lashed out and the Venlil. We were en route to Gojit's border station to rendezvous with our bombing partners. Launching for Earth felt like my destiny. I was ecstatic to join the mission and hoped that we could cripple the human breeding grounds. The escapees wouldn't have time to warn humanity, so our attack would come as an unexpected blow. Now that the humans were spacefaring, it was unlikely to eliminate them entirely. But with any luck, their numbers would be reduced to insignificance, and the remnants would wipe each other out with their aggression. The damned predators were a smear on the name of sentience.
Must your head always be elsewhere? I demand an answer, Captain, Perry hissed. How did the predator escape? I don't know how to say this, but First Officer Russell shot me and released it, I answered. The Prime Minister recoiled in shock. Russell? Why? He's served under you for decades. He's practically a Gojid at this point. What pushed him to such reckless action? The humans seem to have the ability to charm others that we didn't account for. They appear to be able to manipulate empathy and to pretend to be like the rest of us. My first officer said I was being unfair to the flesh eater. If you believe that, well then, I'll put out a warrant for Russell's arrest. I'm sure the Colchians will side with us. There is no excuse for a veteran who has just watched our briefing videos releasing a human. She tapped a few buttons on her console, most likely penning a transmission to the Federation. At least we've gathered some key information from this debacle. The humans are more intelligent than the Greys and more cooperative. With due respect, ma'am, what makes you say that? The Oxel would have never made it to space without our interference. But these monkeys did it without assistance. I suppose you're right. That only makes their schemes and ruses more complex. They seem quite capable of mirroring empathic responses. Indeed. Let's not forget Sovlan. The Venlil are one of the weakest and most emotional races in the galaxy. And that's by our standards. The humans will enjoy turning on them. My thoughts exactly. Whatever Tava or Russell say, the only good human is a dead human, and I am going to see to it that there's a lot of those by next week. I commend your courage, O, and Captain. Be warned that we've lost contact with 2 military outposts that were slated to join the bombing run. Our scouts are going to look in, but I'd stay alert. I flared my nostrils in dismay. The humans would have had to know about our scheme days ago to launch any countermeasures, and that was inexplicable. Clairvoyance wasn't a predator's trait, to my knowledge. Tava wouldn't be idiotic enough to tell humanity about the Federation's earlier plans, would she? That would be begging for retribution. Venlil's involvement in the plot was extensive, according to my files. Due to Earth's proximity to their border, they prodded the Federation to act quicker. The decades our leaders spent dawdling was time of the predators' advance. Perhaps the humans had kidnapped some Venlil quietly and were torturing them out of Tava's eye. There were a myriad of ways that they could have obtained the information. And report if I hear anything. It could be the Oxel, though it is impeccable timing if so, I said. Perry flicked her ears. Perhaps. Is it bad that I almost hope that it is the Greys? Ugh. Take care of yourself, Sovlan. The call blinked out, and I turned my attention to the viewport. The blue dot on screen was an unarmed Gojid colony, with a population of around 20,000. Its border location lacked appeal for potential settlers, due to the inherent peril. Its only drawing point was dirt cheap housing. The humans will push everyone closer to home soon enough. Our resources are already strained with a single enemy, I pondered. Our military launch point was lodged on a large asteroid just beyond the colony's orbit. It functioned as a hub for bomber squadrons and defensive units. I spotted a few Gojid patrol ships adrift in the system's outer reaches. Spacecrafts were ready to fight at all hours of the day in case of any Oxel incursions. Everything seemed to be normal, but Perry's warning lingered in my mind. Predators love stealth and ambush tactics. If our attackers were the humans, that was more proof that they were the same as the Greys. It was their nature to catch others off guard and helpless. Halt the docking range, I shouted. Scan the perimeter for ship activity. Better safe than sorry. I could do no harm to supplement our station's intel from the different vantage point. Sensors didn't reveal any subspace disruptions or gravitational disturbances at first glance. However, there were a few stray radio signals by the system's gas giants that seemed peculiar. They caught my attention, and I decided it merited further investigation. What are those coordinates you've imported? Why are we turning the viewport? Zahn asked. I tapped my claws nervously. Nothing, I hope. We'll see soon enough.
Zooming in onto the source of the EMF anomaly, a formation of angular ships became visible. Gasps sounded across the bridge. My spines raised in an instant, and I gaped at the startling image. How could an enemy have gotten within the system I'd seen? Lurking near the celestial bodies with high masses to evade detection was possible. In theory, there wasn't a more dangerous place to disengage warp. While a strong gravitational field masked an incoming subspace trail, it would leave the ship at risk of being drawn into orbit. It would require incredible patience as well. To avoid discovery, those vessels needed to engage in a series of tiny jumps. That was the only way to ensure that their trail didn't poke into real space at an unwanted moment. Did those ships really hop between high-gravity spots and wait for their drive to respool each time? Not utilizing continuous warp transit would increase travel time tenfold. That's not Arxor's strategy, I thought. These humans learn quickly, and it seems they gamble with their lives. Knowing the Terran position, the computer was able to tease out sensor readings. A rough estimation of their capabilities would help us concoct a plan of attack.
What is their shield capacity?
I barked. Zahn's eyes stretched wide with panic. I don't know. How do I read this crap?
I miss Marshall immensely. Let me see.
With a sigh of irritation, I pulled up the data feed on my workstation.
Why, the permit's not a trace of an ion generator. I don't think they've figured out how to power shields.
Sounds like great news. What are your orders, sir? The doctor asked. My disappointment with Zahn was already mounting. A lackey wasn't what I desired, deep down. I wanted a first officer with their own ideas who was willing to challenge me when their thoughts were contrary. The thought of Russell wasting in a cell or being toasted over the fire by the humans felt like such a damned waste. A fine man who threw away his career over some misplaced idealism.
Charge the railgun, but slow and stable.
We don't want to alarm the humans. A sharp pain stabbed through my leg, the first sign of the painkillers waning.
In the meantime, let's amplify and intercept those radio signals. I think two of the ships are talking to each other.
Balzan stood around like a lost child. The comm station pounced on my order. Static fed through the PA, an incoherent buzzing. The technicians took a few moments to fine-tune the settings, and my ears perked up at anticipation. Catching the predators red-handed, gloating over the prospect of eating and torturing sentience, would squash any doubts. It should even be enough to win back the Venlo.
I wonder if Tartha knows about the cheap tactics her friends employ, I mused. What does she see in these skin-eaters? She'll be begging us to take the Venlo back by tomorrow.
Too harsh on them. A thunderous voice echoed over the loudspeakers, sinking into the captive audience. It was so quiet on the bridge that you could hear a pin drop. The Orcs or traumatized Xenos, and we're just making it worse. They'll think we're just like them, Sandy. This will be their proof.
They're going to attack Earth if we don't, came the tired reply. It's a military base, nothing more. It's fair game. Maya didn't put any civilian targets on the list.
But the Gojits haven't done anything yet. There's still time for them to change their minds. We should have tried to negotiate, Raj.
Are you mad? They would drop bombs on London, Mumbai, and Lagos without thinking for a second. They don't want to talk to us.
I know. I just signed on to fight the Oxon, and now it's not like I had imagined.
This is not the time for second thoughts. We'll offer medical assistance to any survivors. I am certain the UN and the Venlo will try to broker peace. But right now, this is about surviving. This is about humanity.
I blinked in confusion. Much of my crew looked dazed, as though they were having troubles processing the conversation. From the two humans' words, you would think that it was the Gojits who were the villains in the scenario, not the stealth ships creeping in on the clueless station. Why were those Predators pilots talking like they felt sorry for us? Why did both of them sound like they wanted peace, as though it were their own objective?
Soft, old fool, I cursed myself. How did you almost fall for such a basic trap?
It must be some sort of trickery, an empathic ploy, in case anyone was listening. If we hesitated to shoot the human craft, that lent them a strategic advantage. There was no other reason to talk and give away their position. It was that charm ability I mentioned to Piri. No wonder the Venlo had fallen for it, after prolonged exposure to their smooth tongues.
Turn that off, I hissed. Delete all records of that conversation. They're trying to manipulate us. But how could they know that we were listening, Sovereign? The comms technician asked. What if they actually meant that? And we just keep trying to harm them? Humans don't understand what peace means, you numbskull. They are parroting something the Venlil told them. The young analyst scowled. Sir, you have the authority to get our station to stand down. I think we should hail them and offer a truce. Then, we can see what they do. At least that way, we have no regrets. I have no regrets as is. If you want to talk to predators, you can get on a shuttle and fly over there yourself. The word predator seemed to snap our crew out of their trance, and I saw a few tails wave of agreement. The technician shuffled his paws before he pressed the delete button on his station. A high-pitched beep disrupted the silence, showing our weapons were charged and operational. I leaned back in my chair. Fire the railgun. The humans aren't getting the system. Fire at who? Jebek, my weapons officer, pointed at the viewport in horror. Where did they go? My eyes widened, panicked. The colony! They're making a run at the colony! Damn it! I knew that it was a distraction. I fired off a transmission to the station, warning them of the ambush. My heart felt heavy. I prayed that my communique reached them in time. My recommended course of action was to divert defenses to the colony and prepare for an orbital raid. The humans claimed that they were attacking the base, but even if that were the stated mission, predators couldn't resist landing a killing blow on hapless prey once in range. The colony was a much juicier target. A solemn silence gripped the bridge as we turned our own course towards the planet. Even with such a small population, there was no way that we could evacuate in time. My stomach flipped at the thought of needless death, of another atmosphere chocked with flame. This wasn't my first siege, but it never got easier. We had to stop the humans from continuing the Arxor's legacy of destruction. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Memory transcription. Subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date Standardized Human Time September 3rd, 2136. Worst case scenarios cycled through my mind as the Gojid ships formed a defensive wall around the colony. I tried to imagine how the people on the ground felt, trapped and unaware of the impending assault. The sea of dots spanning the blue orb's circumference was all that stood between the innocent and the hungry predators. Any angle that was overlooked was an opportunity for the humans to break through. We should stop any missile from penetrating our ranks by throwing our craft in the way, if necessary. The only way a battle with a predator ended was with all of them dead, or all of us dead. The primitive nature of the human craft was our primary hope. A single hit should be enough to dispatch their ships. Hell, the station's lasers might be able to chew through more than one at a time. Our weaponry was designed to tear through Arxor armor, and the Terran's defenses were negligible. Sir, the ships have reappeared just out of targeting range, Jamek barked, a tremor in her voice. I hoped the weapons officer could keep her wits. On a trajectory course for the base. The viewport locked onto the hostiles. I watched as they veered off onto multiple headings and altered their course to avoid any intercepting ships we launched. A laser lanced out from the station at a streak of brilliancy across the void. The shot connected with the Terran bomber and obliterated the Predator's craft in a flash. Happiness fluttered in my chest, though it was tempered by nerves. It was encouraging that we had attained the first kill of the war. The humans, in response, spewed plasma at the approaching Gojid ships. They seemed to hope that it would ward us off, like brandishing a torch to keep a beast at bay. Weapons of that caliber couldn't deal more than minor damage, but I knew they had to preserve their main payload for their target. It occurred to me that we had simplified the task of bombing the station for the humans. The predators were flooring it towards their stated target, and in many ways my suggestions cleared the path. There wasn't a single sign of deviation, which boggled my mind. The asteroid base dispatched as many ships as it could and left its own defense barren in the process. When given a choice, our commanders prioritized civilians' lives over military infrastructure. Things can be replaced, stations can be rebuilt, I chided myself. Lives cannot. They are children down there. I couldn't help but wonder, for a split second, if this was just a lapse in judgment on my part.
Where was that predatory sadism, the one Zahn said humans used on their own world? The last thing I wanted was to cost the Gojid Union valuable resources. It was worse if some soldiers didn't make it from their barracks. Their deaths would weigh on my conscience for years. But there was no way a predator could override their bloodlust, particularly while engaged in warfare. It was a matter of time before the humans rounded on upon our position. At least a few ships had to give in to temptation, even if the majority could resist. "Shoot the bastards! I blast them out of the sky!" I roared.
Jemik sighed. "I just said they're out of range, sir. We need to move closer."
"We are not abandoning our position. The second the planet is vulnerable, they will pounce." My mind yearned to fight the humans myself, but I had to remember the stakes at hand. We were consigned to watching, as though the skirmish were some spectator sport. Zahn was cheering each time a Terran vessel went up in a fireball, which earned strange glances from the nearest crew. The predators weaved erratic patterns to avoid termination, but their spirals and zigzags weren't fast enough. Every crackle of the laser purged one of the vermin. The station's defenses were slow to recharge, but their effectiveness was dazzling. In fairness, it seemed to love Tap could take out a Terran's ship. Their workmanship was rather flimsy. Gojid craft remained hot on the humans' heels and spit out our own concentrated plasma at them. There was no breathing space for our attackers. The predators rocketed up to max acceleration and towed the tidal line towards the base. It was wonderful to see our ships chasing the humans, how the tables had turned from the natural order. The hunter was the hunted.
"Captain, the predators are showing no interest in the colony. I don't see the harm in taking a few ships to the battlefield," Jemik pressed.
"They're just trying to lose their pursuers. If they can bait us away from the colony defense, that's what they want."
Her spines bristled. "I hate feeling powerless."
"As do I. Zahn, why don't you make yourself useful?" I gestured towards the doctor, who was transfixed by the battle. "Establish contact with Piri, if at all. Make her aware of the predator's tactics, so that she can relay a warning to any nearby installations." The Takan returned an eager tail swish and scrambled to reopen communication lines. My gaze darted back into the viewport. I looked just in time to catch a glimpse of a Terran fighter taking a round to the belly. The plasma compromised its hull integrity. It reduced it in a fraction a heap of metal. There was no hesitation from the Gojid chasers to bombard the incapacitated ship with fire. Nobody would be foolish enough to leave a predator alive. They needed to be taken out with a fight with permanence. As long as such a monster was still kicking, they could have a final trick up their sleeves. The human vessels clustered back together and opted to deal with the gaining pursuers one at a time. They peppered the closest Gojid ship with fire, then concentrated their strikes on the drive column. The patrollers' engines went up in a colossal flare. Debris was flung in all directions. Our other allies were forced to drop back to avoid getting swept up in the blast's wake. "Stars, I hate humans," I seized. "They don't quit or retreat. I curse my ancestors for not confirming their extinction centuries ago. This is going to be a tedious and costly war, even if we win." The predators had endured a hailstorm of fire and pressed nearer to the base all the same. No matter how many of their brethren were reduced to scrap, they persevered. Watching the humans' fearlessness, I couldn't help but envy the natural disposition. They shrugged off losses with a careless disregard for life they were so faint for. We felt our casualties. That was the Federation's downfall against the Orcs. It was an emotion that lost us the war. Predators only saw the mission, the kill.
"Captain, we have to do something," Jemik growled.
I flicked my ears. "It is too late. They're almost within orbital range." While the Gojid defenses could deal with the humans handily, they couldn't win the race against time. The predators could survive just long enough, pesky monsters. Sensing that the goal was in reach, our opponents found a final burst of speed. The lead bombers dispersed their payloads, and cylindrical missiles homed in on the asteroid's surface. I braced myself for the inevitable aftermath. The Gojid patrolling lunged forward in a desperate pursuit, but they were already too late. Explosions detonated across the complex, tearing through the expansive stone buildings. Flame enveloped everything in the explosion's proximity. Smoke plumes rushed up within the artificial atmosphere. Hangar roofs caved in and buried any ship we failed to get off the ground. The powerful laser was out of commission too, since our orbital defenses were tucked in the center of the base. Bunkers and training areas were pummeled into submission. I wondered how many servicemen were trapped beneath the rubble. The humans followed up their first volley with another barrage. There was no pause or emotion, though I don't know why I thought there would be. The subsequent explosions ensured that nothing was standing and reduced any likelihood of survivors. The horror on the bridge was a choking atmosphere. Amidst my grief, I couldn't help but feel responsible for this calamity. Our local garrison could have stopped them if there had been a few more ships at their disposal.
Why are the humans not turning towards the colony? They're alive, and I think they still have some bombs. They should come at us any minute now.
The Predator ship stepped away, but they were unable to shrug off their pursuers. The Terrans branched off on individual courses. They knew we couldn't chase after all of them. Some of those vile creatures would escape.
Wait.
I shook my head in disbelief.
They can't be leaving.
The humans did exactly what they said. My head swiveled in the direction of the voice. It was the unruly comms analyst from earlier. They never intended to attack any civilians.
They just annihilated a military base, and that's your reaction?
I snarled. None of the evidence suggests that they wanted to. We forced their hand, the technician growled. I growled at the scene in the stars, considering the Predator's departure. What more evidence did one need beyond looking at their faces? Their blood-stained history was just the icing on the cake, confirming what our eyes already knew. The humans could be faking a retreat to lull us into a false sense of security. The bombers were still within close range of the asteroid, and it would take them a while to escape the system. Their strategy could be a double back after we assumed that they were leaving. That, or our considerable presence by the colony, dissuaded them from heeding their impulses. These creatures were more intelligent and slightly more self-aware than the Orcs. They may just have recognized that they were outmatched. That was a sufficient explanation, wasn't it? I forced myself to lower my hackles.
What's your name, kid?
Rumi.
Rumi. I respect your drive to question everything, even common knowledge, but this isn't the right cause to fight for. If humans were a species of any merit, do you think that the Federation would have dug up some argument to spare them in decades of study?
I don't know.
Think about it. That goes to anyone else agreeing with the young man here. And yes, we did force their hand. We forced the humans to concede civilian targets because of an overwhelming force.
How so? We're in the wrong place.
We're in the right place. Our presence deterred the humans from attacking anything else. Everyone should be proud of themselves today. We saved 20,000 lives.
Rumi slumped his shoulders. If you say so. I imagine our allies had grown as restless as my crew, seeing that the promise of the humans raiding the colony wasn't panning out. Some captains may have attempted to pursue the fleeing ships. Sensors indicated that they were gearing up their drives and that our meticulous formation was dissolving. Now was not the time for this. The Predators were still in system. We all needed was a few more minutes of patience to save the colony. I leaned over my microphone.
Gojid vessels, hold your positions. Do not let the humans bait you into weakening our defense.
I'm not just sitting here, dammit, a voice piercing through our encrypted military channel. We are going to attempt to search and rescue and render medical assistance to anyone alive. My eyes darted about the viewport, searching for any signs of movement. A Gojid hospital craft had crept away from our ranks and commenced a blazing run towards the base. Its course placed it directly in path of the escaping human. Sensors read that the Terran ship had target-locked the vessel, and their weapons were charging.
Turn back now, I pleaded to the comms. You won't be rescuing anyone if you're turned to slag. I'll escort you myself when the humans are gone.
The first responders pressed forward in defiance and diverted their central power to shields. The fleeing Predators hurled a plasma round, which deflected off the ship's nose. The medical transport seemed shaken by the contact, though it refused to turn back. The distance between them and those things were narrowing. This was lunacy. What were these Gojid doctors thinking? I admired their commitment to saving lives, but they were setting up the exact scenario I feared.
Abort!
I shrieked into the communicator, broadcasting the message on all frequencies.
Gojid medical vessel, turn back at once. The Predators will destroy you.
There was no reply from the Gojid first responders. They were unarmed, which meant that they stood no chance in combat. Worse, the Terran ship might have heard my plea and realized what an easy target they stumbled upon. I waited to see the doctors blasted to bits, feeling pity swell in my chest. On the bright side, at least they would drill some of the sense into Rumi and whoever else was swayed by him. The expressions around the bridge were finally the ones I recognized from our face-offs with the Orcs. For some inexplicable reason, the human ships hesitated. Something suggested that their weapons were powering down and they were altering their course to avoid a collision. I was certain my eyes deceived me as the primates allowed the medical ship to pass their position. "What about that, Captain? What could that possibly gain?" Rumi hissed. I chewed my claws, rattled to the core, allowing the vessel to survive that aimed to resuscitate the enemy combatants was in direct opposition to the Predator's goals. Why would those abominations exhibit mercy? That was the exact brand of illogical softness that we were mocked for by the Orcs. But accepting an explanation that mandated emotion was out of the question. There had to be an ulterior motive at play. There just had to be. Like I told the crew, the Federation condemned humanity by unanimous vote. They wouldn't make that decision lightly. Perhaps I wasn't looking at the big picture. The humans need the Venlil for now. They can't afford to alienate their only ally. When they are so behind technologically, I soothed myself, Tava must have sent someone to supervise, and so they managed to show restraint. They are biding their time. Alarms flashed through Rumi's body language as he saw me struggling to formulate a response. The doctor rolled his eyes in disgust and turned to address all. They wanted to preserve ammunition when they realized the ship wasn't a threat. Zahn answered for me. Humans are pragmatic enough to override their sadism when it comes to their own survival. Quite possible. I managed to keep my voice steady. The Predators were doing an excellent job of messing with my head, if nothing else. Whatever game the humans are playing at, we know their true colors. We always have. We always will. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Memory transcription subject. Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date. Standardized Human Time, September 5th, 2136. The central Terran dignitaries were present in the meeting hall, alongside the top-ranking Vendel staff. I settled down in the chair between Noah and Cam, which was turning into a typical seating arrangement. There was satisfaction in finding the Predator's presence so, normal and routine. The importance of this conference would not be understated. The UN was determined which parties were to take action against in the Federation, and whether diplomatic avenues could prove a stable alternative to violence. There was no reversing the war against the Gojits. The damage done to their repute by Soblin was catastrophic, but perhaps not everyone had to get suckered into a crap show. That was why I hoped Russell would show at the meeting. The Federation officer hadn't left his room since his arrival, and had barely picked at his meals we delivered by the door. My attempts to speak with him were met with half-hearted go away. It was all I could do to inform him of the planned start time, and remind him once more on my way to the assembly hall. In case the Kolshian did accept our invitation, we wanted to make him as comfortable as possible. The humans were wearing opaque visors to conceal their eyes, and surgical masks to obscure the menacing snarls. The UN personnel were quite accommodating. It would likely be standard procedure for any future first contacts. My eyes flicked over to Noah. Without the predatory features to buff up the humans, they looked squishy and weak. Those hands were more attuned to picking berries or climbing trees than combat, which was probably close to the truth. They lacked any form of camouflage for stealth, and weren't that quick. Even their smell and hearing were subpar. What kind of predators are they? They always mention tools when asked, then change the subject, I thought. Perhaps they're ashamed of their natural weakness. I look ridiculous in this Tava. I prefer a full helmet rather than the cyborg doctor cosplay. Noah hissed. I stifled a laugh. I understand half of what you said, but this allows you to drink water, and I hope it's less stuffy. You must have been miserable in that first TV appearance. Oh, I think I was just trying to remember to breathe. You have no idea how in awe we were. The ambassador leaned back in his chair and waved a hand for emphasis. I realized how important that moment was. Sometimes I still think to myself that I dreamt it all. It is like a fever dream, isn't it? It's all so strange. Oh, speaking of strange,
here's something I've been meaning to ask you. Go on. We've noticed some unusual behavior from your human volunteers. Mildly concerning. Dear God.
What have we done? Just all sorts of bizarre reports, which I'm increasingly baffled by.
Multiple cases of humans speaking in high-pitched voices when asking Vendel to do things, or even saying hello.
Oh, yeah, I can see that.
Giving us toys to make ear-piercing squeaks when touched. Sometimes throwing objects and begging us to retrieve them.
I don't understand the purpose. Well, that would be demeaning. Sorry about that.
And you're obsessed with our fur, always trying to touch it and talking about how soft it is. Some people suggested that you wanted to harvest it.
Noah recoiled, and I figured his eyes were wide with horror. Nothing like that. We just, like cute animals.
Why?
It sparks our nurturing instinct, releases dopamine, which makes us happy. But you don't do any of that. You're a planetary leader, and I'm a terrifying beast to you. It'd be wholly inappropriate and unprofessional. Though I do confess, as for the last one, I thought has crossed my mind. You don't scare me anymore, Noah. But if you must, I would prefer you try any fur petting on Cam than me. I'd get a laugh seeing him bite your head off. Deal. Cam glared at us, clearly eavesdropping in our conversation. Don't even think about it, Tava. It's going to be your fault if Noah loses a finger or two. Good thing I have 10 of them. Noah stretched his hand out in the military advisor's direction, and the Venel jumped up from his table. The human brought his arm back to his chest with a laugh. I'm kidding, Cam. I'd only do that if you asked me to. Secretary General Meyer broke off the conversation with his generals. Well, I see we're all wonderful at sitting still, aren't we, Ambassador Williams? We were just playing around, Noah replied. I see that. A lot of mature adults here. The UN leader heaved an exasperated sigh. I was no expert in human body language, but his posture screamed exhaustion. Right. This meeting was supposed to start 10 minutes ago. No sign of Russell. Let's get started. I pulled up the briefing material on my holopad and refreshed my memory one last time. The human generals had forwarded a proposition for a ground invasion on Gojid homeworld. I'd given it a cursory review. In advance of the gathering, they discussed with my advisors what our role should be. It was ironic, since I knew what the plans were derived from. They were offshoots of the original tactics we drew up together to invade the Arxor, brandishing those ideas against the former allies, which were designed to raid sentient farm worlds, felt dirty. There were some modifications stressing the preservation of civilians where possible. I was surprised to see the humans adhering to their warfare rules under the circumstances. Their stated objective was to capture government leaders and to force the Gojid Union's capitulation. I couldn't disagree that the only way to bring them to the negotiating table was at gunpoint. They'd amassed an annihilation force from the discovery of a single human. I take it that we're all familiar with the operation. It's an ambitious task, I know, General Zhao stated. General Jones tucked on a mask, but ground fighting and atmospheric warfare, that's our territory. I'm confident in our chances. The problem is with ships to use for the battle above, that you transport a proper amount of soldiers, Zhao finished. Candidly, our ships don't cut it in any way. You will use Venlil's ships for whatever you need for now, and that's final. We'll give you our blueprints too, so that you can build yourself a proper armada. I glanced at Noah for support and was relieved to see an encouraging nod. With our knowledge in hand, I know that you can make improvements to our designs. It will help both of us in the long run. I don't wish to keep anything from you anymore. That's very generous of you, Governor. Thank you, I said. We will repay. The door creaked open, which about made me jump out of my fur. The violet-skinned Colchian slunk into the room and surveyed the occupants with hesitancy. I was grateful the humans had kept their face coverings on, even with the precautions. The Federation officer was trembling. My ears perked up. Russell, we didn't think that you were coming. Please, sit down. It was promising that he showed up, since he was the best hope for peace. Then again, he was a wild card. Russell could outright insult the humans and inflame the situation. I don't think the UN representative, or for that matter, any Venlo present, could take kindly to the defense of Sovereign's actions either. I wasn't sure that I would come myself, Colchian sighed. But we must all live with the choices we have made. Here I am. It has come to my attention that you find it hard to look at us. Secretary General Mayer gestured to his facial attire. We've elected to wear these visors so that you don't feel that we are staring at you. Does that help?
Russell waved his tail. Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, thank you. You have the sincere gratitude of our planet for your heroism and compassion. Knowing your feelings towards predators, I suspect you will decline my offer. But we are more than willing to grant you an asylum on Earth, should you desire. I appreciate the offer. You diverge from the Oxor in many ways. That I could have seen, but I don't think I could ever live among you. We understand. If you truly cannot abide by our looks, Amina, it's hurtful, but not unexpected. Mayer's words were about sting of the galaxy's cold shoulder treatment rang true. My mind flickered back to how a wounded Noah looked when he learned that the Vendel planned to kill humanity. The crestfallen look on his face when I described my initial impression of him to Russell. Maybe I shouldn't have been quite so honest, even if it soothed the first officer. The human played it off as a joke, but I suspect that he did need some kind words on occasion. It must be awful to be shunned as a monster constantly, to feel rejected and unwanted, to have every action under a microscope. Noah had been dealing with Vendel gawking or panicking at the sight of him for months. Did he understand that I cared for him, despite my instincts? I patted Noah on the hand absent-mindedly, and he squeezed my paw in return. Russell drew a deep breath. All right, what else do you want from me? Coexistence is all we ask for, from anyone, Mayer replied. I don't know how to achieve that from a federation that seeks to genocide humanity. I'd like your opinion, because my own outlook is quite bleak. Some in the Federation may be open to hearing your case, but if they can get past the, I've had a lot of time to think, and I believe human history may have been studied through a narrow lens. It's so ingrained that predators are inherently evil. We might have overlooked the forest for the trees. And where does that leave us? I don't think the Gojeds are the only ones plotting an attack in the Federation. If you have any ideas for a peaceful resolution, I'm all ears, but we intend to defend Earth to the last. The Kolshian's demeanor stiffened in an instant, and suddenly an authoritative officer was present. You can start by releasing the hostages now. Peaceful species don't hold the diplomats and civilians against their will. That was my doing, Russell, I chimed in. After what happened with Marcel, can you see why I thought it necessary? But I agree with him, Tava. It reflects poorly on humanity, because, regardless of the truth, everyone will fault us in that matter. The Federation must be worried for their citizens' condition. Maya tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. If it will help our case for our own people to validate what has been said by the Benlil, we should allow anyone to leave that wishes to. News of our existence is out, Noah added. The damage is already done. There is no reason to keep them here. I flicked my ears. Very well. I'll reopen the borders tonight, at least for outbound ships. Russell's eyes widened in surprise. It was obvious the officer had been expecting resistance, rather than for the predators to side with him. Good, that's settled. Any other ideas, Russell? Maya asked. The Federation is holding a summit a few days from now. They're going to discuss what to do regarding humanity. You could send a representative. Perhaps they would let you say a few words in your defense. What's to stop the Federation from covering up anything we say, any information we give them, or anything that contradicts their narrative? It sounds like your leadership has already made up their minds. The Federation aren't out to dupe their own citizens. They just can't have another Oxor. Everything will be broadcast, so even if the leadership won't budge, you could sway the public opinion. But you hardly sound convinced that the Federation will let a human speak at all, Russell. What's to stop them from slapping a collar on our representative, and bashing their face in too, or shooting them on sight? Honestly, nothing. I can't predict how they react. I would have thought that we were better than that at one time, but I don't anymore. I couldn't send anyone to that fate. It would be akin to murder. I swished my tail in agreement after watching the human pilot brutalized at the hands of the Federation crew. The risks were fresh in everyone's memory. It was a senseless sacrifice. That could be for nothing. The Federation would be reluctant to let a predator voice its thoughts. Russell knew better than anyone how deep-seated their hatred ran. I'll go, Noah said. My pupil snapped towards him. Absolutely not. I don't want to see you killed or maimed as a lab rat. I'm not afraid of dying. If there is a single species like the Venlil out there, I find it a worthy cause. The ambassador gave me a reassuring pat on my shoulder, then turned his head towards Mayor. All I ask is for the cyanide capsule. I don't know if I could bear torture. I want a way out, if it comes to that. The Secretary General hesitated. Are you sure? I couldn't tell you, not with a straight face, that I believe you'll come home. Quite sure. And I'd like to leave as soon as possible. There's no time to waste. Horror chilled my blood. The last person I wanted to fall into Federation custody was sweet, forgiving Noah. He was a godsend in ambassadorial role, always with a perfect read of my emotions and willing to answer every awkward question. I'd come to think of him as one of my own advisors. Perhaps I was a bit too reliant on him to diffuse tense situations. I'll go with you then, I hissed. I'll try to protect you, though I don't think that I can do much. My standing with the Federation is diminished. Tava! No. What if they hurt you? They threw a Venlil in a cage with a starving predator, remember? They won't do that to me. I'm a planetary leader, and the galaxy will be watching. I'm not worried for my safety. Russell lowered his eyes. Please allow me to accompany you as well. I wish to turn myself in for high treason. We don't want you punished for helping us, Mayor said. I know, but my testimony may be helpful in balancing what Sovereign has told them. And I wish to be home, whatever happens. My heart lies with the Federation. If that is really what you want, you are not a prisoner. Disappointment seeped into the UN leader's tone. I do wish you would reconsider, though. I won't. Very well. Good luck to all of you, then. Noah stood up from his chair and extended his hand to the Secretary General. Maya tugged at it, in that quirky, grappling ritual humans did. It felt like a final goodbye, though I hoped that it wasn't the case. I wondered what the gentle ambassador could say that would dissuade the Federation. He needed to challenge hundreds of years of research and flip assumptions without getting killed. It was a tall task, even for the man who epitomized the best of humanity. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Memory transcription. Subject: Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, September 10th, 2136. 2 patrol ships rushed to intercept our transport the second we crossed the Zerulean border. There was none of the warmth in their greeting that I craved. I hoped that dodging Gojid territory would lower the temperature of any interactions, but word traveled quickly. Our neighbors possessed a keen awareness that the Venlil had thrown in our lot with predators. We were guilty by association now. I assured the Zeruleans of my diplomatic intent, and decided not to mention the humans' presence until we reached our destination. After several back-and-forth conversations, the guards received permission to escort us to the summit. I suspect they wouldn't have allowed it if they knew a human and a traitor were on the other 2 passengers. The Federation chaperones were diligent, taking us through subspace for the duration of the days-long trip. I still don't know how I'm going to convince them to let a predator play politics. Maybe I should just, wing it? Our transport was midway through the descent now, plunging through the host planet's atmosphere. It was apparent what Russell meant by returning home. The Kolshian homeworld, Arthur, a name that translates to garden, was hosting the convention in its capital. It would require great care not to incite a stampede with the crowd I anticipated. Millions of residents dwelled amongst the artistic buildings and botanical wonders. The renowned School of Flora meant Arthur had a large student population. There would be ample spectators at the governing hall, since such sessions were open to the public. If a predator was reported on the loose, the premises might be vacated or locked down. I wondered if the nearest civilians would be rushed to bunkers, the way I had done when the humans approached my planet. It seemed silly, in retrospect, sending out a planetary distress signal over a 2-person vessel. Someday, I was going to tell Noah that I intended to surrender Venlil Prime to him. The Terran ambassador would have a hearty laugh at my expense. This is Governor Tava. I reiterate my request to speak to the presiding chieftain immediately. It is urgent, I transmitted for the 4th time. My designated strategy was to hail the Federation over the media channels so that if anything went wrong, the public could hold them accountable. Russell was sandwiched beside me in order to appear on our video feed. The Colchian officer couldn't stop yawning. His orange eyes were blearing from sleep deprivation. I was amazed he didn't nod off from exhaustion, regardless of his instincts. Noah was preoccupied editing the first contact materials the UN had thrown together. The Predator seemed uncharacteristically nervous. I knew he wanted to paint a rosy picture of humanity and to include anything that might help their cause. Wasn't he displaying that closed body language he explained to me long ago? Maybe I was projecting my feelings onto him, since I was terrified about what would happen to him next. "He's signing on now. Please be patient," came the monotone reply. "Your favor here is strained as things are, Governor." I was aware of the fact that our ship was target-locked. That wasn't exactly standard procedure for an approaching diplomat. A large security force was present to ward off any Orcs attacks, in case they got a whiff of the convention's location. The Federation couldn't afford to have every galactic leader killed in a decapitation strike. "We're not part of the Federation anymore, are we?" I realized, with a pang of sorrow. "The Vendel are public enemy number one. I'm probably going to be offering our withdrawal today, if they don't kick us out first." The Terran ambassador clapped his hands together, in what I believe was satisfaction, and jolted me out of my thoughts. Russell whined at the unexpected movement, and the human dipped his head in an apology. "All set, Tava," Noah whispered. "Send it over." I tapped a button on my holopad, uploading the data cache to the local internet. The compilation documented everything that had transpired since first contact. It also went over humanity's surprising ability to form attachments and the cultural nuances the Federation overlooked in past research. That was the narrative I wanted to circulate. I shared the file wherever I thought it could get traction: social media, discussion boards, and private messages to reporters. With any luck, a few figures in the media would pick up on and ignite the public discourse. Even if they were laughing at the notion, it would introduce viewers to the idea of a friendly predator. "You!" A Colchian with indigo coloration appeared on screen, and I recognized him as Senior Chief Nikonus. A scowl marred his features as he spotted the officer beside me. "We heard what you did, Russell, shooting your own captain and releasing a predator."
"There were extending circumstances. Russell is remanding himself to your custody," I said.
Nikonus squinted at the video feed. You look terrible. The guilt must be eating you alive." A treasonous officer poured at his eyes. "No, I just can't sleep a wink trapped with this creature. It's not his fault. He's covered his eyes for the entire ride. He's tried staying out of sight, but knowing that he's present..." "Creature? What is Russell blabbering about, Trevor?" The Colchian leader growled.
"Don't freak out, okay, please?"
I turned the camera towards the masked predator, who flailed his hands up in front of him. "There is Noah, the third and final passenger on our ship. He wants to speak to all of you." Chief Nikonus's eyes bulged. "Is that..."
"Yes, a human."
"Why would you bring a predator here? Are you trying to set a loose on us?"
"All we want is to talk. You're about to attack his planet. Shouldn't you hear from his supposedly evil species first, before you make a permanent decision? Doesn't he have the right to defend himself?"
"Absolutely not. If you weren't on that vessel, Governor, I'd order it shut down." There was no hesitation from the Colchian host, which wasn't a promising sign. Would Nikonus even allow our ship to land at all? What would deter them from gunning Noah down the second he set foot on station?
"You permitted us entry before you knew the human's presence," I pleaded. "Do the Venlil have a right to address the galaxy?"
The chief flared his nostrils. "You have a right to speak and to state your version of events on record. You're still a member of the Federation, at least for now."
"Well, I wish for Noah to speak in my stead, and to be treated with the same rights as a Venlil citizen. Look in my eyes. I consider him one of my own."
"You have snapped, Tava. There's millions of people down here who don't want that thing to set foot in our capital. Some of us still value our lives."
"It's one predator versus all of you. You have him well outnumbered."
"I can't let a dangerous beast into the governing chamber. What's to stop it from eating the nearest leader on television? To stand and gloat about the taste of its children's blood. He won't, but what if he does? Then you'll have documentation of what humanity was like when the Federation is asked by future generations why we made this decision." Russell interjected. "But I'm telling you, these predators are more civilized than they look. Please, Nikonus, let Noah say what he's come here to say. You don't want people to think you have something to hide, do you? What harm could a few words do?" "Ugh!" It can't speak for 5 minutes, and not a second longer. If it so much as stares at anyone the wrong way, or stumbles in its footing, it will be shot." The Kolshian chief waved a tentacle assertively. "Nor will I pledge for its safety after the time frame, even if it complies. Understand?" 5 minutes was hardly enough to break the ice, let alone cover everything in humanity's arsenal. It was a farce of a trial to appease the Venlo, after which the Federation could rush to a summary judgment. Noah's body language betrayed little emotion, but he gave me a nod to signal his acceptance of the terms. I flicked my ears with false politeness.
"We accept, and if you are interested in objectivity, pass through the data dump. That goes to anyone listening. I've uploaded it to social media under my credentials, explaining what we've learned since first contact."
"You're pushing your luck, Tarver. I have a lot of preparations to make. Do not disembark until my next transmission."
The Kolshian president cut off the call, uninterested in waiting for my acknowledgement. That could have gone better, but it also could have gone much worse. Rissal collapsed into the nearest seat while I turned back to the pilot's console. We were moments away from arrival, and had just cleared the spaceport overhang. The ship touched down under my supervision, slipping its tendrils into the docking port. A thud hummed through the walls, and the engine commenced its cool-down process. I breathed a sigh of relief. The Kolshians allowed us to complete our landing sequence, which was half of the challenge. The terminal was adjoined to the governance hall, similar to the reception lawn that we had on Venlil Prime. I was pleased to see media personnel and cameras, all trying to catch a glimpse of the Predator diplomat. Non-essentials hadn't been evacuated. Not yet, anyway. My play, to talk where everyone could hear us, had paid off. The more eyes on this whole debacle, the better. Noah peeked through the window, knowing him. The ambassador was itching to survey the alien scenery. A red dot appeared on his forehead, and I screamed at him to get down. The Predator dropped to the floor with the lightning-quick reflexes. The human removed his mask for a moment, clearly short of breath. Those binocular eyes must be lost in a 1,000-yard stare beneath that visor. He laid on the floor in silence for several minutes. I think he was worried if he stood up, the Federation was going to kill him. A trigger-happy sniper could take him out in a heartbeat. Rissal studied the Predator as he held the head in his hands. "What are you thinking, human?" the disgraced officer asked. Noah snorted. "I'm wondering how the Orcs were ever uplifted, when it's obvious your hatred for predators is so strong. Things would have been different for humanity if you were the first ones found. We uplifted dozens of species before them, without issue," Rissal explained. "We wanted to accept all sentience. But all the research you did suggested the Orcs were different. Did prey species fight wars, Rissal?" "Not in the way you do. Our wars were over limited resources, for survival, when there wasn't enough to go around. It wasn't about power, ideology, or bloodshed. That's why we thought that we could fix the Greys." I pinned my ears against my head. "We were naive and stupid, but I missed the species we were then. Maybe we deserved what happened to us, because of our weakness." "Of course not. I just don't understand how they took you all on at once." Noah pursed his lips and dragged himself back to his sitting position. "Even with your help, there is no way that we could steamroll the entire galaxy." Rissal stifled a yawn. "We had nothing to defend ourselves with then, and the only survivors from that sector of space are the species that ran. We didn't understand what was happening." "But why didn't you have any defenses?" the Predator asked. "You never even considered the possibility of being attacked. No preparation or contingency." "You don't understand, because you've never known peace. Why would you have planetary defenses when all sapients get along, as a rule? Why would you have warships if you never intended to use them? Humans had a, very different experience in your world." I swiveled my ears down and allowed their conversation to float into the background. The last thing I wanted at a time like this was to discuss the topic as grim as war, especially when I'm sure Noah had stories that could traumatize me. There was no harm in closing my eyes, just for a few seconds. The world fizzled away, and my mind dissolved into a dark ocean of slumber. "Tarver, wake up." Noah's visor was inches away from my face. I almost headbutted him when I jerked upright. "The Colossians told us we can leave the ship. It's time." It appeared that Rissal had already fled from the craft, which didn't surprise me. If I was a betting woman, I'd wager that he was thrilled to be in the fresh air, back on his own turf, even though it spelled catastrophe for him.
The Kolshian officer didn't want to be confined with a human any longer than necessary.
I wonder what will happen to Russell. He's going to have several counts of treason stacked against him, I mused. The Kolshians could hang him 10 times over, if they wanted to.
The human hoisted me to my paws and half carried me over to the exit hatch. I leaned on him even after I regained my bearings, reluctant to let go. There was no telling what the Federation would do when they disembarked the ship. We knew for a fact that there was gunmen on standby. We climbed down the octagonal terminal together, and I struggled to read my surroundings. Dazzling lights were pointed straight at us, likely intended to blind the predator. Noah winced and brought his hand towards his eyes to soften the blow. The human must be grateful to have the tinted visor to shield his vision. I turned my head to the side so that the glare wasn't head-on. Kolshian soldiers were wrapping a trembling Russell in chains and stuffing a gag in his mouth. One of the guards whipped him on the chin with the nightstick. They seemed to feel more vitriol towards him than the human. "Oops," the guard jeered. "My bad." The officer whimpered, but didn't fight back against his captors. A pang of concern stabbed at my chest as they dragged the violet-skinned Kolshian away. Then again, I suppose I should be more worried for Noah's safety now. Russell still had time to assemble a proper defense, whereas the predator could be dead at a moment's notice. A Kolshian female raised a megaphone.
"Human, take slow steps forward. Walk until we tell you to turn."
The human crept forward in his shuffling steps. It was obvious he was unsure of his footing. My guess was his eyes were shut altogether. I curled my tail around Noah's wrist and steered him forwards. His pulse raced. I could detect the hammering heartbeat through my fluffy tail. The camera lenses zeroed in on me, no doubt stupefied that I would incite contact with such a creature. The fact that Noah's eyes were hidden probably helped our hosts keep their claws off the trigger. The soldiers directed us down a series of hallways, and I tried to look as relaxed as possible. The onlookers would attribute any fear to my proximity to the human. Optics were everything at this point. I wondered how the leaders would react when we reached the governing chamber. The announcement of the human's arrival must have come as a shock. That wasn't what they imagined when they planned this visit. It was one thing to talk about a predator in the abstract, but another to see a waking nightmare in person. The Terran ambassador better have a damn good speech at the ready. Somehow, I didn't think the Federation gentry would welcome him with open arms. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Memory transcription. Subject: Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date: Standardized Human Time, September 10th, 2136. The human ambassador strode up to the microphone and scanned the cavernous auditorium. Every guard on the premises was flocked a safe distance away from the predator, with rifles trained at his head. Barricades and barbed wire stretched in front of the podium. "Hello, leaders and citizens of the Federation. My name's Noah, and I've come seeking peace on behalf of humanity." Silence reigned supreme over the chamber, and the human's words hung in the air like an echo. The seats in the front row were vacated entirely. Many of their occupants were sharing stations with species near the rear wall. Others were pacing by the exits, and a few were absent altogether. Remote viewing must have seemed the best option. I'm sure all of you have heard terrible things about my species. Perhaps some of them are even true. Predators ravaged your worlds and twisted your altruism, and you fear that we bear such intentions. Noah turned his head towards me, and I flicked my ears in support. But your conclusions are a product of confirmation bias, selecting only evidence that confirms your pre-existing beliefs. Humanity is not the same as the Orcs. The reporters on the upper deck were filming every word. Commentators spoke in soundproof booths, offering live opinions on some of the most influential political shows in the galaxy. The public viewing balcony was almost empty, so most of the citizenry would be witness to the display secondhand. An anxious murmur rippled around, showed this wasn't anyone was expecting. They were expecting the human to come here, brandishing mocking footage and lobbying threats. It was clear that they were concerned how close I was standing to Noah. A few tried to signal run to me with tail language. "You come here wearing a mask and think that hides who you are." Jerusalem, a Kretal ambassador, leapt out from his outrage. His features were puffed out behind him in a semicircle. "You're a slaughtering lot of slavers. You round up and gash children." The nearest dignitaries glanced at the avian and signaled their agreement with tail waves and ear flicks. It seemed to embolden others to vocalize opinion.
Wars, where millions die, are a regular thing on your planet.
Doc, the Fursal High Elder, joined in. Her thin ears drooped with horror.
You use weapons to maximize suffering and destruction. You invade your neighboring and bomb cities, just like the Greys.
Noah raised his hands placatingly. We have inflicted grave suffering upon ourselves, and I admit that we have self-destructive tendencies. But as the Vanlil can attest, there is another side to humanity. The side of us that is protective and familial, and has always reached to the stars in earnest. We have traits of both predators and prey.
Yeah, sure, like what? Mortality, breathing?
Gerillium jeered. Let's start with the forward-facing eyes, which seem to be facial focal point of your disgust. The human was unfazed by the widespread contempt, keeping his voice level. They evolved for depth perception. Since primates are an arboreal class of mammals, they have nothing to do with hunting and
just happens to help you with tracking and killing living creatures too, doesn't it?
Funny, Mesic President Corpo interrupted.
Well, which one of us looks tasty to your burial eyes?
An unidentified voice asked. The cacophony of similar-minded leaders spoke up. Animosity and fear were two words that captured the collective mindset to a T. The shouts ranged from panicking to accusatory to blood-seeking. The Kolshian guard stiffened as the meeting dissolved into chaos. No doubt they expected discordance to elicit a violent response from the predator.
You're here to terrorize us, to scope out your enemies. You kidnapped our civilians. Your first action as spacefaring species was to hold Indians against their will. Flesh-eating filth, you defile the chambers with your presence. Why would you assault the Gojids in cold blood? We should execute this beast. I'd like to see his head roll.
My eyes widened in dismay, and Noah ducked his head. This was a beatdown televised to the galaxy, not any genuine attempt at listening. It was only solidifying the viewers' prejudices. Hearing their leaders trounced any attempts for the predator to speak. I noticed a few dignitaries seemed interested in what the human was saying, though, which was a glimmer of hope.
Silence! I said that we would let it speak, and I don't break my word. Can you not hold your tongues for a few minutes?
Chief Nikonus roared. Noah took a deep breath to collect himself. Thank you. Unlike the Orcs, humans are omnivores. That means our diet is primarily plants. Plants, vegetation. You hear me? We are capable of subsiding without meat, and some of us choose to do so.
But you eat flesh,
Gerillium called from the crowd, ignoring the chairman's glare.
Yes, you personally.
Yes, no animal has to die, thanks to science. We grow our meat from cell samples in a lab, the predator added quickly. Does that not overrule the moral dilemma of killing another creature? There is no suffering caused. We've done our best within the confines of our nutritional needs. The representatives bore squeamish expressions, while the ethical argument was correct. The mental image that answer evoked was unsettling. They were probably visualizing an unmasked Noah stooped over a maggot-ridden corpse, with blood dripping down his chin. How could they take this person talking seriously with that thought? Humans seemed to understand the reaction when he asked how they would feel if they knew someone chowed down on human legs. It wouldn't matter what they were ethically sourced. The idea of consuming animal parts was utterly reprehensible to most species. I respected the Terran's honesty, but that wasn't earning him any brownie points with the Federation. Even when I thought about Noah munching into some artificial animal carcass, it made me shudder. I was happy that he didn't do it in front of me, but I still preferred not to think about it. There was a crevice in my mind that wondered if humans would find Venlil tasty. Did that craving really make the lovable ambassador salivate? Nikonus retched into a wastepan under his station.
Growing flesh in a vat, that's changed the subject, please.
Gladly. I don't have time to go over everything on the data cache Tarver shared with you all in detail, as I hoped, the Predator stated. But we've included our art, music, relationships, philosophy, culture, architecture, and scientific achievements. You may find beauty in our creation and innovation. I finally found my voice. The experiments conducted by the Venlil, which proved humans have a wide range of softer emotions, have been uploaded as well. Your scientists are welcome to review those findings, and I promise, they are replicatable if you wish to see for yourselves.
Ultimately, this is about you, not us. Do you want to kill a race of thinking, feeling people because they are predators, just because they have a violent history and a few biological traits you curl your noses at? Is that the reason enough? Jerusalem tossed his sunset-colored brick. Yes! If cruelty and violence are reason enough to genocide a species, we should kill all of you. Noah had synced his holopad to the auditorium projector and cast a video to it. You want to wipe out humanity without ever hearing us out, with no remorse. How would you respond in our position? What choice are you giving us? A handheld video of a young predator appeared on screen. I winced as recognition dawned on me, and I realized where Noah was taking this. Marcel was holding a light pink baby grey creature in one arm, feeding it milk with a bottle. The infant suckled eagerly, while the human supported its tiny front legs with gentle fingers. The leader's expressions softened at the cute animal, though they seemed worried about the predator dropping the ruse and gobbling it up. This is Marcel. He volunteered to care for animals in his spare time, before we learned about the Orcs. He wanted to go to veterinary school. He's never consumed meat in his life. Noah swiped a button. The footage switched to a newsreel, which captured Marcel as he was carted away for emergency care. The prolific wounds presented a stark deterioration from the pristine condition that he was in before. It was tough to tell this gaunt, ungroomed human was the same fellow. The red-haired primate looked like a wild predator plucked from the woods. Gasps echoed around the room, and I was relieved to see some genuine pity. Many species averted their eyes. I don't believe even the ones who wanted humans dead could stomach the execution of such violence. The entire galaxy is going to see this once the tapes reach them. Noah is forcing them to feel empathy for a predator. The film transitioned to close-ups of the bruises, the emaciated bones, and the neck burns beneath the asphyxiation collar. The haunting finale was a photo of Marcel's unconscious in the hospital bed, with a sobbing Slaneck at his side. This is what your captain did to a herbivore human. Sovlin starved him and laughed at his pain while Marcel begged him to stop. The Terran ambassador's voice climbed with indignation, and he shook his head in disgust. It was cruelty for cruelty's sake. How can you say you're any different than the Orcs? If that's not predatory behavior, I don't know what is.
Wait, he's not our captain. He answers to Piri. We didn't tell Sovlin to do that. We had no idea he went that far.
Lyconis growled. I want justice. I want a trial by your laws or ours. Can you imagine if a human treated one of your people like that? What would you be saying about us?
It doesn't matter what you want. You need to die either way, Jerusalem muttered. The whole idea is that you don't have the chance to fuck us over. You're not like us.
But who decides who lives or who dies? Who is like us? What precedent are you setting? Perhaps there's an intelligent scavenger out there who wouldn't hurt a fly. The human paused for effect and raised a confident hand. A predator who only eats insects and small game. A territorial herbivore who might lash out at you. Maybe just a tree-dwelling creature that gets targeted for their eyes. Cooper flared his trunk. This is ridiculous. Your whole argument is hypothetical. Yes, it is hypothetical. That maybe, just maybe, we could be your friends. That's what I want you to consider. How do we know that you won't turn on us? The Mazak returned, a hint of fear seeping into his voice. You don't. But you're going to lose this war without our help, and adding us into the mix basically guarantees it, even if you believe that chance is slim. Humanity is your only chance at victory. Work with us to fight the Orcs, as we have offered from the start, or we can all die together. It is your choice. Thoughtful expressions cropped up across the chamber as the logic of the human's words sank in. Nova saved a compelling argument for last, appealing to reason where empathy could not prevail. Even if this whole thing was an elaborate ruse, it wouldn't affect the war's outcome to fall for it. Lyconis tapped his microphone. All right, that's enough, human. Of course. I'd just like to mention, no, I let you speak for your allotted time. Since these fools kept interrupting you, you can't say that I am being unfair. Right. Thank you. The human stepped back from the podium and seemed to be awaiting further instruction. Chief Lyconis' prior words about not vouching for his safety after the speech rang in my ears. Would the Koshian soldiers really shoot the diplomat in cold blood after everything they witnessed? Exit the chamber with slow steps and follow the trail of lights to the floor, Lyconis spoke. We prepared living arrangements. I expect you, at least the human, to stay there indefinitely. I'll retrieve you two when the parties have reached a decision."
I hovered at Noah's side as we walked out, and visible relief tugged at my features. The Terran ambassador spotted the emergency lights along the baseboards and trudged away with quiet reservation. My mind was reeling as we scaled a narrow stairwell, but I was grateful the human was alive. The selecting living arrangements were full of diplomatic suite, complete with plumbing and kitchenette. 2 trays of fruit mash with an algae and grain garnish waited on the bedstand. Noah's species needed more protein in their diet. However, I wasn't going to explain that when the Kolshians were serving him a gourmet meal, the same as everyone else. They could have starved him and tossed him in a dingy cell. The human flung off his visor. After wearing it for days, the rough metal had left an indentation around his eyes. A deep sadness danced in his chocolate irises, and months of weariness bubbled to the surface. "I'm trying so hard, Tava. This was my dream," Noah muttered. I placed a paw on his shoulder.
"You are amazing."
The predator sighed. "I didn't feel like that. It felt like nothing I said mattered."
"You're wrong."
A new voice chimed in. As with most things in life, the hate-infused rhetoric stems from vocal minority. Idiots speak the loudest. Reasonable people tend to be the quiet ones. The human Ned snapped up, and his eyes locked on the Xyrillian at the door. The Xyrillians were a neighboring species to us and the Gojids, and their quadrupedal anatomy, shaggy brown fur and cub-like ears, they looked smaller than they were. I imagine the visitor triggered Noah's cute response, which made him all the more aware of his predatory visage. The Terran ambassador practically fell over himself to scoop up his visor off the floor. He pressed a hand to his face in the interim, peeking between his fingers in a comical fashion. Noah fumbled with his headgear, panicking. I apologize. I wasn't expecting company so soon." "Don't be ridiculous. You don't have to apologize for your appearance. Leave the visor off, friend." The male Xyrillian averted his eyes briefly before continuing. "I am Chalzan, behavioral scientist with the Galactic Institute of Medicine. May I come in?" "Yeah, go ahead, please do," Noah said. "I've been speaking in our Prime Minister's ear before you ever went on stage. He's my brother," the scientist explained. "Those Venlil experiments are irrefutable. You sympathize with our plight, and you take no joy in suffering. With that new evidence in mind, we're willing to change our position on humanity." "You are? I'm thrilled to hear that someone can grasp the truth. At long last, the Xyrillian government expresses our desire to begin anew, and I only hope that it doesn't come too late. Would you like to open diplomatic relations?" Noah's eyes crinkled around the edges, which indicated that a smile was hidden beneath his mask. The Terran ambassador felt his mission was worthwhile if he swayed a single species. That wondrous enthusiasm returned to his predatory gaze, as bright as the day we first met. "Yes, we would like that, very much. More than you know. Humanity's door is always open." End of chapter. Memory transcript. Subject: Slenek, Venlil Space Corps. Date: Standardized Human Time, September 23rd, 2136. Thanks to the destruction of Gojid military outposts, human forces were able to waltz through their systems without challenge. Piri recalled all vessels to protect their cradle world, which meant that attack on Earth was postponed. With their border detention system and complex defense network offline, their only play was to hold their core planets. The rambunctious behavior of the humans on the transport ride to the Gojid homeworld struck me as odd. Their vulgarity multiplied by an exponential factor. Once we were amongst the regular soldiers, the outpost visitors never made such explicit or demeaning comments. Even Marcel made some quips to his counterparts that came across as downright cruel. But they just laughed it off. I was beginning to realize that these predators may have toned themselves down as to not exacerbate our fears. How can they mess around at a time like this? Don't they know what they're walking into? My human was playing some game with his new friend, Tyler, which was difficult for me to spectate. As I observed, my buddy's on-screen avatar shot an enemy while gunfire sound effects blared from the speakers. Marcel's laser-focused expression became gleeful, and his counterpart cursed. The screen shifted to a replay, which showed a bullet penetrating the avatar's head from a side angle. The body dropped in slow motion, as though the game was glamorizing its demise. Why would Terrans want to simulate murder and warfare for fun? I hated seeing my friend conduct himself in such a predatory manner. It was disconcerting, to say the least. Come to think of it, the ruckus the predators were creating caused me discomfort in general. I really wanted a hug, and for them to turn off that uncivilized game. However, I didn't want to embarrass my Terran friend by collapsing into his grip. That would put him in an uncomfortable position, according to my recent reading. Human males are taught not to display emotion in public. Marcel grinned as Tyler called him obscenities, and my ears drooped against my head. I was hyper-aware that I was the only Venlil on the ship. I felt neglected and alone in this awful cage.
We're less than an hour away from our destination, Slenek. You need to get yourself together.
I slipped away while the red-haired human was distracted and locked myself in the lavatory. My snuffling echoed through the chamber as full-throated sobs racked my body. Why couldn't I just be happy that my friend was improving? It was idiotic to think that Marcel needed me. There were too many rowdy predators here, and I was going to get in the way. Whatever bonding had occurred between us, my species was too emotional and sensitive. I could never be one of his kind. It was more enjoyable for him to hang with his own people. Maybe my human was bored of me, now that the alien novelty had worn off. Had I been suffocating the redhead when I shepherded his recovery? My sentimentality must be grating on his nerves. All we were to the Terrans was a burden. They had to be gentle with Venlil, and couldn't be their true selves. Slenek! A rapping sound emanated from the frame, and Marcel's agitated voice trickled into my ears. Surprise tingled in my chest that he even noticed my departure. Slenek! Open the door.
Go away,
I growled. Regret pulsed through my mind instantly, but it was too late to take the words back. I didn't want to hurt him or push him away. What if this is what Sarah meant when she warned me not to call him a monster? I needed to let him make new friends, if that was what helped his recovery, even if it meant replacing me. I can't do that. The human tugged on the sliding door, making the frame wobble. Don't make me kick this door down, you big fluffer. I blinked away the tears and tried to collect myself. My claws hooked on the locking mechanism and began to unclasp it. Marcel pushed his way inside the second it opened and knelt beside me. His hazel eyes softened when he looked at me, judging. By the irritation, my eyes were red and puffy. Are you okay? Did I do something wrong? He whispered. I shook my head. No. The video games bother you. You think it's senseless and violent, predatory.
Yeah, but that's not why I'm crying. At least, I don't think so.
So, you're homesick?
No, not really.
Don't worry about me. It's stupid. The human crossed his arms and raised his eyebrows. The unwavering look he gave me stated, I'm not budging until you spill. A tear strayed down my cheek. You've been different ever since we got on the ship, Barker. I feel like you don't want me here. Marcel recoiled like he'd been slapped and stared at me in silence. My heart sank. The soldier wasn't denying it. The human finally shook his head and chuckled, a stubborn grin clinging to his face. How could even a predator find that amusing? A snarl tugged at my lips. Don't laugh at me. I am gonna laugh at you when you say something fecking dumb, he snorted. How is it dumb? It's like you've lost all the interest in talking to me, or doing anything together. Slenek, you've been avoiding me with a 10-foot pole. You haven't so much as wagged your tail at me, and it's suddenly like any contact with me repulses you. So I've been keeping my distance and trying to figure out what I did.
Huh? Don't you want your personal space? I read a lot of books on human psychology to prep for this trip. They said that you have an aversion to close contact. I didn't want to pester or embarrass you in front of the other guys.
We have a problem with other humans in our bubble, but you're fine, because you're cute. Look, anyone that objects to me cuddling you is probably the type of person that kicks puppies for fun, so they can feck right off. A chuckle trilled from my throat. All the predatory stresses compounded my emotions, and it hadn't even occurred to me that I was the one who withdrew. Marcel was only respecting what he saw as my wishes. I squinted at him. You're having more fun with the other humans, though. You look so happy. And
I don't want you to be...
I'm just trying to get to know the guys. We're going to be fighting alongside them. I don't want everyone to treat me like some charity case because I'm... Marcel trailed off, pointing to his pink scars. That's all I'm known for, Slanek. I don't want that.
That doesn't define you. Anyone who thinks it does can feck right off, to use your phrase.
You're right. I'm sorry if I made you feel excluded, buddy.
I'm sorry too.
All is forgiven. So, now that we're good, can I pick you up?
As soon as he saw my ears flick, Marcel scooped me up in his arms.
I felt joy as he carried me to the couch, unashamed of our bond. The Predator switched off the game console, noticing my sigh of relief. I wasn't sure I wanted to be in his grip while he focused on simulated death. Come on, man, we had one more round, Tyler protested. I felt sorry for you, mercy rule. Marcel scratched my forehead. The other soldiers smiled at me too. Somehow, the expression looked much more ferocious on his lips than my humans. Besides, our room was plunged into darkness. As the lights snapped out in unison, the transport lurched beneath my paws, and the long-limbed human reached for nearby furniture to steady themselves. Gogit orbital defenses must have nailed us, which meant that we'd entered their orbit. In the dim light, the Predator's faces were cloaked in shadow. It bore a striking resemblance to our prehistoric beasts, lurking in the night. The only thing I could see was the faint glow of Marcel's eyes and the rapid movement of his arms. He draped me over his shoulder, while terror numbed my mind. I could hardly even squirm in his firm grip. Not that my body was obeying my brain's commands. I wanted to protest, but couldn't manage anything more than squeaks of gibberish.
Slanek, don't pass out. You didn't against the Oxel. You're supposed to be watching out for Mark,
I scolded myself.
Do you have to freeze every time you're in imminent danger? How are you going to make it in a war zone?
Another tremor powdered the transport, and the overhead ceiling creaked. The shields buzzed from the impact's dispersal, but some of the damage trickled through. This Goja barrage meant an early departure for Terran soldiers launching to the surface. The main vessel wasn't going to be able to get us as close as they wanted. I'm surprised the Gojits found us so soon, Tyler barked. What about the ships we sent ahead as decoys, to draw their defense away? I lowered my ears.
I'm sure they predicted your predatory tactics, ruses, and deceit. That's all, you guys.
Marcel's fingers tightened around my stomach. You don't have to make it sound nefarious, Lenek. Everything we do isn't predator this, predator that. We just wanted a tactical advantage.
Well, you are a predator, whether you like it or not. I don't mean it to be unkind, I responded. The Oxor are ambush predators. We've been conditioned to expect them to use stealth and lure us away.
Tyler snorted. We're not ambush predators, though. We're Shut the feck up! I gaped as Marcel jabbed a heel into the other human's boot and caused Tyler's words to break off. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Oh, crap. I'm sorry, man. I wasn't thinking.
Wait, you're what? I asked in a tentative voice. Marcel, why did you stop him? You're scaring me. Roaring like that.
My eyes had adjusted to the lighting enough to see my human gritting his teeth. I'd been around the Terrans long enough to know that was no smile. It was too strained. He was terrified that immediate disclosure would freak me out. What secret was Marcel hiding? Didn't humans have to be ambush predators primarily? All of our scientists were certain that was their only viable hunting strategy. They were slow, and their brains were their only advantage. Do you trust me, Slanek? He whispered. I nuzzled into his shoulder. Yes. Marcel turned into the hangar. Do you think I'm an abomination, like Sovlin and Zondard?
No. No, no, I don't.
Well, I'd like to keep it that way. I'll tell you, but not right now. Then it can be our secret, okay?
Fine, but I'm not going to forget.
My friend sighed and scratched his fresh buzz cut with frustration. I could tell from how his strides quickened that he didn't want to convey that information at all. Something about his whole exchange unsettled me deep in my bones. Wouldn't any explanation of humanity's evolution be a good thing? In their position, I would want to put as many scientific questions to rest as I could. It would help the galactic leaders make an informed decision about Terran society and inclinations. Marcel set me on the floor and slipped a bulky harness over his shoulders. I scrutinized his body language, trying to determine why he wouldn't confide in me. If anything, not defaulting to ambush predations distanced humanity from the Orcs or what could be more heinous than stealth. Now on the topic of trust, the red-haired human began. I'm going to strap you into my vest and sedate you. Everything will be all right. I promise. What? I scrambled backwards and collided with tail first with Tyler. Why? You don't need to knock me out. Marcel cinched his vest straps. You know we're jumping out of a shuttle from the upper atmosphere. I don't think you want to be awake for that.
What? No, I thought that was a joke.
We don't joke about our crazy military shit. Tyler chuckled. My entire body quivered with dread, and my tail bunched up between my legs. Bile rose in my throat, a byproduct of the nausea racking my stomach. This was suicide. Nobody in their right mind, or even the Orcs, would choose to freefall from the clouds. Tree-dwelling predators like the humans should have some fear of heights, or at least the slipping to their deaths.
Maybe that's what kind of predators they are, leaping from great heights onto their prey.
You won't remember any of it, Marcel insisted, creeping towards me. You'll just go to sleep, and you'll wake up on the ground. Leaving you here is not an option, okay? The Terran ship pitched to the side as it was pounded by another enemy assault. The shields rendered a negligible difference this time, and the thunderous jolt made my molars rattle. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to think. My options were to go up in flames or to enter a drug-induced state of helplessness as a predator dragged me towards the ground. The only image in my mind was myself as a splat of blood on the pavement. What if the sedative wore off before our deaths, and my last moments were hurtling through purple skies at terminal velocity? I just couldn't do it, even for Marcel. I was going to tell the humans to leave me, and then figure out something else. As a Venlil, there was always the option for me to surrender myself. The Gojits would take me as a prisoner if I took a shuttle over there alone. There was a prick on my neck, and I yelped at the unexpected pain. My eyes blinked open to see Marcel stooped beside me, inserting a needle into my skin. The human already unloaded the entire syringe. With the tranquilizers flowing through my veins, I was going to be at the predator's mercy. A scream of horror came out of my throat. No, please, don't, Mark. My eyes felt impossibly heavy, and my vision shrank to a pinhole. The last thing I remembered was collapsing into the human's arms, certain that he was about to kill us both. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Memory transcript subject, Slenek, Venlil Space Corps. Date, Standardized Human Time, September 23rd, 2136. I stirred to an array of screams, chaotic and unhinged, the perishing squeals of prey falling at predators' claws. My ears keyed into pounding paw steps on the grass. Those were unmistakable thumps of animals running around in terror. Bullet spurts were also a constant, cropping up from both scattered Terran friendlies and lucid Gojits.
I'm alive, and I think I'm in one piece. Hooray!
By the look of it, the enemies were fleeing from a military base by the hundreds. It seemed to be 50-50 split, which of the Gojits were fighting and which were on the run. All the sentries and watchtowers set up to counter previous Orcs' siege were useless against an aerial drop. It was embarrassingly easy for the Terran forces to take control of the military institution and continue to expand their perimeter. There were no organized responses like the humans expected from the predominant Federation power. No one accounted for predators falling from the sky and landing smack dab in the middle of their fortresses. Many Gojit soldiers were in a panic. Several had tossed their weapons aside, even as officers tried to restore order. A few individuals were lying prostrate on the ground. Others ran for seemingly unharmed ground vehicles, only to find the devious humans slash the tires. Anyone who fled to buildings for shelter was tracked by a Terran breach team. Predatory soldiers flushed the quarry out, adept in the art of clearing structures. Their arboreal roots only bolstered their mastery of ground warfare. There was no safe haven amidst their shocking incursion. The Gojits at least had a chance against the Orcs. They could shoot down their shuttles, scout for their traps, and prepare for their advances, I thought. This is something else. This degree of surprise factor will only work once. It was horrifying to look around at the enemy corpses littering the premises. Many were riddled with bullets, mowed down without remorse by the ravenous Terran troopers. The ghastly sights of organs perforating skin and blood pooling from agonized soldiers sickened me to the core. Predators were simply everywhere, corralling their prey to perfection. Was this really what humans practiced throughout their history? Was that disposition hardwired into their DNA? "Slanek, you're awake!" Tyler's voice came from behind me, making me jump. "Take it easy. At least let the drugs wear off. We'll get you a pistol when you're more alert." Panic seized my heart.
Where is Marcel?"
Over there," he replied, pointing. Marcel was laying on the side while the communicator pressed to his face. A scoped rifle was tucked under his armpit, poised to pick off any Gojits attempting to return to the battle. The human found a group of enemy soldiers assembling out of his range, and watched with unblinking eyes. He barked out coordinates in a throaty snarl. A small aircraft, which didn't seem large enough to fit a patrol, descended over the enemy gathering. Its dimensions were minuscule enough to evade Gojit's air defense. I assumed it was some sort of Terran murder robot. Sure enough, kinetic fire rained down with incessant whirring, followed by a succinct missile explosion. Smoke accumulated in the air as body parts, guts, and earth were dispelled from the epicenter. The humans didn't want the enemy to have time to form ranks or generate a plan.
"This is their military,"
Marcel muttered. "When we landed and their fellow soldiers started to be taken out around them, there was just a mass panic. I don't understand."
"You're seeing truth here. Everything becomes free-for-all, and you just lose your sense of self," I growled. "Forget reason or thought. You're just drowning."
The concept of a stampede was intuitive as blinking or breathing to any decent-sized herbivore. In situations where bizarre and unanticipated threats took hold, it was easy to sink into a mindless daze. Feeling surrounded, races of notable intelligence were reduced to a herd of primitive animals. Every instinct demands to run, but you don't know where to run. One person races off in a direction, and pandemonium erupts. Everyone follows their lead because they don't know what else to do. Individuals like me, with an inclination to freeze, often got trampled as collateral. When I joined the Venlil Space Corps, a good chunk of our training was dedicated to overriding our fightly instincts. Virtual reality simulations of the Orcs closing in on all sides were common. A commander couldn't manage a total breakdown of military order, with soldiers fleeing the battlefield in droves. The Predators startled the young Gojit conscripts and simultaneously closing off escape routes, set up the perfect scenario for a stampede. Honestly, that was where large herbivores were at their most dangerous. Raw instinct could encourage groups to plow through the threat. Humans concentrated fire on any Gojit clusters charging, causing them to turn away. "I hope you can forgive me for dragging you out of a spacecraft against your will." Marcel pursed his lips. It wasn't my first choice." "I'm glad you're not hurt." My ears laid back against my head, unsettled by the notion. "That would have been awful, to wake up and find that out." "Ah," Tyler purred, with a monstrous grin. "The Venlil are really sweet, aren't they?
I kind of want one." "Don't phrase it like that."
"Venlil are good companions, but they are not something you fucking own," my predator growled. Despite their chatter, neither of the humans' eyes left the battlefield. A group of Gojit soldiers were hiding behind a large tree, a few hundred paces away. These hostiles retained their wits enough to shoot at any Terrans in the vicinity. Stray rounds impacted the hillock, whiskers shy of our position, and forced the predators to hunker down. Marcel's breathing hitched, and his gun barrel swiveled in slight increments. Calling in the coordinates would waste precious seconds. The primate thought that he could take the shot himself. One finger crept over to the trigger, as a hint of a smirk tugged in his face. Was my friend enjoying the skirmish, perhaps as much as those video games? There is another side of him, to all humanity, that I didn't appreciate. I'd be curious if we ran those famed brain experiments right now. Their regression is concerning. They look, hungry. Tyler followed his partner's lead, pressing his chin into the dirt. A blonde-haired male lined up his own shot, and the two humans synced their motions. Ever the cooperative pack predators, they placed a pair of bullets through their targets' heads in quick succession. I recoiled in disgust as I saw how pleased the Terrans were with themselves. There shouldn't be anything enjoyable about murder. Base air defenses are disabled and under UN control. Unit 13 proceed into Gojit merchant settlement. We expect hostile reinforcements by nightfall. A male voice on the other end of the radio crackled to life. Commence occupation of the city. and establish a base of operations when the area is secure. Be advised civilians are fleeing en masse." My jaw almost dropped to the dirt. Why was the Terran commander advising his troops of the civilians fleeing, so that they can pick him off or intercept him? Those were families vacating their homes with tiny children. Terrified people who didn't want to end up as the Predator's evening supper. "Slenek, the CO said that we should use discretion which targets we shoot. It's difficult to tell fleeing civilian from an army of cowards right now," Marcel grunted, without even turning his head. "Sometimes I wonder what you think we are. The only civilians we want are political figures." I blinked in confusion. Did I say that out loud? I was certain I hadn't. It was almost like the human could read my mind. My thoughts must be quite transparent. Most likely, the unnerved emotions had showed on my face. This warfare business left me shaken, since it showcased the ruthless predator in them all.
Why are you invading the settlement then?" I stammered.
"Seizing this particular city will disrupt their supply chain. Forcing a surrender is what we want, without a long-term conflict. We can't occupy every square inch of the planet. We have to be selective in our targets." The two humans dusted themselves off and crawled back down to the grassy knoll. My heartbeat raced as we packed in with the rest of their unit. Many dilated eyes turned towards me with interest. In stark contrast to the vessels I served on, there was not a single soldier panicking or crying. There was an unnatural amount of composure and structure. My mind wandered as we exited the north gate, trundling towards a walled settlement. Ground vehicles, which my human explained had been airdropped as well, served as an armored method to clear the path. It was a short ride to the city outskirts. There was so much carnage. I saw a handful of Terrans dragging an enemy away with a bag over their head.
"Oh, what are you going to do with the surrendering Gojids and the wounded ones?" I blurted.
You see the people with the Red Cross band on their sleeves? Those are medics," Tyler explained. "If you get hurt by those spiky freaks, God forbid, go see them." Marcel sighed. "Anyone who surrenders is being held as a prisoner. We're treating any human and Gojid soldiers still alive." Our procession rolled to an unforeseen halt. Tree branches, barricades, and spike strips were laid out in a desperate attempt to obstruct the road. The Terrans disembarked their vehicles, and Marcel propped my paws around his neck to spare me from walking. My stomach lurched as I got a glimpse inside the settlement. There were 2 routes out of the city, according to the maps the Vendel intelligence provided. The main gate was large enough to fit 3 vehicles side by side. With tens of thousands of people trying to evacuate, it turned into a bottleneck. Civilian corpses were splayed by the gates, and others were beaten badly enough to be immobilized. Many of the bodies were children. The skulls cracked open and limbs shattered to pieces. Half-conscious individuals staggered or crawled away from the approaching soldiers. They were fish in a barrel, as the Terrans say. Did the Predators do this? Was Marcel lying about his commander's intent? I realized, as we drew closer, that several of the cuts looked like claw marks, and their paw prints were stamped into the blood pools. This was the aftermath of a city-wide stampede, not a predatory massacre. The inhabitants' desperation to escape before the Predators' arrival was something I could only imagine. The humans, to their credit, didn't seem jubilant about the civilian casualties.
"Holy shit,"
Tyler breathed. Marcel lowered his rifle. "What kind of parents leaves their child behind, Slenek? To bleed out in the streets?"
I bowed my head in shame. I thought you guys did that for a second. I'm sorry."
My human ignored me with a huff and marched over to one of the Gojid children. She was crying for her mother, while tears poured down her face. Her leg was pulverized from prolonged trampling, and the cuts laced her body. Marcel knelt down behind the kid, removing his helmet in a slow motions. "Hi, sweetie. My name's Marcel. What's your name?"
Don't eat me. Help, Mommy,
she sobbed. "Nobody's gonna hurt you." The human removed a Venlil plushie with oversized features from his duffel bag. He handed it to the child, and a patient look in his eyes. "What's your name?" I wasn't even going to ask why the primate was carrying the toy on his person. The Gojid toddler eyed it with suspicion before hugging the soft fluff against her body. My presence, riding on the scary predator's back, might serve as a soothing factor as well.
"Nulia,"
she said with a snuffle.
"My mom says you're bad people."
That's a pretty name, Nulia. Parents are wrong about a lot of things." Marcel replied.
Nulia whined in pain. Where did you get those scars? Marcel, you look mean.
One of your officers tortured him because he looked scary, I growled. Marcel had some nerve to be born with forward-facing eyes. They threw him in a cage, electrocuted him, and her neck. She's a child. The human drew an inhaler from his pack and passed it to Nulia. Breathe this. It'll help with the pain.
You were hurt just because your eyes are ugly,
She suckled on the canister, surveying the predator with earnestness.
That doesn't seem fair.
Marcel blinked, a far-off look in his gaze. It's not fair at all. Humans just want your leaders not to kill us. We're here to stop them from destroying our homes and our loved ones. Other humans were tending the downed civilians as well, scrambling to set up temporary medical tent. There was the side of the predators I was fond of, the empathic naturers. That wasn't the typical flavor of the Orcs' siege. No rogue soldiers were attempting to sample Gojid flesh, or salivating at the blood. With the Greys, the cost of surrender was always higher than fighting on, no matter how steep the penalties. If they saw Terran mercy, the Gojid Union might be willing to admit defeat. The actual evidence suggested these predators were civilized, with rules and boundaries.
So, if you don't want to eat me, can you fix my leg?
Nulia asked. My friend's gaze lit up. Yeah, we'll try find your parents after. The human had no motive to help, yet their trained killers were falling over themselves to render life-saving aid. It was striking how their instincts led them to prioritize and coddle the children. If it was like this across the globe, the Terran civilian policy would worm its way into local broadcasts. Wouldn't it be ironic if the tide of public opinion began to shift? Captain Somplin must be having a coronary right about now. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Memory transcript subject Slanek Vinil Space Corps. Date Standardized Human Time September 27th, 2136. Waves of Gojid reinforcements arrived after the Predator's initial takeover. The human strategic advantage was that they could be illiberal when herding artillery into enemy ranks. Our opponents were more hesitant, bearing the knowledge that civilians were trapped within city limits. To their credit, the Gojids adapted to the novel predatory tactics quickly. To counteract the unmanned UN ships, fresh troops carried out manual surface-to-air missile launches that made precision strikes a more challenging affair. From what I heard, most Gojid politicians escaped to an unknown bunker location, which meant the Terrans were also thwarted on their main objective. The humans resolved to hold their perimeter, exacting a heavy price in blood for every inch they were forced to concede. They took up guard at positions with open sightlines and made Gojid advances suicide. With neither side able to make progress, the situation became a standoff. Our rivals must be steaming at their failure to reclaim any significant landmarks. Slanek, you need to eat something. You haven't touched your plate. We're on next watch, Tyler mumbled through a mouthful of food. The blonde human was shoveling brown crumbs into his gullet, one after the other. This person that I knew and traveled with was consuming meat, real, actual flesh bits, like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. No wonder Marcel had taken Nulia away for mealtime, and told me I should eat alone. I didn't want to be impolite when Tyler asked if I wanted company. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind that he would indulge in such a savage feast. My appetite vanished as soon as I saw him bite into those rations. There were so many animal pieces, contaminating the entire meal. The queasiness in my stomach was swelling upwards like a thrashing wave of high tide. He's eating a burnt skin and muscle of a dead animal, crunching it between his fangs. Fucking hell, I cursed internally. This predator is swallowing those carcasses shavings without hesitation. He's enjoying it even. Acid gurgled in my throat, and I spewed my stomach contents onto the ground. The human's blue eyes widened in alarm, and he rushed to my side. The flesh-eating beast patted my back, whispering soothing words. He dabbed a towel against my mouth, wiping off the vomit specks. It's okay, buddy, Tyler hummed. I didn't realize you were sick. How could this predator try to emulate normal behavior after what he just did? All I could think was that he was a disgusting animal, and that he was probably breathing flesh particles onto my neck. It was all I could do to not kick my hind legs into his carnivorous stomach. I tried to spit the taste of puke out of my mouth. I
want to leave.
Yeah, all right. Let me get Marcel first, and he can check on you.
I breathed a sigh of relief as the human exited the tent and tried not to look at the meal remains left behind. Most of these predators here ate meat, didn't they? It was a standard part of their diet. Marcel was a rare exception that refrained from such a horrid consumption. I couldn't have the vegetarian back at my side fast enough. My human returned with sleeping Lulia tucked against his chest. The Gojid child had her leg fixed in a cast and seemed to be in better spirits after a few days. Remarkably, her spines were laying flat on her back despite being in a predator's clutches. Marcel rubbed the bristles, careless of the fact that could extend to prickle him at any moment.
Mark, I whined, please.
His hazel eyes landed on the table.
What the feck, man? You brought predator food around Slanek.
Tyler glanced at his plate.
Oh, that's why he threw up.
Crap, I'm sorry, Slanek. I'm real sorry, bro. Get the feck out of here, Marcel growled. And for God's sake, take your crap-ass MRE with you.
The other human grabbed his food and rushed away as my friend shot him a blistering glare. The redhead cupped her hand over Nulia's ears as she stirred, so she wouldn't see Tyler had been munching on. I don't think I was ever going to be able to look at meat-eating predator the same. That savage display made my skin crawl. I lowered my eyes.
I'm sorry for making you yell at your friend.
Shh, it's okay, Slanek. Let's go outside and get some fresh air, Marcel said. You'll feel better. Then we'll clean up that mess. Everything's going to be fine.
My mind began to settle once we wandered out beneath the starlight. The red-haired human tickled Nulia's nose, making her giggle. It was clear he took a shine to the Gojid child, despite the feeling that he harbored towards Sovlin and her species as a whole. I didn't understand how his brain operated sometimes.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your paws, the human sang in a low voice, shooting a glance towards me. The kid slapped him on his chest, which I don't think was the instruction. If you're happy. The two bright orange flashes detonated on the horizon, striking the most populated regions of the settlement. Marcel's song died as he observed the explosions, and my own eyes widened with horror. I thought the Terrans were opposed to orbital bombardment. Why had these predators gone through the trouble of an invasion just to do that? Were they lashing out because they failed to capture their desired political targets? More bombs fell close behind, striking points across the skyline, with the undeniable intent of scoring casualties. Aircraft ripped through the sky, dispersing a trail of interceptors to avoid being shot down. They were searching for a flat stretch of land on the city's outskirts. Most likely, they wanted to touch down a shuttle and dispatch ground troops. The humans don't have aircraft like that, and they didn't land like that, which means...
All Terran forces report to your extraction point. The UN fleet is engaging Orcs or hostiles above world.
These orders carried over the radio, confirming my worst suspicions.
But they have already attained orbital superiority. Their intent appears to be glassing the planet.
Any signs of weakness was the Orcs' invitation to pounce. The sadistic predators must have sensed that something was off from the destruction of the Gojid border outposts. As they advanced to the core systems, the lack of resistance from patrol ships or FTL disruptors confirmed those suspicions. The Terran incursion left the system vulnerable to the true threat. Fear coursed through my veins, and the nausea began to simmer again. Facing the Greys after this miserable, irredeemable week was a dreadful thought. I felt like I was about to snap as things were. Meanwhile, the UN soldiers in the camp grabbed their weapons. They held no such reservations about drawing reptilian blood. I suspected fighting the Orcs was the reason most humans joined the Terran reserves.
Not good. We have to evacuate as many people as we can, my human grumbled. But I'm just going to get you two out of here. You're all that matters to me.
Marcel withdrew his hand, as Nulia's spines bristled, but didn't seem angered by the blood spots dotting his palm. He balanced the Gojid child in his arms and knelt to let me climb onto his back. The weight proved difficult for him to handle. The predator grunted with exertion, shuffling forward in slow steps. The child's life comes first, obviously. We can't abandon her to a predator's whims like her mother did. Mark doesn't want to leave either of us behind, but it is too much. I disembarked. It was uncertain whether I could run more than a few minutes or keep up with humans' long strides, but Nulia had no hope. If left to her own devices, her maimed-legged, she couldn't walk on her own. Marcel knelt back down.
Slanek, no! I'm not going to go anywhere without you. Listen, I can handle it.
Take the kid. I'll be fine, I managed. My slender legs trotted after the departing Terran soldiers, trusting that I could follow their footsteps. 2 hands grabbed me from behind, and I yelped in alarm. My head snapped around, teeth bared, with the intention to bite my assailant. There was a moment of hesitation as I realized it was Tyler, the very human Marcel had chased out of my tent. A shudder rippled down my spine. The last thing I wanted was the flesh-eater to stick his grubby paws on me, but it seemed to be the best solution for Marcel's sake, so I decided to tolerate the unwanted contact. My friend hesitated, seeing me squirm in discomfort.
You've got Slanek, Ty.
Yep, no man left behind. We stick together, Tyler replied. The blonde predator shifted me onto his back and jogged off with Marcel close behind. The human's breathing grew a bit more laborious, although I'd hardly call it panting. The predators ran for minutes without carving a dent into their stamina. There were merely a few beads of sweat on Tyler's neck. That was odd. UN soldiers fanned out at the front of the entourage, on the lookout for threats. They were shepherding the vulnerable individuals behind them, rather than the every man for himself mentality. Terran medics were evacuating any wounded or captives that could stand, including their own hobbled soldiers. They had their fair share of human injuries to grapple with. Some Gojid prisoners attempted to flee as soon as they were released. They appeared in decent shape while having been in a predatory custody. The humans made little attempt to stop them, watching them go with head shakes. The evacuation couldn't slow for fearful idiots unwilling to act in their own survival interest. A decent percentage heeded the Terran warning about the Orcs threat, falling into the pack. Perhaps they felt indebted to the prisoners, since many were civilians who would be dead without human intervention. It was unsurprising to see that Marcel wasn't the only one carrying an alien child.
Marty,
Nudia wailed.
where are we going?
We're going somewhere safe, darling, Marcel panted, accepting the nickname. I think if I tried to call him that, his reaction would be quite different. I need you to be brave. Think of it as a great adventure. Nothing can happen to you when you're with me. Okay? I watched my human from my perch on Tyler's back. There was nothing adventurous about fleeing from an orbital raid. It was possible that nobody would make it off-world alive. A bomb could land atop the ground right now and disintegrate us. More Orcs craft descended through the atmosphere, eager to collect day's survivors as slaves, pummel the cities across the globe, fill the few transports with cattle, and then finish off the rest. This was a story I'd seen before.
Why did so many of the Orcs shuttles get through when ours couldn't?
I whispered, more to myself than anything. Tyler shied. We did take control of the Gojid defenses. We haven't learned how to use them. My ears curled back as an explosion rocked the city wall a kilometer away. I was relieved that we escaped the confines of such swiftness. A few minutes slower, and we would be toast. The humans carved a path through the local orchards, which took up much of the land outside the settlement. Grain fields rested past rows of plum trees, and I figured Terran craft would crunch down atop the stalks.
At least we can land ships now. The sooner we're off this forsaken world, the better, I thought. I can't imagine how the Gojids feel, knowing their homeworld is all but lost. The Terrans must look friendly by comparison. Agitated chatter spawned at the head of the pack, and the humans slowed their pace. My gaze locked onto the galaxy's apex predators, who were spread out in search of lone civilians. I had never seen one of the Orcs in a person. It was merciful that we spotted them first, but they still stood between us and our presumed extraction point. Their tough grey skin was taut and scaly, forming ridges along their spines. Their long V-shaped snouts were perfect for snapping up prey. Serrated fangs jutted from their mouths, even when they were closed. Onyx eyes were dialed to slits and tracked prey with jittery motions. Their bipedal plodding allowed them to lunge forward with unbelievable speed. My eyes zeroed in on the Orc's soldier, tearing into an elderly Gojid's stomach. The poor guy was still alive, and his screams were audible from here. Younger specimens were being dragged away to serve breeding purposes or toil as slave. Monster,
Nudia cried.
why are you scarier than Marcel? I want to go home.
Marcel covered her eyes. Don't look, Nudia. We have to escape from the monsters. They, destroyed your home.
Fix it,
She sobbed.
fix it now.
I can't. I wish I could. The Terran soldiers leading the posse crept forward,
and waved for the group to continue. The Orcs' nostrils flared as we drew within scent range. Something flashed in their eyes as they locked onto the humans. Was that interest? Did they recognize the puny primates as predators? UN forces opened fire on the Greys and tried to seek refuge behind orchid trees. They were drawing the reptilians' attention to provide cover for our escape. We darted out into the open, and I prayed that the vessels circling overhead were friendlies. As if on cue, 3 ships with Terran insignia alighted on the grain field. Our human protectors were locked in a vicious firefight at the edge of my periphery. A few of them were strewn out in lifeless positions. The time they bought us was mere 30 seconds. We needed to be off the ground as soon as possible. The Orcs had wisened up to diversion and lobbed their shots at the civilian entourage.
It's at times like these I wish I had the human's narrow field of vision. I can see all of the terror and death happening around us at once.
Tyler pushed himself to his maximum speed and dove into the open side of the transport. I dropped to the floor and clawed towards the rear of the aircraft. The blonde human asked if I was okay, repeating my name several times, but I ignored him. My gaze was focused on the entrance, watching as several passengers climbed on. Dozens of people pushed into the craft, packed in on each other. The Gojits were eyeing any boarding predators warily. But after what they saw outside, they realized the humans had better self-control. Wait, where was my friend? The engine revved to life, and I screamed at the pilots to stop. Oblivious to any inherent danger, I raced towards the window. Marcel was shouldering a wounded human alongside a medic, while still clinging to the kid. Bullets sailed around him, but he refused to abandon his compatriot. He hoisted the half-conscious predator into the vehicle, then staggered on board with the doctor. My human collapsed on the floor, groaning. The expression on his face spoke of pain, and I hoped that it was just exhaustion. I dashed to his side and whimpered at the sight of the crimson blood pooling around him.
Martial, your arm is wet,
Nudia said.
And sticky.
Is it now? He murmured. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. There was another red mark on his thigh. My predator appeared to have been shot twice during the fray. Why did Marcel insist on playing the hero every time the Orcs turned up? These wounds hit non-vital areas, at least, from what I knew about human anatomy. As long as the bleeding was stopped, he should survive. The spacecraft began to lift off, and I shouted for a medic. The Terrans' efforts were undeniable, but the Gojit population numbered in a few billion. If even 100,000 made it off-world miraculously, it was simple math to figure the astronomical casualties. The Great Federation power was down to a few colonies and an endangered species overnight. Perhaps most concerning, the Orcs knew there was another predator now. My eyes floated back to the window, watching the grey beasts shrink to the size of insects. I suspected tracking down the Earthlings just became the top priority. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Memory transcription subject, Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, September 28th, 2136. 18 days. That is how long had passed since the minute-long speech, and the human ambassador hadn't been outside of his room since. I tried to occupy Noah by teaching him alien games and watching the happenings on TV. But while he never voiced his complaints, I could sense his agitation. Charlson visited once a day, logging every aspect of Terran culture he could. The Zerulean Prime Minister appointed him ambassador to Earth, and the scientists were eager to squeeze everything from the opportunity. He subjected Noah to a myriad of personality tests, as well as asking him philosophical and ethical queries. The chocolate-skinned human was happy to play along, since it distracted him from the waiting. When the Charlson gave him a standard academic test in math and sciences, he was surprised to find Noah scored in the 80th percentile. That was much higher than expected, for a species that was hundreds of years behind our knowledge. The Zerulean testified before the Federation assemblage today, sharing his novel findings. With any luck, he would be the final speaker. These discussions had dragged on for too long for my liking. At least, that signaled it was an easy, unanimous verdict to war with humanity. Noah yawned, penning a final sentence in his journal. The Predator had been logging his thoughts throughout his experience, but would not let me view a word. I would love to know his unfiltered opinions. His secretiveness rubbed me the wrong way. I'm tired, Tava. Wake me up when the execution squad arrives, the Terran said sarcastically. Good night. I studied the dark circles under his eyes.
Good night, Noah. Sweet dreams.
The human tucked his notebook into the table drawer and shuffled out of the living area. I waited for the sound of his footsteps to recede. Running water reverberated for a few seconds before the spring of a bulky predator hitting the mattress reached my ears. My heart rate quickened as temptation to sip through his journal called to me again.
Noah never has to know I looked. You know the alien sphere has taken its toll on him. Ultimately, it'll help being supportive and empathic, right?
I took a deep breath and counted back from 200 in my mind. Satisfied that the human was drifting off, my paws meandered over to the table. The drawer slid out without a sound, and I lifted the diary. There was nothing wrong with just a peek. Surely? I flipped open a random page and began reading the first entry my eyes landed on. September 17th. An accidental smile sent Chalson fleeing in horror, and my heart is heavy with guilt. I'm surprised it took this long to happen. Tarver had to chase him down and explain what the expression means. The Zerulean has tried to accept me, and he shrugged off my apology, but he's afraid of us, deep down, like everyone is. Why didn't I wear the mask? Why can't I fit in, anywhere? When I look in the mirror, I've begun to see myself as a predator. If there is a future where humanity can be a healthy contributor to the galaxy, I don't know if I can picture it anymore. We want it, but that's not enough. The simple fact of the matter is, nobody wants us. Even the Venlo are still frightened by us. I feel like I'm walking on eggshells around them, trying so hard not to break them, because they're fragile and innocent. Sometimes I let down my guard, but that rarely ends well. Tarver said straight to my face that she thought I was a nasty-looking creature, no matter how much I tried to forget about it. Through all the laughs and conversation, that is what she thinks of me. Any feelings of attachment are one way, and I do well to remember that. Yes, there is a shared history now, and the Venlo wish no harm upon us, but they cannot be normal around monsters. Perhaps a better man, a better species, would cut them free, and never show their face again. Instead, I just return the sly, and pretend that we can make friends in the stars. Dream on. I recoiled, guilt rushing through my veins. This writing sounded depressed and bitter, unlike the optimist persona he projected. Was Noah's self-image that low because of me? That comment that I made to Russell wasn't at all what I thought of him now. Perhaps cabin fever packed wild ideas into his head, and this outlook was cheerier before the speech. My claws tugged back through the several pages until I reached an earlier entry. September 6th. Russell is a wreck from being near me, but what am I to do? Throw myself into space? The visor, the mask, none of it makes a difference. My face feels constricted already, and the nerves are making me sick to my stomach. My indecisiveness on what bits of humanity to include might be the death of me, literally. The Federation will have a field day upon our arrival. I wonder if seeing me on television will be traumatic for small children. Perhaps I'll be posterized as the face of a new enemy. The question the Vendel asked when I first arrived left me taken aback, and this will be worse. Governor Tarver is kind to help. Because of me, her species has lost every friend, and are left with a lot of primitive predators for company. Humanity disappoints on every front. The regrets must cross her mind daily. Yet she's too far committed now, so she sticks it out. My speech feels pathetic and inadequate before I've ever given it. I don't know why it hurts so much when I understand they're all just afraid. Predators aren't supposed to have feelings, not. A pointed cough came from behind me. The human was standing with crossed arms, watching me with livid glare. That's private, Tarver, Noah snapped, and my eyes lowered against my head. That was the first time I ever heard the ambassador raise his voice. You can't just go through my things.
You were supposed to be sleeping.
I took a few steps back instinctively, bringing the book on the table. I thought you seemed agitated, and I knew that you wouldn't tell me what's wrong. So I tell you no when you ask to read it, and you go snooping anyways, he growled. Well, congrats, you've dug up some dirt on a predator.
Noah, you know that I'm so proud of you, don't you?
I whined, tucking my tail between my legs.
You have no idea how glad I am that I met you. Your kind never disappointed me. Humanity are wonderful friends.
that I'm siding against the entire galaxy to protect.
You're trying to do the right thing, Tava. I appreciate your morality and compassion infinitely. But let's not pretend anymore. You have to repress your instincts all the time around me, and you find my appearance loathsome.
My initial reaction was negative, yes, but I find you quite endearing. I didn't personally request you to represent your species because I'm disgusted by you. I've done nothing but worry about your safety since we came to Alpha.
You mean that? Really? You're telling me that you don't still think of me as a predator?
You are my kind and charming friend. That's what I see when I look at you. You are the predator. You convinced me to give humanity a chance. I didn't think anyone else could have a personality bright enough to shine through that fear. Couldn't Noah understand our skittishness was part of us, like some predatory traits were just a part of him? There were certain attributes that were difficult to accept, but surely humanity could see how hard we were trying. The last thing I wanted for the Venlil instincts to have a detrimental effect on his mental health. Initiating contact should prove that there were few lingering fears in my mind. I flung my paws around Noah's waist, and his breathing tensed up. There was a brief hesitation for the ambassador. His stance emanated tiredness and frustration. The human wrapped his arms around me after I curled my claws into his skin incessantly and relaxed into my comforting embrace. The Terran ambassador withdrew.
Tava, I'm serious. Don't go through my personal items without my permission. Ever again.
I know. Sorry, I muttered.
It's impossible to stay angry at you.
Noah shook his head with disdain.
You can get away with just about anything.
The human stretched out on the couch, closing his predatory eyes. The lines on his face eased, and I watched as his breathing slowed. My own eyelids began to feel heavy, listening to the harsh rumbling of his snores. The big guy was so gentle and sweet, so intelligent and reliable. As I was about to drift off, the door to the diplomatic suite crashed open. Kolshian's shoulders stood in the entryway, their eyes stretched wide when the predator snapped upright. Noah tried to collect himself and raised his hands in confusion. Seeing that the guards were waving him to come, he reached for his visor. I glared at him and snatched it away from his hand. I threw the metal at the wall as hard as I could. It broke into 2 pieces with a satisfying crunch. Noah looked stunned and apprehensive at the prospect of approaching the guards without it. He swallowed, then grabbed for his mask. My tiny claws scrabbled at his arm, and I shook my head to the human no gesture. The Terran ambassador looked uncertain, but stood up on the couch. The way the Kolshians weren't attempting to blind him this time, a soldier barked the word "follow" and began retracing the path to the assembly hall. Heated discussions were creating a clamor inside the chamber. We could hear it from 100 paces away. The guards pointed at the podium, and Noah took obedient steps to the stage. Surprised exclamations rose from the crowd as they saw the human in his uncensored form. Jerudian, the agitated Kratkottl from earlier meeting, was emitting furious squawks at those provocative eyes. I shot a blistering glare towards him.
We apologize for the delay,
Chief Nikonus began, in a cordial tone.
These are unprecedented circumstances, and we're struggling to reach any sort of decision. Has your treatment here been acceptable, Noah of planet Earth?
The human dipped his head. Yes, thank you for your hospitality, gracious chief.
Good. I'd never let anything like the Gojits did occur within my borders.
The Kolshian palmed an indigo tentacle across his nostrils.
The Federation, as I am sure you know from the television, has sought all sorts of counsel on this matter. We reviewed your data sharing, consulted our own records, and brought in numerous experts to testify.
It looked like many of them had conflicting perspectives, I said.
Indeed, historians, xenobiologists, psychologists, zoologists, sociologists, lawyers, economists. We had them all. Several individuals who were trapped within Venlil borders testified too. And we had our own internal discussions. At last, we've tallied every vote.
The Federation could prove to the ambassador that some species did desire friendship. Any impartial observer would find humanity worthy of a chance, or at least derive a reasonable doubt from their intricacies. My breath
hitched in my throat, and I squeezed Noah's hand for support. The predator's palm was damp with sweat. Nikonus cleared his throat. All right. The count of members who voted that humanity cannot be allowed to exist, or should be treated as a hostile party are 38. I tilted my head. Should we be disappointed that the figure was so high, or relieved that the proportion was only a little over 10%? That was a lot of species ganging up on a single planet. Plenty of threats for the predators to fend off.
Take that, you stupid human, Jerulium chirped. You're all going to be dead soon.
There will be no commentary from the audience until I've finished reading the results, the chief spat. 65 members voted to no contact or relations with humanity, which entails total isolation of Earth. I glanced towards the predator. There was more hurt in his eyes after that figure was read than after hearing the ones who wished him dead. Knowing how much humans craved acceptance, they didn't want to be shunned. The rest of the options had to be more promising, didn't they? Nikonus squinted at his notes. 74 species are undecided, with 52 specifying that they are awaiting news from the Gojid war zone. Those are a coin flip. Some might just take kindly to the fact that predators attacked a Federation homeworld. Then again, it will be apparent that human morality is leagues above the Orcs. 107 species vote in favor of a temporary truce, or working together where necessary to defeat the Orcs. Any violation of express conditions will lead to an immediate return to hostilities. My ears perked up. After cooperating against the Orcs, some Federation members might become ingratiated to humanity. It could bridge the gap to normal relations, though I doubted we could call upon their assistance in regards to the species maintaining contention with Earth.
Who the feck voted for that?
Jerulium squawked. My species did, for one, the Kolshian leader replied. If that will be acceptable to the humans, of course. Noah nodded, shuffling as he expected to leave. Yes, it will. We want the Orcs gone from this galaxy, and an enemy of an enemy is a friend to us. Thank you for your time, and giving us a chance. Wait, human. 11 members voted in favor of opening full diplomatic relations. This would involve forming trade, military, and border agreements. If you know anything of the sort, I suggest you ask Tava for guidance, if those concepts confuse you. The ambassador raised a hand to his mouth, no doubt hiding his bared teeth. Perhaps he was amused by Nikonus' assumption that predators would have no concept of negotiation. Primarily, I believe that Noah was moved by the fact that humanity would return with new friends. It was a tiny number, less than 5%, but it wasn't zero. That counted for something. Overall, the results could have gone much worse. If the neutral, isolationist species were counted as in our favor, the majority of the Federation voted against humanity's extinction. Judging by the furious expressions sprinkled across the chamber, I wasn't sure every species was going to accept that.
So many of you would side with them over this, Jerulium screeched. Defend or appease humanity like they were civilized species. Anyone who stands with predators is dead to the crocattle.
The avian ambassador dive-bombed over the chieftain's cubicle and slashed his talons at the elderly Koshian. Nikonus shielded his face with his tentacles, and nearby soldiers rushed to his aid. Jerulium flapped his wings in a frenzy, pledging that anyone that stood with humanity would share their fate. Had the crackcottle forgotten whose planet he was on? Other ambassadors launched into shouting match, and a few made violent gestures towards the human. I didn't want to know what the unfriendly ones were suggesting. Several individuals were trading blows, grappling right in front of the media cameras. A pair of Kolshian guards hurried us out of the chamber before the predator could get swept up in the chaos. Noah shared a glance with me, and I knew that tumultuous unrest stirred in his own concerns. This vote could start a major rift within the Federation. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Memory transcription. Subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time September 28th, 2136. Armed Kolshians steered us into the docking area, where we landed upon our arrival. Our previous shuttle was outfitted with supplies, since the chief granted us permission to return home on a pre-arranged route. The soldiers fell back several steps and monitored the human for any threatening moves. One of them curled their lip at me, briefly. Noah settled down on the empty crate, clutching a knapsack that contained his meager belongings. He met the soldier's gaze without blinking. Staring was a contest of dominance, whether that was an intention or not. The Kolshians gripped their rifles tighter and slunk back towards the entryway.
"You're gawked at all the time, Noah," I whispered. "Not saying it's right, but I don't suggest that smoldering stare-downs as a response. It'll trickle their instincts in the ways you don't want."
I don't care how they look at me, but they're not going to look at you with disgust and hatred. If they want a problem, they can pick on someone their own size, he growled, loud enough for the guards to hear. Aggression and protectiveness were not the persona to exhibit on the verge of our first diplomatic encounter. The Federation representatives would see it as a predator cowing his observers. I appreciated his loyalty, but humans were a little too defensive of their friends at times. Those soldiers were entitled to their opinions.
"Thank you, but it's fine. A lot of people think I'm a disgrace to the Federation, and aren't happy that I imprisoned their people."
I studied the guards' expression, noticing how their skulls deepened at my words.
"Nikonus didn't even discuss consequences for the Venlo."
"So you agree with them? You had noble reasons for what you did. They can't find fault with that."
"Well, I've single-handedly fractured the Federation beyond repair. I guess that makes me a traitor to most folks."
"You're a hero to all humankind, Tava. 12 species in the galaxy who would even try to befriend us. We met what might be the only one who would try, before there was a shred of proof to our claims. Don't think that we'll forget what the Venlil have risked." I pressed my claw into his lips and flicked my ears towards the doorway. The soldiers had snapped to attention, breaking their deadlock with this irate predator. That could only mean someone was approaching. The human needed to make a good first impression. Flattering us at the expense of the rest of the galaxy wasn't going to win hearts and minds. A violet-skinned Kolshian paddled its way into the hangar bay, clearly resisting the urge to grab his sidearm. His steps faltered once he was within pouncing distance of Noah. Like a magnificent force was repelling him from the human. The familiar officer crept to my side, using me as a living shield.
"How has he still not grasped that Noah doesn't have a violent bone in his body? Didn't our journey here prove that much?"
The Terran ambassador grinned. "Russell! I was worried that you were rotting in a cell." The Kolshian rubbed his forehead. "I was, until the Commonwealth finalized our decision on humanity. Chief Nikonus agreed that I had the moral imperative to intervene, and pardoned me on all counts. I did receive a disciplinary mark for my methods, though."
"What do you mean?"
Noah asked. "Well, Nikonus agrees with my rationale. We can't have officers running around shooting their captains. I don't think I had time to go through proper channels, but, whatever."
"I see. So you're free. Why did you come here, of all places?"
"Nikonus offered me an appointment as military liaison to Earth, and I accepted." My eyes widened, as did the ambassador's dilated ones. I thought that Russell hated being around predators. By his own admission, living around humans was a nightmare for him, and he couldn't fathom prolonged exposure to them. Noah stroked his chin in confusion. "You want to be around predators, General, and talk about war tactics. Don't you hate the thought of having one of us within 100 miles? Forgive me if I've caused offense, Noah. Seeing your chemistry with Tava, I think that we could be great friends." The Kolshian shuddered as he tried to meet the predator's gaze. "Others seem to adapt quicker and easier than me. But I don't want to give up, truly."
"Do you think that you can work past your fear?" I asked gently. "Have you identified what triggers such a severe reaction?"
"I enlisted on a starship when I was 9. I don't recall another way to feel towards predators. It may take an unreasonably long time for me to work past those behaviors, and I would take unconsiderable coaxing from you all. I can't imagine what this is like from Noah's perspective. I'm not sure I'd have the patience. If you'd like a different liaison, I understand." Sympathy flashed in Noah's eyes.
"Russell, we're willing to help you every step of the way. I just don't know why you want to endure those, Phoenix. It seems unfair to you."
"Humanity made me realize that we are stronger than the sum of our fears, that there is something other than being afraid. I haven't got there yet, but I am grateful for that. Can you accept my apology?"
"There's nothing to forgive. Your emotions are out of your control."
The edge dissipated from the human sonorous voice, replaced by a warm tone. We'll figure this out together. No matter how long it takes. Great. Now, there's other diplomats coming, so I'm going to make preparations. Russell skidded off to the farthest corner of the hangar bay and began prepping his second shuttle. That was a smart idea, since it was likely the entire crowd would fit in a single vessel. Hell, I doubted some of them would want to ride in a tiny box with a human for days. The first officer was probably thrilled to charter his own ship for that exact reason. I watched the Kolshian shoot furtive glances towards us and pondered why his species hadn't agreed to full diplomatic relations. Chief Nikonus didn't appear hostile to humanity and displayed more fairness than I anticipated. The prospect of harm befalling Noah seemed to offend him, even. When my expectations were little more than facile hearing, a genuine debate was astounding. I guess Nikonus didn't propose a full partnership because he doesn't believe humans can reciprocate their cordiality in a meaningful way. Nonetheless, I thought the Kolshian Commonwealth might come around as an ally. They had already seized the initiative by sending a military liaison. Even those guards were angered by my lack of accountability rather than Noah's presence. Maybe it was just too large of a leap for most governments to make at once. Now the Zerulean ambassador, Kolshian, skidded into the room. Something seemed to have been bashed against his head, and green blood trailed down his snoot. The furry scientist looked unsteady on his feet, but it was good sign that he wasn't shy of Noah in this wounded state. It violated every prey instinct to wander up to a predator like this. Noah squinted with concern. Are you all right, Charleston? Please, let me take a look at that.
What happened?
I gasped. The Zerulean sighed. A bunch of people rushed to leave the chamber when the fight broke out. Someone clubbed me over the noggin. Didn't see who. Probably because I testified with generous view on humanity. The pundits think I swayed some hostile votes to undecided. All that for sharing a synopsis on human morality, Noah said. I'm sorry. I never wanted you to be assaulted. It's fine. The scientist licked the foreleg absent-mindedly, smoothing out his brown fur. I'll look tougher now, when I force you to take me to your planet. Ha! Even Tava won't go to Earth. Why not? You haven't invited her? It's complicated. But Elias Meyer, our leader, extended an invitation. Had the herbivores banquet, live music, and a tour of New York City in the works. Tava refused. I swished my tail in indignation. It's a different story after the experiments, Noah. You think I was going to wander into a city with 10 million predator residents less than a month after we met, before anyone ever saw how you behaved in packs? Noah opened his mouth to respond, but snapped it shut as he saw Chief Nikonus leading a group of diplomats towards our ship. These must be the species that constituted the affirmative votes for open relations with Earth. None of them had been brave enough to make introductions yet. Our Zerulean friend was a sole exception. It didn't surprise me to see the Civ Kits or the Poltons in the mix. Their centrally located territories were far enough away that they thought that they could keep humanity at arm's length and control or minimize the interactions. Even predators wouldn't start off for the beaten path to gain a foothold. Us neighboring species were easier to invade first. Then there were the Yotl and the latest uplifts. Adapting to the galactic arena was difficult for a species that just discovered steam power. I couldn't imagine how the Venlil would have processed the Federation's vast knowledge in our infancy. Of course, if the Yotl's industrialism tipped us off to their presence, the Orcs might find them too. It was the lesser evil to flood them with information and give them a fighting chance. 22 cycles after first contact, the marsupials tired of the derision from the counterparts. Most species dismissed them as primitives, with poor scientific understanding and little to offer as allies. The Federation's military saw the Yotl as a liability and wouldn't take their suggestions seriously. Gaining a backing of predators was a calculated risk to coerce some respect from their peers. So far, no surprises. The Tafki seek protection, since there are only about 12,000 members of their species left alive. Well, not in captivity. The Nevox and the Fizzens are trading juggernauts that don't want to go the way of the Gojids. I squinted in apparent confusion. Was that a Mazik resident amongst their ranks? Perhaps this was not the assemblage of friendly species, after all. It wasn't even a personal representative or aide. He was the only official dignitary I observed in the group. Noah tensed as he also spotted the beige-skinned mammal. I doubted my friend had forgotten who interrupted him at every turn. Kappa was rather outspoken against humanity, mocking the Terran ambassador for his eyes and criticizing simple arguments. "Is the alien with the trunk here just here to make trouble? The Mazak, you said," the human whispered, echoing my thoughts. Them and the Krakotl were the ones who couldn't stand my presence. Kupo swished his trunk. "Your closing argument about the hypothetical of friendship was profound. We are, in fact, desperate enough that there is nothing to lose. Am I not welcome here?" "I didn't mean for you to overhear that comment, Mazak. My apologies. If you desire diplomacy, I would not turn you away." Noah lowered his voice to its minimum and pursed his lips in mistrust. "Damn, Tava, those massive ears must be sharp," I snorted. "No, your ears are just bad." The human sighed. "That's hardly the worst thing you've said about us." I studied the waiting crowd, while the injured Nikonus bore no intention of making the journey to Vendel space. He opted to send us off himself. There was more sharpness in his glare than fear. He wasn't shaking or whining, the way that resulted, though I appreciated the officer's efforts. Perhaps there were better candidates to represent the Kolshians. As for the newcomers, the Zerulean was prancing around the human in circles. Carlson couldn't contain his excitement. He was the only ally eager to get up close and personal with the flesh-eater. Meanwhile, the Sivkit diplomat looked like she was about to pass out, standing across from a predator. Logical talk of borders and distance didn't mean much when she was going to be strapped in its lair. The Mazak president had the same suspicion in his eyes from the pivotal meeting. I don't think he trusted Noah's demeanor not to shift the second we took off. There was a dossier representative present, I realized, but the tiny rodent was hiding behind Kappo's bulky form. That size differential could only make the lumbering predator more daunting. "That makes my count 10 species, plus the Kolshians. Maybe the last one is running late for some reason. Their representative might have had a panic attack." "You're going to take the yodel? I thought humans already invented the wheel," the Nevok representative sneered. A few chuckles came from the gathering, and even the Kolshian chief struggled to maintain a neutral expression. The yodel glowered at his critic, then fired a nervous glance towards the human. I suppose the general assumption was that predators would shun any species with weaker technology. It was tough to imagine that friendship was their end rather than their means. If anything, I think supposed weakness roused the Terran's protectiveness. Noah and Sarah were most partial to us in our moments of vulnerability. Judging by how my friend's lips curved down, he wasn't pleased with the Nevok's humiliation of their peer. "We have plenty to offer, Tosa," the marsupial snapped. "Maybe these predators will be less stupid than you, and see that." Tosa flicked his ears back. "Like what? Name one thing that makes you valuable, especially compared to the rest of us." "For one thing, we're the only ones here that weren't around for that vote. You know, the one where you unanimously decided to wipe out all life on Earth. Even the Venlil had that baggage." Silence fell over the assemblage. Trepidation played at the representatives' expressions, as their fiery yodel reminded them of their prior decisions. Perhaps I could afford to issue a formal apology on the matter myself, though it hadn't been my government that arrived at that conclusion. It must be tough for the predators to forget our role in the planned execution. "Humanity welcomes all parties, of all backgrounds." The ambassador cleared his throat, irritation flashing in his eyes. "There's no need for derisive rhetoric, or to prove yourselves by putting others down. We're a small group. We need to band together." "He's right. There's too much at stake here. Quit acting like children," I growled. "Hush. On that unpleasant note, I must warn you that siding with us may put you at odds with your friends and neighbors. This is your last chance to turn back." Noah blinked in surprise as every party lingered. There was a risk they already considered leaving the acrimonious conference. "All right then, let's board the shuttle and get the show underway." The UN would be delighted to receive a proper diplomatic envoy, but I knew I had to temper their expectations. There would be missteps along the way, and few species would act as casual as us. It took a long time to be comfortable around predators. Familiarity was the final phase of the adjustment period, which certain prey sapiens might never achieve. At least now, humanity knew where they stood with the Federation. End of chapter. Chapter 26. Memory transcription, subject Captain Soblin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, September 28, 2136. The humans' action in the past few days were a showcase of why I was right about them. It brought me relief to see such vindication. The dishonorable tactics persisted into our home system, sneaking their transports into orbit through diversions. The good old predatory ruse. These hunter bastards never changed. It baffled me why they didn't commence an orbital raid on the planet to soften up our populace. Then I realized that the arrogant apes thought they could just get people to come with them willingly. The Terrans' supposed rescue attempts targeted children, who were the most susceptible to suggestion. I'm sure they predicted the stampede casualties a ruthless invasion would cause. Every clip I saw was the image of death and humans baiting their livestock into submission with false kindness. The higher-ups wouldn't allow ships like mine to attack human positions due to the fact that they overlapped with civilian dwellings. I didn't want any innocents to die, but I knew it was a kindness to spare them from the predatory possession. This was our lone chance to regain control in a timely manner, the only way to get any terrified innocents out alive. We should have taken the shot before the predators got more entrenched. Who knows what brainwashing techniques they're employing on our people? Prime Minister Piri nodded with me the third time I pressed her with bombing scheme. She said the collateral damage was unacceptable and was livid at the proposal. My ship was reassigned to patrol route by our largest colony for an indefinite duration. Barring a secondary invasion, I was out of the game. When a message came from the Union government after several days of silence, I couldn't play it quick enough. I hope we're being recalled to the cradle. Perry's had us in timeout for long enough, I growled. Zahn closed his soundproof door to the briefing room behind us. It must be stressful, knowing they're on your own world. I knew humans were a conquering species, but it's another thing to see them in action. Why hasn't the fucking Federation come to our aid? Cowards must be scared to raise a claw in our defense, I sneered. They're just watching. It'll be them the humans come for next. Perhaps they think the predatory expansion will end with us. A foolhardy notion. Their kind always want more, the doctor said. I know, Zahn. Shit. Let's see what the humans have done to the cities and children this time. No sense delaying. I cast the holopad message to the projector. Holographic footage of our Orcs raiding our homeworld flickered to life. My spines bristled. Explosions ravaged our planet, wiping out swaths of civilians in one foul swoop. Realization washed over me like a cold shower as the pieces began to fit into place. It was so obvious, of course. The predators were working together. The humans were the brains of the operation. They took out our defenses so that the red carpet was rolled out for the other sadistic monsters. It was a matter of divvying up the cattle and finishing off what was left of our people. My eyes narrowed in fury. I was so tired of seeing my world exploited by psychotic beasts who preyed upon the helpless. The amount of death I witnessed in my career was more than anyone should have to endure. Now, billions of souls were about to be whisked away by two freaks of the galaxy. Unless Gojid forces cheated death, the rock I called home was no more. Why was nature so uncaring and unfair? No matter how much I tried, there was never any way that I could make the predator's suffering match ours. Our existence was agony and terror, a living hell. They can't destroy our cradle, I spat. It's sacred. All those people gone. And for what? Zahn's eyes widened with sympathy. I am sorry, sir. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. Thank you, Matt. I blinked away tears, watching an Orc bite into a child's arm. Humans got what they wanted. I'd like to watch the end of this alone. The acting first officer swished his tail and ambled out of the room. None of the Taken's warnings about the humans had done any good to prevent this calamity. We hadn't been smart enough or fast enough. This was the inevitable conclusion, wasn't it? Squinting at my holopad, Piri had attached a note to the video. I could almost hear the Prime Minister's crisp voice and see the sternness in her expression. It must have been her final action to pass this media montage to any active communication satellites.
By the time you view this, I will already be dead. My bunker is on the brink of collapse, pelted by bomb after bomb. This message is being relayed to any high-ranking officers out of system. I hope it finds you in good health. There is no sense addressing the brave souls stationed here. Our fleet failed to restrain the inbound Orcs ships with catastrophic losses. We were preoccupied with the humans and taking them out any time they lingered near a cradle. The Terran ships burned into the fray as soon as we abandoned our position against their vector. There was a great confusion on who to fight. We figured they planned this scenario in cooperation with the Orcs. Then, the monkeys began attacking the Greys and broadcasting warnings to the surface. We intercepted signal after signal. It could be staged chatter, but they seemed surprised. Perhaps it was just predatory treachery, betraying an ally for the thrill. It could have been a dispute over the livestock haul. But this is the last footage I saw. I can't conjure a reason that such a sacrifice and tenderness would stem from aggression and cruelty. Those traits are polar opposites. What a marvelous ruse, if it is one. Please, send word to the Federation and relate the unspeakable losses of the Go-Jitty reunion. Beg their help, form your own opinions, and see what is done with the humans' prisoners. A flash of movement snapped my eyes back to the video. Human soldier plowed into the feasting Orcs, tackling it away from the child. The primate was missing his gun, but swung a knife at the reptilian with a vicious look. His inky pupils were dilated, and his neck veins bulged against his skin. He stepped between the Gojin and the Grey, shouting at the kid to run. What the feck? Why did he intervene? I thought. Maybe he had claimed the child of his own catch, like Peary suggested. The Terran jabbed his blade into the Orc's elongated nose. The grey beast roared in agony and crunched through the human stomach with swift jaws. More mammalians rushed over to the kid, peppering the reptile with bullets. They carried the Gojid so tenderly, shielding the youngling with their own bodies. Rescue was one thing, but it made no sense to die for their intended cattle. I gaped at the footage, staring in silence as the scene transitioned. A Terran fire team were surrounded by a school and fighting to the last. Many of the furless predators were wounded, and yet they propped themselves up and kept shooting. It was as though the drug was fueling them, these broken remnants managing to eviscerate an entire Orcs captured squad by the looks of the time-lapse. As soon as there was a moment of peace, a Gojid child raced into the open and knelt by a human's corpse. He jabbed a claw into the predator's stomach, sobbing in hysterics. The kid showed such feeble emotions in front of those beasts, and their lips didn't even curve into a snarl. Two primates stooped to the ground and attempted to console him. A dangerous thought crept into my brain. What if the humans did actually care for the children? What would that say about them? They're capable of... Every part of me screamed for a refutation. I keeled over, clutching my temples in a desperate attempt to vanquish the thought. There was no logical way to override this narrative as propaganda. It was a transmission from my own government. No. They're predators. Predators don't have feelings, I hissed. They took your home. They took your family. I collapsed into a prone position, bawling. The more I considered it, the more I realized that all of my arguments circled back to humans being predators, to my trauma, and to the planetary history Zahn claimed to know like the back of its paw. Every sneaking doubt that I blocked out flowed through my mind. The Terrans rushed to tend to the civilians on our world, asking nothing in return. The way they prioritized the children was the same as any nurturing species. They only attacked military targets, both in our home's invasion and when striking the border outposts. The last remnants of a bombing run allowed a medical ship to pass, as soon as it was identified. Despite my beliefs, the bombers never so much as glanced at the colony. There was only the chatter we heard on the radio frequencies, expressing sympathy for what the Orcs had done. One pilot said he wanted to negotiate, but his counterpart's retort was that we despised them too much to listen. I wiped a tear off my cheek. Nobody but the Venlil ever tried to speak to humanity. I hated them with all my heart. Crumbling to my conscious assault, I allowed the memories of that week to play in my mind, the delight bubbling in my chest as I drew screams from a helpless human was as fresh as yesterday. At the time, it made me exuberant. But now my sole wish was to undo the cruelty. Rissell was right when he said that I was behaving just like the Orcs. It was always the better of us. What kind of man enjoyed another creature's pain? That wasn't the behavior of a hero who was better than the predators he fought, an unbearable agony clasping at my chest. It was a sickening veil of disgust and self-hatred. I allowed myself to view the event from Marcel's eyes and imbued some feeling into the predator's mindset. The captain was a cruel individual who shocked him for the slightest movements. The days were unending agony with no sense of time or place. He felt his own body withering away and clung to sanity, recalling the kindness of his friends. How do you persuade someone who hates you, who has already made up their mind about you? Nothing that was said mattered, or was even brought into consideration. The officers wouldn't allow him to speak, and punished him for deceit after his repeated claims of friendship, for the crime of looking at the glass. His eyes were bashed in and clawed. Marcel lost interest in everything and became non-responsive. There was the briefest glimmer of hope, seeing his friend Slanek greet him with empathy and care. He thought maybe he could get through to the crew now. The Venlil confirmed all of his claims about humanity, and it was obvious he loved the little guy, or at least didn't want to eat him. But the captain rushed in to execute him because he hated that someone listened to a predator. Of course, extorting every bit of suffering first and making uncivilized threats. The human saw his life flash before his eyes. He felt afraid and alone. What was his crime but existing? Why was this happening to him? You did all of that, Sovlin. How could you? I screamed. Marcel was never non-compliant or of a predatory disposition. It was just sickening to look at. The tears were flowing freely now. I couldn't live with the knowledge that I inflicted such torment on a sentient creature who came to my ship in peace. By extension, the ensuing war caused the Gojid Union to lose our cradle to the Orcs. All I ever wanted was to save my people. And instead, my actions cost billions of lives. I yanked my sidearm out of its holster and shoved it into my mouth. Someone who had done what I had didn't deserve to live. I felt like I was thinking clearer now than I ever had in my life. Just a few more seconds, knowing what a failure I was. 5, 4, 3. With a detected sigh, I tugged the gun out of my gullet. It would be wrong to leave a mess for my crew to clean up and traumatize another person. Even if I hung myself, someone would stumble across my body. They would live with that image for the rest of their lives. My stubby legs staggered out of the briefing room and navigated to a maintenance airlock. The thought crossed my mind to write an apology as a suicide note. But that just didn't cut it. Staring out to the stars, I knew that I could be free of this guilt. The only trace of this would be the data point on the logs. After my disappearance, someone could fill in the blanks with a quiet conjecture. Captain, please, don't do it, Dr. Zahn shouted from behind me, seeing my paw hover over the lever. They can rebuild your whole world. Ending your life is a permanent decision, and you will never contribute anything again. It will taint your legacy, and the Union will be weaker for your loss. I don't care about any of that. Why did you follow me? I growled. Because there is still more to add to your sorry, sir. The Takan raised his paws in a pleading gesture, inching towards me. Even if you don't see it, each day is a gift. It's a chance to do something for someone else. My eyes rolled back as those last words sank in. The doctor didn't realize why he was right, but he was. These final actions were selfish, the coward's way out, because I was too afraid to turn myself over to the Predator's custody. What right did I have to deprive Marcel of his revenge? Death was too kind for what I did. Suffering
was what I deserved. None of the physical pain could be as awful as what I felt now. It was tough to breathe through the press of guilt, misery, and regret.
I have to go, I snapped.
The doctor stiffened. Sir, you're not in your right mind. We're going to the med bay for observation. I shoved past Zahn, speed walking back to the bridge. My gaze met Rumi's, and I gave the comms technician a slight nod. The young Gojit looked floored to see his captain disheveled and sniffling. My paws moved to him inside, and I tapped a recording button on his console.
This is Captain Sovlin speaking. I wish to state for the record that Officer Russell conducted himself in accordance with the highest Federation ethical standards.
My eyes swept across the chamber, studying my beloved crew for the last time.
It is my final wish that he succeeds me as captain of this vessel, and that any charges against him are cleared. I'll be turning myself in for the crimes against sentience. That is all.
Astonished gasps echoed across the bridge. Zahn looked baffled which crimes against sentience I was referring to. It wasn't my place to persuade him or to fault him for feeding the slanted information. The responsibility for my decisions fell on my shoulders. I didn't want the rest of my crew taken with me. The only honorable thing to do was to turn myself over to the humans and accept my nightmarish fate. I rushed through the corridors to the hangar bay, not wanting to give myself time to chicken out. Whatever the predators did to me was their prerogative, but my expectation was a slow and painful death. It was quick work to board the shuttle, punching in the stellar coordinates for Earth, the predators' breeding grounds, hadn't I called it? A planet that filled my heart with hatred, that I longed to destroy with every fiber of my being. Starlight twisted in the viewpoint, signifying that my final voyage was about to commence. This wasn't the way I thought my military career would end. Very soon, I would know more about the humans than I ever wanted to. My mind was adamant that such penance was merited. End of chapter. Chapter 27. Memory transcription subject Slanek Venal Space Corps. Date standardized human time October 1st, 2136. Our evacuation party was fortunate to skirt the orbital battle and depart the system with a fair distance between us and the Orcs. The Terran transport unloaded its critically wounded passengers at Venal border outpost, while the rest of the posse trekked on to Earth. I wasn't sure how the predators planned to deal with the terrified alien upon arrival. Marcel had been stabilized by onboard medics and didn't want to send Nulia to a refugee site run by predators without him. In fact, I got the feeling that he bore no intention of leaving her in a camp at all. Every Gojit on the vessel gawked at him yesterday when he launched into a silly song about twinkling stars and put her to sleep. Marcel was the reason I resisted the temptation to disembark in the relative safety of Venlil Station. After every horror that befell him in space, I was uncertain if he'd ever return to the stars. Our separation could be permanent. The last thing I wanted was for our friendship to conclude with me showing fear and disgust towards his species. If someone told me when I signed up for the Humans First Contact program that I would willingly go to their home world, I would have keeled over laughing. But I felt guilty over how my instincts ran amok on the Gojit cradle, and how quick I was to fault the predators for things they had no role in. Was my trust in humanity really that conditional? Were my prejudices still alive?
The mere sight of Marcel in the doorway had me in shambles at our first meeting. Now I don't think about it when he snarls or picks me up. I don't react to any human's eyes either, not even strangers or crowds. Maybe I've made more progress than I give myself credit for.
All sorts of bizarre ideas waltzed through my imagination when I tried to envision Earth. I was the first Venlil to visit humanity's home. Not even the bravest scientists or diplomats would venture to the blue marble. It was a massive step, which might be far cry from the preconceptions of society. Landing on Terran soil would place me at the whims of their government and expose me to the general populace. It would offer better insight into what an average predator was like. But was that a positive? I was woefully unprepared for what I had seen, mixing in with the UN military units. As the spacecraft touched down, I tried to remind myself that it was too late to back out. This was not the time for second thoughts. My fright would only contribute to the other passengers' panic. Gojid refugees, line up single file and prepare to exit the ship. Anyone who fails to follow directions of UN soldiers will be hit with a tranquilizer dart. For your own safety. A grating voice growled over the PA system. Volunteers are handing out blankets, water, and dried fruit. If you require medication or special accommodations, approach the nearest human in a white coat or Red Cross insignia. You are safe here. Please do not panic. I snorted.
Easier said than done.
The human statement didn't have the calming effect they desired. There wasn't a single refugee that didn't look petrified. One elderly Gojid collapsed with a thud, clutching at chest. The terror generated by this amount of predators could certainly cause a heart attack. Terran medics gestured for everyone to move back and hurried to cart the cardiac victim out. For the Gojids on board, it must appear that they were being towed to a predator's lair as a cattle. Ferocious-looking soldiers with massive guns were corralling them into the open air. Who would believe the beast's claim that they would return anyone that wished to leave to a Gojid or Federation territory, as soon as they arranged terms with their government? "Hi, Slenek," Tyler said hesitantly. The blonde human took a timid approach, as if worried about frightening me. As traumatic as his table manners were, the big guy's intentions were benevolent. He couldn't help that his taste buds evolved with such a vile proclivity. Like Marcel explained, it was biology that was beyond their control. I was aware that predators consumed meat by definition, and that didn't negate everything I knew about their rich emotions. Humans weren't like the Orcs, hunting living creatures. They cultivated cell samples in a lab. What was so amoral about that, other than the fact that it was appallingly gross?
It's on the same level as consuming fecal matter.
Don't exactly want to share a table or drink out of the same saucer, but it doesn't have to shape my entire opinion of him. Out of sight, out of mind.
Thanks for saving my life, Tyler. Sorry for freaking out back there.
I pinned my ears against my head and saw his eyes soften at my scared expression. It was a good idea on paper, for me to help humanity communicate with civilians, but I had no idea what I was signing up for. It was a sensory overload. All that death, predation, and aggression. It's cool. I forgot how much you guys hate predators sometimes. I know Marcel doesn't, but how could he? The flesh eater muttered. Following Tyler's sharp gaze, my own eyes landed on the redhead. I couldn't help but notice the looks Marcel shot the Gojid adults throughout the ride. Clearly, his own species picked up on it too. This mission wasn't the thrilling revenge jaunt of his dreams. My friend's right limb was stuffed in a sling, while his dominant arm held a spiky child. He was clutching Ludia to his chest, like he expected someone to take her away. His hazel eyes were glazed over as he watched the adult refugee stumble aside. A tear rolled down his cheek, which the young Gojid poked at with a claw.
"Don't cry,"
she whispered.
"Why are you sad?"
The human pawed at his eyes. I'm not, just tired." The child tilted her head.
"But you just slept for hours, Marcel."
"Marcel," he enunciated, rolling the R with the reverberating growl. "You can say it, dear."
"Marcel."
Nulia hooked her claws into the corners of his lips and tugged them upwards. I gaped at her bravado, playing with the predator's eating orifice.
"There's the happy snow. Stay like that."
Marcel flashed his teeth with a genuine amusement. He glanced at me, noticing that Tyler and I were both watching with concern. The vegetarian struggled to his feet, limping towards us at the rear of the line. We shuffled to the exit as a pack, and my nerves surged through my veins. Warm sunlight struck my face as I took my first look at humanity's home. The refugee camp was based on a decommissioned airport, judging by its appearance. Various structures had been converted to lodging, and tents dotted the runway. Humans were passing out supplies in what I thought was a former hangar bay. Doctors checked any Gojids showing any signs of life-threatening distress. Camera crews were parked on the other side of the chain-link fence. A few predators shouted the word Venlil, trying to get my attention. For better or worse, my image was of the first representative of my species here. I forced myself to straighten and offered the most human-like wave I could muster. UN guards manned the perimeter, allowing only cleared personnel through the gates either way.
Alarm rocketed through my veins as I spotted a ferocious four-legged predator alongside them. The brown and black beast made the humans look cute and cuddly. It was sure its serrated fangs could puncture the flesh like pudding, but the primates seemed oblivious. I sniffed the air with twitching nostril and eyed the armed Terrans with hungry pupils. I knew they had forward-facing vision, but now they could be the blind to their surroundings. How could the dangerous beast have drawn that close to them unnoticed? My survival instincts leapt into drive. "Run, Predator! Save yourselves! Run, quick!" Wait. Marcel can't run. He's going to get picked off first. Him and Nulia are the easy target. The humans need to gun down the Predator before it gets to us. I bolted back to the transport, overcome with a blinding terror. Tyler raced after me, closing the distance with long strides. He scooped me up despite my shrill, incoherent protests, and walked back to Marcel and the child. "There's a lot of predators here, Slanek," Marcel sighed. "What, you've never seen a human before?" I thrashed in Tyler's grasp, trying to get him to put me down. My ability to formulate words other than predator or run was greatly diminished. A pitiful squeak escaped from my mouth, and I jabbed a claw at the monstrous quadruped. It was panting and slobbering over the human's boots. Were they just clueless species in the galaxy? Nunia screeched as she spotted the beast, and understanding flashed in Marcel's eyes. He massaged the child's neck, seeing her spines pop up. Why didn't the human seem the least bit afraid? Why didn't he call to the guards to shoot the predator? "That's called a dog," Marcel said slowly. "We domesticated them thousands of years ago, which means we trained them to be friendly to humans." Tyler grinned. I have one at home. They helped us with hunting back in the old days, but now we keep them to companions," my human interjected. "Dogs are loyal and obedient to us. They're not sapient, but we have a close bond. You and guys have the predator situation under control." I watched as a Terran soldier patted the dog on its head, and its tongue lolled out of its mouth. The human fished into his pocket, holding out a cookie. He placed it in his hand, stretching his palm flat as he could, then offered it to the fanged predator. What was the madman doing, trying to lose a limb? The beast sniffed at the offering and wagged its tail. Disbelief filled my chest as it snapped up the morsel, seizing the food without nicking the man's hand. It barked at the Terrans, who were showering with toddler-esque praise. Did that non-sapient predator understand their words? "I can't believe even humans tried to befriend that. Conditioning dogs to be friendly to humans means that they weren't always friendly," I mused. "And Tyler keeps one in his residence. Like that is normal. How can he sleep with it around?" Tyler sensed that I calmed down enough and placed me back on the ground. Was that how human hunting worked? Co-opting other predators to do their dirty work? Marcel promised an answer once we were out of danger, but had yet to fulfill his vow. My outburst already drew a lot of unwanted attention, though, so I decided not to say anything now. One human took a brisk strides towards us, flanked by a group of soldiers. The thinning salt and pepper mane and crisp coat with the UN pin looked familiar. Dear stars, it was Secretary General himself. I'd recognized him from the landing at the outpost. Was his entourage coming to arrest me for inciting panic? "Slanek, isn't it? Welcome to Earth." Elias Mayer leaned in, so close that I could feel his breath inside my ear. The air movement tickled the sensitive hairs, and I resisted the urge to paw at it. "Act natural and pose for the cameras for a moment. It'll be bad PR for everyone if they think you're afraid of us." The human official draped an arm across my neck, and I forced myself to not shy away. Why did the predators always have to grab for vital areas? All he'd have to do was to lock his elbow to constrict my throat. "I apologize for the canine presence." The Secretary General spoke the words in a booming voice, and I sensed that he was trying to tell the media that I hadn't freaked out from the humans. "The dogs are necessary for security purposes." "Security from what?" I whispered. Mayer smiled, but did not answer. He slipped his arm from my shoulder and gestured for us to follow him. I tailed behind the UN leader on shaky legs, terrified to traverse the checkpoint. Marcel and Tyler lurked at the rear, probably to seal off my escape route if I tried to run. The dog was tethered by a thin rope on closer inspection, but it seemed to be putting the humans more than anything. Those awful eyes were watching me. Its yellowed fangs were the size of my ear. I couldn't stop hyperventilating.
A predator like that could smell my fear, couldn't it? What could the Terrans do if it lunged at me? An tinted vehicle was waiting with the door ajar, and Maya flicked a hand towards the car. I didn't need a second invitation to spring into the steel death trap. Marcel and Tyler squished in beside me, while the Secretary General found a seat opposite us. The goaded child was inconsolable after the dog sighting, sobbing into the human's grimy uniform. Maya raised an eyebrow. "Where are your parents, kid? They must be worried sick about you."
No, they're not,
Lydia wailed.
I called for my mummy, and she never came back. She didn't care if Martial or the bad monsters ate me.
Marcel gave her head a gentle pat. "Your mother made a mistake, darling, because she was really scared. She loved you very much." Tyler nodded. "That's right. You're a good kid." Maya's eyes lingered on Lydia for a moment. His thinly veiled displeasure suggested he preferred if goaded children weren't roaming his planet. Evidently, he decided it wasn't good PR to force Marcel to leave her behind either. "Anyhow, sorry about that mess, Lenek. I had no idea the Venlil was sending visitors. Though, don't misunderstand me, we're thrilled to have you here," the Secretary General said. "I'll work out luxurious arrangements for you all. If there's anything you want, just ask." I cuddled up to my human.
Thank you, sir.
"Anything for our galactic neighbors. I'm pleased that you both returned alive, especially with how symbolic your connection has been here on Earth. Speaking of which, I have some positive news." Marcel leaned forward. "Positive news. Sovlin has been arrested by UN forces. He's been held in a clandestine facility for alien POWs and is awaiting trial." My eyes widened, while my friend's gaze narrowed. How had the Terrans tracked down the sadistic Gojid? Regardless of their mythology, I was relieved the captain wouldn't get away with his wretched deeds. If the predators executed Sovlin, it would satisfy Marcel's wish for his death. The anger boiling inside him was taking its toll on his kind soul. "Take me there," my human growled. "I want to see him." Secretary General Maya exhaled, shaking his head in the negative. "That's not a good idea. So what? Pull some strings. I'm not going to do anything drastic," Marcel said. "And why would I risk the political fallout? If you did attack an alien prisoner in our custody, there is zero benefit to any party, and we aren't prepared to host visitors there regardless. You'll be able to see Sovlin in court. Come on, all I want is a short conversation, Mayor." The red-haired human's expression was pleading, and his eyes searched for the UN's resolute face. "I'll go along with whatever media strategy you want in return. You know, I'm important to our propaganda efforts, at home and abroad." The UN leader stared out the window in thought. Was Marcel's claim that he was a tittle to the Terran narrative accurate? The Secretary General crossed his arms with a resigned sigh, like he hated his next actions. A holopad found its way into his hands, and he began typing out a message. "I'm sure I will regret this. I'll let you peek at his cell from outside. You can enter only if Sovlin wants to see you," Mayor rumbled. "Understand?" Marcel nodded. "Yes." My ears pinned back against my head. Those predatory eyes brooded with such deep hatred that it made me squirm. There was no telling whether the human could or would restrain his aggression once his tormentor was in his grasping distance. Whatever happened, my primary hope was that this confrontation would bring him peace at last. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Memory transcription, subject Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, standardized human time, October 2nd, 2136. A harsh buzzing drifted into my ears, rousing me from unconsciousness. I stirred on the thin cot and grunted at the mattress's inflexibility. Terror flooded my mind as I realized where I was. Gravity, this authentic, could only mean that I was on Earth. I had received a military greeting as soon as I neared the Sol system. When I informed them of my name and intent to surrender, the humans ordered me to power off my vessel's engines. A breaching ship jostled my shuttle and pumped a sleeping vapor through the ventilation shafts. The predators weren't taking any chances of trickery or resistance. The accommodations were reasonable, with every basic necessity available. By comparison, the Orcs kept their captives in squalor. A pen designed for 5 soldiers would be the size of my room's bed. The reptiles had no qualms about piling us on top of each other and degrading our dignity. Water and fruit bowls were sitting on a small table. The drinking liquid wasn't the unsanitary sludge I'd expected from predators. My cell was caged by barred door, but it was spacious enough to walk around. The barrier slid open as the buzzing noise finished, and shoe thuds echoed through the vicinity.
I might never see a person that's not a predator again, I realized with a chill. That's very likely.
A pudgy Terran male in layered garments entered, studying me with a calculating gaze. My spines felt like they were about to worm their way out of my back. Those eyes were revolting, an unyielding assertion of dominance. Was he dissecting me in his mind, or searching for my vulnerable areas? The predator tugged out a metal chair and beckoned me to the table with a finger. I steeled myself for the physical pain I knew was about to occur.
Well,
I slunk over to the opposing chair on shaking legs.
Go on then.
The crown of fading white had hair signified his age, I presumed. He fished a stack of papers out of his briefcase and placed some glass adornment over his eyes. The beast looked like he engorged himself on flesh regularly. How else would he have fattened up like that? Words are insufficient to describe the numbing dread snowballing in the pit of my stomach. Figures that humans wait until I woke up to start reciprocating the cruelty. I was on the other end of Marcel's plight, caged with a monster with no way out. Hi, Sovereign. My name is Anton Kozlov, and I am your legal counsel, the human said. I cleared my throat.
Legal counsel?
Yes. If you are unsatisfied with my service, we can find you another representative, he replied.
I don't understand. Representative? Represent me for what?
You're going to be put on trial for your crimes against humanity. Your case has been referred to the International Criminal Court by the UNSC. That's the United Nations Security Council. My ears could hardly process what they were hearing. Humanity had a proper court system. They relied on evidentiary claims to establish guilt and stable institutions. It all sounded so tame and normal.
And United Nations? Since when is the humans' government unified?
Every soul says that they do nothing but war with each other.
First off, such decorum is undeserved. There is no question that I did what I'm accused of.
I stuttered.
Why would there even be a hearing?
Anton's lips curled down. Everyone has the right to a trial. Presumed innocence until proven guilty. We are a civilized species, with laws and justice systems, you know.
I wish you weren't.
Savage retribution would at least alleviate my guilt over my own sadism. The calm professionalism was twisting the knife. The self-proclaimed lawyer had to know he was defending someone who would have killed his whole species in a heartbeat. If I stumbled across him in my domain, I would have tormented him without refrain. Anyhow, let's go over the charges and the facts of the matter. The ICC believes that your case has gravitas enough to fall under their jurisdiction. The predator passed a packet in front of me, which detailed my crimes in their angular script. Well, you tortured a single human. It was intended as an attack against our entire species. You're the first alien to face a trial by Terran law, so I'd say that's important enough.
Okay.
You also bore the intent to genocide civilians, which granted, there is less direct evidence of. If you cannot understand these charges, let me know. We can try to translate them into your language, though I cannot vouch for the accuracy.
I have a translator. I understand just fine.
I lowered my head in shame, despising every word of the sophistication he uttered.
How do I confess? I am guilty. I don't wish to dispute the charges.
I definitely don't want to see evidence of what I did to Marcel. I wish I could just forget about that beast.
Oh, stars, what if he comes to watch the proceedings?
You can plead guilty, but I think there is a solid defense in the making, of course. The evidence against you is airtight. The human paused and tapped his fingers to his temple. Maybe they tried to use their hands like we use tail signals. With your innate resentment of predators, I think there is a substantial evidence to argue insanity. We can beseech the court for leniency on those grounds.
What? That's not what I want. You're predators. You can think of a brutal and agonizing way for a man to die.
I beg your pardon?
I want my actions repaid. Request the worst imaginable sentence your government can give, please. Something torturous.
Anton squinted at me. He poured a glass of water and pushed it towards me with a sigh. The primate must be mocking me by concocting such a defense. There was no psychological excuse for my unattainable hatred. I failed at every opportunity to revert my course, and never used a scrap of logic. The last thing I wanted was the Terran judges to empathize with my perspective. The predators needed to prove themselves to be a little unhinged or vindictive. Maybe they could have some feelings, but they weren't just ordinary, docile people. Prisoners are not tortured on our planet, the human explained. It's explicitly forbidden by our laws. While you are in UN custody, your needs will be cared for. You'll be imprisoned if convicted, likely for a period of 10 to 20 years.
My eyes widened. That's it?
That's it.
Imprisoned where? Like where I am now?
Yes. This facility was specially set aside in case we captured any Federation prisoners of war.
Make an exception. What kind of predators are you?
The lawyer eyed my flailing claws nervously. You need to calm down. I'll be back when you're ready to discuss your case. The predators had a much better grasp of the aggression than I thought. There wasn't a scratch on my physical form, nor had there been a deployment of intimidation tactics. Even screaming at Anton couldn't have evoked a violent reaction I desired. If anything, my antagonization seemed to frighten the old man.
If you're just going to dream up excuses, don't come back at all, I growled. I don't need legal counsel.
The white-haired human collected his belongings, shaking his head in what I thought was frustration. That refined conversation wasn't at all on par with my expectations. They were supposed to act all sorts of predatory compulsions on me, not confine me under humane conditions, to ponder what I had done.
This is the worst outcome. They have every chance to return the favor, yet they choose to do better.
Listen, if you want to plead guilty, that is your right. Anton paused at the door as he was buzzed out by the guards. But let me test the waters first. See what sort of deal the UN are willing to offer.
Why would they offer anything?
You're still one of the Federation's most brilliant tacticians. That counts for something.
Fine. I really don't care anymore.
Excellent. Oh, and Sovlin, there is a... Shit. Someone else is here to see you. You may want to refuse him.
Would Capia dare to turn me away?
A steaming voice hissed, so throaty that it sounded like a snarl. I have a right to face him. The lawyer hurried out, and a muscular silhouette appeared by the door frame in his place. The new predator was baring his teeth with strained breathing that verged on panting. This must be the interrogator I was waiting for. I curled my claws for the humans to send him in, assuming that they were monitoring the cell somehow. They must not have understood. Do you wish to speak to the visitor? A gruff voice crackled through the speaker. There is no established visiting area at the moment. We can arrange a separate meeting under more defined circumstances, if you wish.
I blinked slowly. No need for a pomp and circumstance. Send him in now.
The bars creaked out of the way. The human stalked in, with a guard tailing behind him. My visitor limped like he was wounded. One arm was placed in a sling, and a bandage was tied around his leg. His short hair bore an orange tinge, but it was no more than stubble on his scalp. The predator's face was beet red, marred by 3 long scars that carried a light shade. The pattern of those marks clicked with nagging images in my head. I gasped in horror and struggled to keep myself still. My eyes turned towards the floor as Marcel shoved his crooked nose inches from my face. Every part of me wanted to hide under the bed. It would be much easier to pretend that he wasn't here.
At least I didn't kill him. His skeleton is much healthier, and he's lopped off with the little hair humans have. Stars, he's hideous.
Look at me, the Terran roared. I took a shaky breath and gazed into his hazel pupils. The human's expression was contorted, with a coat of water swelling around his pupils. The depth of emotion, when I truly looked, was staggering. Not the soulless abyss I saw them as before. It was a looking-glass to his convicted mind, which was beleaguered by resentment and recollection. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back there. I can't be touched on the neck without thinking of your fucking collar. Marcel's raspy voice sounded choked, and I heard snot bubbling in his nose. He furiously wiped a tear away.
I can't look in the mirror without seeing your fecking scars. I'm reminded of you by everything.
My skin tingled from the feel of his warm breath on my snout. Guilt plagued me, twisting my inside into knots. How could the human return to his society and act civilized after being treated like an animal? Wetness trickled down my own cheek, and my vision grew fuzzy. I could see the truth in his words, that the anguish wreaked havoc on his mind daily. Maybe beating the crap out of me or killing me would give him some closure. I don't want to hurt you again, but when you start attacking me, I won't be in control anymore. I suggest you start with the claws or tie up my paws, I croaked. The predator slammed his fist on the table, baring his teeth.
All I want is to know, why? What have I ever done to you? Why did you do it?
Because when I look at you, I see the Oxel. I'm sorry.
You're sorry? Thank you, he spat. You're a piece of crap, you know. A lying sack of crap.
How am I lying?
Tell me the real reason. You said they took everything from you when you were about to kill me. What did you mean?
You don't care. I don't talk about that ever.
Don't you owe me that much? I drummed my claws on the chair. If Marcel could derive meaning from that wretched tale, it was something that I had to rehash one more time. Sorrow filled my throat, just reminiscing about it. Oxall shuttle snuck past our defenses, and the reptiles went on the hunt. One of the first places they landed was my neighborhood. The Gojid Armada's efforts failed to stave them off. Therefore, it was my fault that those monsters tormented my family. Unspeakable things were done to only the two people I love. I spectated the whole event from a holopad that was dropped on the floor in panic. The awful screams was something I tried and failed to blot out of my mind. The reason I led that famed charge against the Arxol fleet was the paralyzing grief I felt that day. It was meant as suicide, dying in a righteous blaze of glory. Instead, I was saddled with a heroic mantle and consigned to live for nothing more than vengeance. They killed my family while I was on call to wish my daughter a good night. Happy? It's no excuse. Marcel stepped away at last, pacing by the door. I was surprised he didn't throw the back in my face and try to reopen the wound. Even if humans could feel empathy, there was no reason to extend that to me. Slinek's words about how kind and gentle the predator was rang in my ears. The Venlil staked his life on that belief. This isn't someone who's so cruel and sadistic. This is a good person who is dying on the inside because of you. Indeed, there is no excuse for what you did, the predator decided. But I saw what the Ark saw do. I saw a lot of things I can't begin to describe. Saw how? It's not the same on television. I didn't get shot twice sitting on a couch, Soblin. I deployed on your cradle, don't you call it? You don't even give your fecking homeworld a proper name. How is it any worse than naming your planet dirt? Well, fine. On your cradle, I saw Arxol soldiers munching on Gojid organs in the middle of a fecking battle. Them plucking people off the streets to God knows what fate. Us racing to evacuate anyone. Cities wiped off the map, and explosions all around us. Marcel's voice quavered with horror, and his eyes stared blankly at the wall. There was a grim sincerity to his testimonial. It would be easy to interpret his anecdote as gloating, but he seemed saddened by the destruction of my homeworld. The humans hadn't wished such a senseless fate upon us. It was us who yearned for a genocide against their race. I chewed at my claws with despondency, mourning the infinite loss of the cradle. The question nagging at my mind, whether any humans partook in the flesh consumption, but I bit back that morbid curiosity. I should just let the predator continue uninterrupted. There were children crushed to death by their own parents, left broken in the streets, he recalled. A massacre as far as the eye could see. The stench of death, flies buzzing in the air. You all did that to yourselves. Humans would never do that to our kids. A predator speaking as though a stampede was a conscious choice, and claiming a moral high ground. This is all so bizarre. The notion of human caring for their young, or having any kind of family unit was jarring. To think of them forming attachments felt alien to my brain. Somehow you're the worst of it all, Soblin. I will never escape what you did. I swallowed. So what do we do now? Are you going to kill me? Oh, I dreamed about killing you, tearing you from limb to limb.
Marcel pinched the bridge of his crooked nose.
But that's not who I am. Not to Nudia, not to Slinek, and not to myself. You don't get to take that away from me.
I don't understand. Take what away?
The predator's lips curled into a snarl, revealing his pointed canines.
How I treat a monster. It says a lot about me than you. I'm proud to be human, and I wake up every morning without feeling like a total piece of crap. Can you say the same?
Marcel stalked away with the limping gait, and the door clanged open at his behest. The human receded down the corridor, as did the UN guard shadowing him. The heavy clops of their feet faded out of earshot. My spines began to settle, left without the company of any predators. That final question resonated through my head. The scarred flesh-eater knew that answer as well as I did. It was my treatment of a perceived abomination that shaped me into one myself, and no, I don't think I ever feel pride or contentment again. The spark that made me sovereign, the brazen officer, was gone for good. When the Terran lawyer returned, I decided to go along with his merciful plots. Humanity treated monsters with dignity for their own sake, and who was I to ruin it for them? End of chapter. Chapter 29. Memory transcription subject, Captain Soblin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 3rd, 2136. Our van cruised along the multi-lane highway, granting me a perfect view of the passing scenery. The road was packed with cars, with light signals governing the traffic flow. The humans were more enterprising and entertainment-driven than I anticipated. Intermittent signs advertised shops, restaurants, hangouts. Dwellings were mostly tucked away on side streets, away from the hustle and bustle of traffic. Earth is not as harrowing as I expected. There's not a single sign of violence or corpses lying around. It's just people going about their lives. We were en route to the refugee camp, per the Terran government's request. Despite the best efforts, humans lack the knowledge of basic biology and necessities. They also have difficulty getting the Gojits to speak to them, for obvious reasons. The Predators asked whether I would be willing to provide guidance and assist communication with the more frightened individuals. My attorney noted that there was nothing offered in return, but I was happy to help my people, the few thousands that were left anyway. Anton leaned in. Remember, this is a test to see if you'll cooperate. You need all the goodwill you can get here. Don't do anything stupid. The lawyer looked nervous sitting next to me. Even with the cuffs around my forepaws, an ankle monitor was also strapped to one leg, suppressing my circulation. The predators didn't trust me not to run off the second I tasted fresh air. If I intended to flee, why would I have flown the ship into the heart of their territory? There were 2 UN officers at the front of the vehicle, wearing matching artificial pelts. The primate's skin must be sensitive to light, with how they wore expensive garments all the time. Their eyes barely left me. The constant tracking meant my spines hadn't settled for the hours-long drive. The buildup of fear chemicals was dizzying. I coughed. Guard predators, can I say something? If I, think that my people are being mistreated? One of the officers, named Samantha, gave a curt nod. Yes, you may. If you have any ideas for cultural elements that are missing, that's acceptable as well, the other soldier, Carlos, growled. We know nothing of your religious customs. The old anxious habit of chewing at my claws cropped up again. The most popular deity worshipped in our system was the Great Protector, a nature spirit that warded off predators. I never believed in such nonsense myself. Judging by how the Orcs terrorized us, there was no one safeguarding our cradle. Probably shouldn't tell literal predators that our higher power is supposed to keep their kind away. I doubt they'd let Gojits exercise patronage to her once they discovered that. My faint curiosity wondered what sorts of beliefs the Terrans were governed by. Carlos's words did imply that they did have religions, which must shape their society's morality. Perhaps their gods offers wisdom such as only killing when necessary, and giving their quarry swift deaths. They could explain their prey-like conventions on prisoners and warfare. Our van paused by a second gate, where more humans waved into the large paved area. The vehicle parked itself by a hangar bay, and the operator switched off the ignition. The UN soldiers stalked around to open the rear hatch. A dark corner of my mind fed me awful ideas about what condition the Gojid refugees were in. What if the predators lost patience with the more fearful individuals while we were in transit? What if being around this many prey animals at once stirred the humans' appetite, even if they didn't want it to? This had to be a massive temptation.
What are you waiting for, Sovlin? Samantha waved a hand impatiently. Get a move on it.
Anton snaked his fingers around my wrist, steadying me as I stumbled out of the van. The predator's skin was slick and oily. The touch sent a shudder through my veins. I tried to use my surroundings to ground myself and forgot about my proximity to the Terran. There were no hints of any pens, suspicions, contraptions, or butchering tools. These appeared like a helpful facility the predators proclaimed it to be. Thousands of Gojid were milling about, while humans lingered by designated assistance tents. The largest line was at the station labeled for locating loved ones.
You can't have gotten many people off the planet, I muttered.
Why give them hope? Carlos crossed his arms. Such a cynic. If we reunite a handful of friends or family, then it's worth it. The female guard shook her head in disapproval as well. She fished a yellow object out of her pocket and tugged down the outer skin. The soft flesh below had to be from a plant, judging by the lack of eyes, limbs, or blood. Was she offering me food? I wasn't hungry. To my bewilderment, Samantha took a bite out of the clasped vegetation. The seeds of the half-eaten object confirmed that it was a fruit, rather than an animal organ. This predator was chowing down on prey snacks right before my eyes. I thought it might be a curiosity what our food tasted like, but she seemed too bored for it to be interesting.
Marcel could have eaten fruit. I thought the only way to feed him was to sacrifice a crew member, I mused, with a guilty pang. Stars, are these humans even predators at all? Samantha's forward-facing eyes looked at me. Why are you looking at me like that? You eat plants? I squeaked.
Anton nodded. We're omnivores, Sovlin. Humans can eat meat, but that's not the main part of our diet.
Omnivore?
I struggled to pronounce the tonal word, since no equivalent existed in my language.
Okay, sorry for gawking. Maybe just show me something you want me to help with.
Carlos steered me towards a large dormitory, palming his chin in thought. This predator had strange green markings across his arm. Was that the sort of customary brand for males in the service? Maybe it was a way of denoting his kill count or ancestral heritage. The olive-skinned human didn't notice me studying him, which was a relief. The male guard checked that no Gojids were watching before pointing to the far end of the bunks. See that group huddling over there? How they seem to be protecting that chap with the beige claws.
What about it? I answered. That guy over there has been unresponsive to any of our orders, Samantha chimed in, completely ignoring us.
Carlos nodded. Which isn't the issue. Lots of Gojids haven't been very cooperative, because they're afraid of or otherwise. But this particular fellow, it's like everyone tries to get him away as quickly as possible.
So what, you want me to get this one to listen to you? I can't guarantee I can do that.
The predator shook his head. Just find out why they're hiding him. If he's a celebrity, a religious leader, a politician, I don't know. If he's important to you all, we can give him some special treatment. The Gojid in question wasn't anyone I recognized. If I didn't know him, it was unlikely he was famous enough that a large percentage of our people would pick him out. A suspicion flickered in my mind that this one had some sort of disability. Everyone knew the predators practiced the survival of the fittest maxim of nature. The humans had ample emotions, but would they knowingly expend resources on a defective individual? Someone with a permanent handicap wouldn't be helpful for rebuilding our species. To the predatory mindset, surely they'd want that trait wiped out with the gene pool.
Humans probably would think that they're doing us a favor, with how limited our numbers are. They'd never understand why we nurse an individual who cannot care for themselves, or can never live a normal life.
I'll check in, I growled. Don't come with me. Nobody will talk to you. Samantha tossed her finished fruit peel into the waste bin.
Fine. Don't try and run. That band on your ankle will tell us where you are.
My conscience was torn as I wandered over to the group. While I owed the predator animals an immense debt, one that I could never atone for, sacrificing another person's life felt immoral. Perhaps I should have just refused to help. If I didn't know anything, I couldn't be used against the poor guy.
A Gojid female watched my approach and pointed a claw at me. Stop! What do you want? I halted in my tracks.
Is the young man there all right? Have the predators done something to him?
Nothing like that, she muttered. Why should we trust you? You just came with a bunch of their soldiers. We saw you through their checkpoint.
I'm a high-ranking Gojid officer that was taken prisoner during the war. The words were automatic, as if some other persona jumped behind the wheel. The second they release me, I'm doing what I can to help, under the circumstances. You might know me. My name is Captain Sovlin.
Her eyes widened. The Sovlin? It's an honor, sir. I'm Burner. The Silent One's Talpin.
Nice to meet you. May I ask again what the issue is?
Tal is deaf. He can't hear any of the Predator's commands, and they're starting to get belligerent. We're trying to guide him, but it's a matter of time before they figure it out.
How long do you think he can keep them in the dark? The humans aren't stupid.
A few days at most. But every hour we keep my brother alive is worth it to me.
I studied the deaf Gojid, noticing the confusion plastered across his features. A burning feeling crawling into my throat. The length of Talpin's lower spine suggested that he had just reached adulthood. This teenager had so much of his life ahead of him, and his family circle would mourn his loss immensely. The UN soldiers were waiting, expecting a full report. Yes, it was a single life to earn the humans' favor, and that would be terminated soon anyways. But there were so many fatalities on my conscience. As it were, that count was more than what I could live with. I couldn't let another person die because of me. Not a single one. The Terrans would resent my disobedience, but any threats paled in comparison to a novel source of guilt. I understand.
I suggest that you lay low as possible, I said with a soft tone. Take care of yourselves.
Talpin waved at me, blissfully ignorant of the dilemma in my mind. I shuffled back towards the predators, while choking sickness clamped down in my stomach. Their hideous eyes searched mine for any clues. Carlos sparked a question, but the translated meaning was lost beneath my swirling thoughts. Sovlin, talk to me, buddy. Anton patted my shoulder, and I flinched in the contact. You look shaken up. What's the matter?
I'm so sorry. No one's in danger, but I can't tell you, I whimpered.
What do you mean, you can't tell us? The female predator hissed.
Your reaction could be drastic. I can't get someone else killed. No matter how bad I feel about Marcel. Just throw me back in my cell, okay, please?
She blinked. Nobody's getting killed. Have humans ever displayed violence towards you? Either you trust us to conduct ourselves with kindness and compassion, or you haven't reformed at all.
Pick one. I don't know. Crap. I don't know.
Sovlin, we're trying to help these people. You have my word that no harm will befall any of them, not unless there is a zero alternative, Carlos growled. I squeezed my eyes shut. Feeling empathy was a far cry from altruistic disregard for genealogy. Humans wouldn't be a strong warrior species without making a few logical sacrifices. It might stupefy them that we burdened ourselves with so-called debility. Would honor be enough to compel the predators' gods to spare Talpin? The lawyer jostled my arm again.
You're panicking. I can see that. Whatever predator nonsense you all are convinced of, it's dead wrong. We are nothing like the Orcs or...
Yes, but he's deaf, I blurted. The humans recoiled. All of their expressions seemed stunned, and for their eyebrows shot up towards their hairline. I don't think that possibility even crossed my mind. Why would it, when they would never engage in such an impractical undertaking themselves?
Crap, what have I done?
You couldn't keep your fat mouth shut and let a teenager live his final days in peace, I berated myself. You're a weak-minded, selfish arsehole. Sovlin, you should have spaced yourself back then on your ship. Samantha scratched her head. Was that so hard? I think I can take care of this. The UN guard stalked towards the group, and I tailed behind them in a mute horror. My brain was screaming at them to stop, but I couldn't muster the words. Self-hatred reached the new light. My will to live felt depleted. Were the predators going to take Talpin away from his family, execute him in front of the watching crowd? The female human approached without drawing her weapon and gestured towards the deaf youth. Talpin screeched as he saw the armed predator's attention on him. With bristling spines, he tried to crawl under his bunk. The Goja cluster gaped at me with looks of absolute betrayal. Tears swelled in their eyes. How could you, Sovlin? Berna jumped between the Terrans and her brother, flexing her claws in defiance. I thought you were a hero, a man who would die for our planet. I collapsed to my knees, hugging my chest. I'm so sorry. I trusted them.
Please, don't kill him, predators. I'll give you whatever you want, the sister protested.
Samantha dropped to one leg. We're not going to hurt anyone. Can you understand me now? She made a series of animated gestures, concurrent with her speech. Tulpen watched her with blank stare, trembling. Her clawless fingers curled in strange motions, but they didn't seem random. My misery gave way to confusion as I tried to understand what she was doing. Was she some non-verbal form of communication?
That's not hunger or disgust in her eyes, I don't think.
Sign language, Carlos explained, spotting my bafflement. It's how deaf people communicate on our planet. Do your translators work on it?
No, only audible language. That's why tail signals don't translate, I stammered.
The female predator lowered her hands. Damn it! Please tell him we're going to find a way to talk to him. Gojits, ask him for a little patience.
Burner gaped at the UN soldiers.
Okay. Thank you.
My mind was spinning. The humans created an entire gesture language for those who lacked hearing. Did that mean that they created another ailments too? That individuals like Tulpen could live normal lives? This suggested the limits of their nurturing went much farther than I imagined. The Orcs would have considered any hindering offspring as prey, lumping it in with the same category as their food. Then again, they abandoned their children days after birth, whereas Marcel spoke of his humans kept contact with their progeny. With their empathic behavior towards our younglings, I couldn't imagine they left their kids to fend for themselves.
I don't understand. You speak language for deaf people. But you can hear, I murmured.
Samantha raised her shoulders briefly. My mother's death was from birth.
Burner's eyes widened.
Your parents reared a deficient offspring, reworked their whole lives for it, kept it.
What the feck? Of course they kept him, she spat.
The Gojid flinched. Sorry, crap. I meant no offense. I thought you'd care about individual contributions.
There are more ways to enhance society than by being the pinnacle of physical perfection. Anton met my gaze, though replying to Burner. It was like he knew my thoughts, followed a similar track. One of our greatest astrophysicists was a quadriplegic for decades, fully dependent on the care of others, unable to talk without a speech synthesizer. Brilliant man. I twisted my claws, pondering their words. Though I regretted my behavior towards Marcel, my understanding of humans was limited to the scope of my prior knowledge. Zahn had spoken in ghastly detail about their cruelty and malice. Our briefing videos encapsulated those heinous acts and confirmed the unthinkable level of viciousness abiding within them.
Even the Terran domain, all I see is compassion. Where is the humanity that the Federation saw? Wouldn't such a brutish nature shine through somewhere?
Seeing their redeeming qualities, such as how they were capable of empathy, was a start. However, these primates were nothing at all like any scientist predicted. Predators' entire purpose in the ecosystem was to weed out the weak. They were natural selection itself.
You're quite right. Humans are nothing like the Orcs, I admitted.
We're not. We want you to help us beat them, Sovereign. But the UN needed to see that you trust us first. A hard glint flashed in Carlos's brown eyes. I'm satisfied that your remorse is genuine. What do you say that we spend a few hours here, then we talk shop?
That translates as, discussing work?
Touché. We're drumming up plans to take the fight to the Arxor, and to bring whatever is left of your cradled world back to our hands. Would you be willing to look them over? Perhaps serve alongside us? I realized that, in spite of my visceral reaction to their features, I almost liked these humans. They had a certain charisma. When they articulated their lofty intentions, our cradle world would be little more than rubble now, but its symbolism counted for something. A few thousand Gojits might have survived in bunkers, and these strange predators were their last hope. The UN giving me a chance to offset a fraction of the damage I'd caused. That wasn't the sort of offer I could pass up.
There is nothing I'd like more. Count me in.
End of chapter. Chapter 30. Memory transcription, subject Slanik, Venlil Space Corps. Date, standardized human time, October 3rd, 2136. Accompanying Marcel to visit his tormentor was my overarching desire. But persuading the predator proved an impossible task. It baffled me why he believed this confrontation was something he needed to tackle alone. The worry I felt for my human was tremendous. I couldn't imagine how traumatic it was to encounter Sovereign with the roles reversed. Beyond that, it was terrifying to be stranded on Earth,
without him to protect me. Whenever something frightened me, there was this comforting assurance that the vegetarian would fix it. I was beginning to understand that Marcel shielded me from the predatory side of humanity, to the best of his ability. It was there to filter the stimuli around me now. You need to get used to humans on your own, Slanek. Toughen up, I chided myself. That orphan toddler is twice as brave as you. Nudia seemed anxious without her scarred predator. The poor thing must be fearful of being abandoned again. Tyler landed up babysitting duty for the Gojid child, while her guardian was away. The meat-eater had finally retired to his room, trying to get both of them some shut-eye. As babyish as it would have been, I wish I'd tagged along. Every shadow that danced on the wall seemed like a dog sneaking up to me. There was no chance of getting a wink of sleep, knowing that I was trapped in a land of predators alone. How could any sane species leave their vomit alive? With a frustrated sigh, I jabbed a claw on the remote. It was a bad idea to watch their television without supervision, but the boredom was stirring up the dark side of my imagination regardless. The screen opposite the bed flicked to life, set to news channel by default. A stern-looking female had her intense, predatory eyes fixed on the camera. "Never trust a Federation," she continued. "None of their information about the predators has been correct. The continued survival of the human race is due to their astonished incompetence, their fundamental lack of curiosity. You, your children, and your loved ones are the vermin to be killed to them. These aliens take offense to your existence." "Not the Venlil," I yipped, knowing that she couldn't hear me. The UN ambassador and the Venlil governor never returned from the summit where they tried to negotiate with these genocidal maniacs. At this point, we have to presume that Noah Williams has murdered. Maybe it's time to give the feds a dose of the predators they're asking for. Is this why the Orcs all turned on them? How were they really treated the first contact? The statement made my blood boil. How could any human argue with the mountain of footage depicting Orcs sadism? It was an undisputed fact that the Federation uplifted those predators, gifting the means to blaze a trail of destruction. Hadn't the Terran soldiers returned with stories of the Greys rounding up cattle and snacking on living Gojids mid-battle? Surely, no human bought this outrageous line of thinking. This had to be a sensationalist take on the garner publicity for her broadcast. That, or it was satire. I failed to see the humor, but then again, I always took the literal interpretation of things. Terran comedy could be pretty dark and tasteless, from the jokes that I'd heard in my deployment. Nothing excuses cannibalism and genocide to those who will inexplicably take my words out of context. I just don't see a reason to accept the bigot's narrative without any critical thinking. Recent intelligence suggests ship's movement in the Cratercle. The hotel door clicked open without warning, which startled me upright. What if the UN security guards coming to secure my room with a dog? That creature was going to be my nightmare fuel for months. I could vividly picture it ripping off a Venlil limb with a toss of its ugly head. My fear morphed to relief as I saw it was Marcel, who bore an exhausted look in his face. The predator's emotions must be depleted after such a taxing journey. He flopped back first on the bed, allowing the residual tension to ebb from his shoulders. I assaulted him with a hug and ignored the groan as I knocked the wind out of him. "Easy, buddy," the human grunted. "It's only been a day." I admitted a happy mule as he settled me onto his chest with his uninjured arm. The room's dark environment felt much brighter, with my friend to shepherd me. Nothing could harm me when he was around, not even a dog. The human tickled my chin with a low chuckle as I rested my paws atop his stomach. My eyes met his piercing gaze. "I was worried sick about you. How did it go? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I think I'm ready to move forward," he replied. "But I don't want to talk about it. Let's talk about something else, all right?" "Sure. How about what kind of predators humans are?" Crap, Slenek. Do we have to discuss that now? It's 1 a.m. "Yes, we do. You promised. And I think I deserve the truth. It's like you don't trust us, even after all we've been through together." Marcel searched my expression, a mix of concern and affection in his eyes. The human seemed reluctant to answer. His fear of losing me was palpable. From how his fingers tightened around my fur, what could be so sinister that it would alter my view of him after all this time? I trusted him with my life. If my stupid instincts didn't get in the way, I would take the bullet for him. "It's complicated," he growled, after several seconds of silence.
Humans have employed every predation strategy in the book. Like Tyler said, dogs have helped us. We've set traps, used ambush tactics, fished, raised livestock, yes. I know you hate that word, but you asked.
I tilted my head. You said you weren't ambush predators.
We're versatile. Anyhow, what people claim we are is one of the oldest hunting strategies known to mankind. It's called persistence hunting.
The human paused, as though expecting a dramatic reaction. My blank stare seemed to disappoint him. His lips curved downwards even further.
I could tell how much he disliked this topic, but we had already gotten this far.
Is that persistence hunting phrase supposed to mean something to me? Continue. I don't get it, I pressed.
Humans possess a high endurance because of our sweating ability. We can run a lot longer, especially in hot climates we originated in. Marcel closed his eyes, unable to meet my gaze. We were never faster than our prey. We just had more stamina. We chased them until they stopped running.
A chill ran down my spine as I processed the meaning of those words.
Was he telling me that humans pursued their prey for hours, maybe even days? That they never tired or gave up on pursuit? Such an ordeal meant their quarry had an eternity to contemplate their demise. The victim spent their last day in a desperate, agonized flight. Their terror lasted much longer than the split second of an ambush. My brain began to imagine running from a human, feeling the burning of my muscles in my lungs. The savage predator would draw closer every time I paused to rest or dampened my pace, knowing all the while that the second my legs gave out, my death was a certainty. There was no hope to escape short of confronting the hunter. What an awful way to go. Having your own body betray you and languishing in a pool of chemical exhaustion, the predator would slowly approach, bloodlust in its eyes signifying the end. I thought humans showed mercy. They conducted themselves like reasonable, kind, and feeding people, not relentless beasts that inflicted torment on the weak. Tears streamed down my face at the thought of my human partaking in that sort of predation. It felt awful to think of him in that regard. If he was born a few thousand years ago, would he have chased helpless creatures through the scorching heat too? Was that what was coded into his instincts? Zlenek! Gosh, you're shaking. Marcel rubbed my ear comfortingly. Say something, please, even if it's that you hate me. Sadness seeped onto his expression, which knocked some sense back into me. It was painful to see how heartbroken he looked. I resisted the urge to swat his hand away and attempted to regain my wits. The predator's honesty was admirable. When he foretold precisely how I would react, I knew in my soul that my human would never dream of harming me. It was time to stop fixating on their heritage as much as anything predatory frightened my instincts. Humanity left their gruesome past behind and had proven themselves more than capable of empathy. My reactions were the product of a stupid, irrational phobia. I wanted to love them fully, without awful thoughts creeping into my head all the time.
Okay. Persistence, got it,
I stammered. The human blinked. What?
I accept you, for whatever you are, because I care about you, no matter what.
The predator clutched me tighter and restrained his own tears. It was important for Marcel to know that he didn't have to apologize for his existence. After wrestling with wretched self-doubts, my acceptance was essential for his mental welfare. Humans didn't need to alter themselves to prove that they were worthy of our friendship. Thank you, he whispered. Keep it between us, please. I'll get into trouble for telling you.
I flicked my ears. Okay, that's an awful form of predation, which doesn't exist in our world, so I got why you avoided the subject. But Tava deserves to know. She would still stand by you, I'm certain.
I'd hope our governor would take heart, knowing the fruit of our roots have borne. We just do the best with what we have in our tool set. Humans are survivors, whatever it takes. We have the resolve and the dedication.
How is that encouraging in any way, Mark?
Maybe it will help you realize the lengths that we will go for you, our Venlo friends. And you'll know that we will hunt the Oxor to the ends of the universe, that there will be nowhere they can hide. We'll battle a scourge like that as long as our species survives. Marcel's argument was persuasive enough when he phrased it like that. The Terran pledge to liberate sentient farm worlds and all of their family aspirations felt much more feasible. An arduous war wouldn't daunt humanity like it did for us. I suppose there was another positive for their hunting methodology.
in that it wasn't a deceptive art. They had no reason to employ trickery or extend a hand of false friendship. This could be conveyed as a reason to trust humanity if they played their cards right.
You should get one of the UN people to, tell me. You'll need to be more tactful with most Venlil. Framing is everything.
I pinned my ears against my head, trying to keep the storm of negative emotions at bay.
I can think of a way to make your ancestry more palatable. Maybe just say that you can withstand heat better, so that your desert pursuit predators, or shift the focus to your recent cattle practices.
I'm not sure a close examination of factory farms is a good idea either. Never mind that. You took that better than I expected by far, Linek.
I want to stop panicking, but I don't know how. My knee-jerk reactions aren't what I really think, once my brain comes around, but sometimes, usually, I can't control it. You deserve a better friend.
I ducked my head, feeling shame roll down my spine. Despite my constant efforts, my brain refused to forget that these lumbering primates were predators. My subconscious reminded me at every turn that humans weren't like us, and that they could morph into feral beasts at any second. Marcel did deserve so much better.
All that time he wastes comforting me and trying to calm me down. I'm a burden. A loser.
Are you kidding? I got paired with the best Venlil. Marcel offered his signature snarl, which was menacing and yet gentle. I wanted to be part of the first contact program so bad. Do you know how many questions we had to answer?
30? 50? How many?
200 plus an in-person interview, a background check, and a psychological exam. All my communications were analyzed since first contact. For any red flags. What was your selection process like?
I, volunteered?
Oh, right. I'm sure there weren't a lot of takers for your position. The redhead human chuckled. There was no guarantee that my partner would get past seeing me. You know, from the stories around the outpost that some people didn't. That was a true statement. Several Vendel fainted once the proximity of their pen pals, and were taken to the infirmary. A smaller minority abandoned the program altogether due to meeting their Terran counterparts. I remembered how my fear had been almost painful that first day. It was no wonder that the few Venlil found the humans too intimidating for cohabitation. Still, I couldn't imagine how those predators felt being rejected on sight after weeks of chatting. The worst horror story was a Venlil that panicked at humans stepping into her room and leapt into self-defense mode. She grabbed the nearest sharp object, which was a pair of scissors, and plunged it into the Terran's shoulder. Her partner, while wounded, was able to wrestle the blade from her claws. The violence was not returned. The predator did not press charges for some reason, despite Venlil government's offer to prosecute. Meanwhile, Marcel and I shared potato chips on our first day. Not the worst pairing he could have had, I suppose. Anyways, I talked to Lucy, my fiancée, on the ride here. She wants me to come home, but I've gotten used to having you around. Marcel took a deep breath, scratching his stubby scalp. Maybe it's not the right time to ask her, after what I just told you.
No, I'm calm now. Go on.
How would you feel about living with us? You can come and go as you please, anytime you want to return to Venlil Prime. You don't have to stay, but we'll take care of all your expenses whenever you want to be here. I gaped at him. The idea of a permanent residence with my human filled my chest with warmth. But Earth was an alien as any world could get. A trial period was all I could commit to see how I handle prolonged exposure to a predatory environment. Would the UN, or technically the regional government, be okay with me staying?
I'll think about it. Does that mean that you're going to receive a military discharge?
No, but I've requested a transfer home, so I can live planetside. I'll only be involved with the defense of Earth, should that be necessary.
And what about Nuria? She needs you more than I do. She'd be devastated if she ends up in a camp alone.
Don't be ridiculous. We're going to adopt her. I already spoke with Mayor about the necessary paperwork, and he's going to contact the American State Department. They're starting from scratch on that one, I think. The Gojid child would be elated. I wondered how being raised by predators would impact her development, but I knew she'd grow up in a loving environment. It was obvious the human considered her to be his own daughter, and would care for her accordingly. There wasn't more touching a tale than to witness these pursuit hunters rescuing a child of a species that swore to destroy Earth.
Sounds like you've got it all sorted out, Marcel, I whispered.
Why, you fluffy little shit.
The human glowered at me, while I feigned ignorance.
Don't you dare start that too. I can and will rescind my offer.
I wagged my tail. Too late, no takebacks. My family back on Vendel Prime would say that I was suicidal to accept, but the more I thought about his proposition, the more enticing it seemed. Navigating humanity's diplomatic hurdles, helping a predator raise a prey child, and protecting their planet from the harm could be my new calling. Maybe one day, Earth would even feel like my home. At any rate, free rent sounded pretty darn good to my ears. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Memory transcription, subject Governor Tava of the Venlil Republic. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 3rd, 2136. In half a day, our ship would reach the edge of Republic space, and we'd be able to transmit communications back to our UN contacts. The Terrans had been slated to open an embassy on Vendel Prime a few days after our original departure. That meant that they would have full diplomatic staff on world and would be available to help humans aboard. Many Terran nations requested their own embassies, so they could conduct their affairs as separate entities. While I liked the Predators, I wasn't giving out an absurd 198 embassies versus every other species' singular site. Humans were welcome to bicker amongst themselves about who could send their own diplomat corps, and how to divide the turf, if they must. I had no interest in making their discordance my business. My focus was on smoothing over both our relations with the Federation. It was also a priority to stabilize my friend's mental health, especially after weeks of isolation and boredom. Learning how the human mind coped with stress would be useful down the road. After careful consideration of the astronauts' mannerisms, I decided there was no major cause for alarm. All of our research showed that humans were highly social creatures. Ambassador Noah perked up just from having new conversation partners at hand. A few days to unwind, in the company of his own people, and he'd be begging to get back into the field. He only needed to recharge his batteries, as the Terran said. Noah's excelled in quite an uncomfortable position, volunteering with the belief that he would be a martyr, standing in as a representative for his whole species. That kind of pressure has to pile up.
In conclusion, the International Space Station proved that humanity can cooperate in the stars.
The Predator was finishing a story I'd heard before. He had had rapt audience with the Mazik passenger.
That scientists see our beautiful Earth differently from above. The ISS was our first foothold off-world. It paved the path for lunar colonies and set a precedent of joint exploration.
So then, why has your planet still not united under a single banner, Noah? You do not care for distant members of your species without a, shall I say it, stellar view? Came a scoffing response. When the President Kupo's question reached my ears, I was concerned that other diplomats would voice similar concerns. The Mazik still seemed leery of the human, despite being thrice the weight of the Predator. No offense to Noah, but I am pretty sure the beige prey animal could knock him out with the stamp of his flat paw, easily. Humanity's internal divisions were a disquieting issue to the galaxy as a whole. The newcomers seemed to be trying to work up the courage to ask about it for days. When the external threat of predation in our formative years, prey species had to maintain unity. Cooperation was our bread and fruit spread, so to speak. Indulging in petty squabbles would have gotten us killed. I've seen several exit interviews with various leaders before we left signal range to Alpha. Many dissenters cited Earth's disputes as proof that the Predators were incapable of cooperation. It was their main evidence that the primates were still warlike and disagreeable. Humans evolved in a lot of small tribes, which later became nation-states. These each have their own distinct cultures, beliefs, music, stories, cuisines, and languages, the Terran ambassador replied, leaning back in his seat. It would be losing part of our heritage to renounce that, and because of our differing viewpoints, we don't always agree on how things should be done. Capo flared his trunk. Why can you not maintain your practices under a common entity? You claim freedom of beliefs are a core value. It would be like you unifying with the Nevox. You may like each other plenty. Perhaps you are even allies, but you would not abide by the same jurisdiction. We have common forums, alliances, and trade agreements,
So the Nakonis was quite mistaken in thinking we do not speak the language of diplomacy. We work together when it matters. It didn't escape my notice that Tosa, the Nebok representative, was watching with interest. The Sivkit, Cerulean, and Util occupants were also observing the exchange. None of them were being subtle, with how their ears were swiveled towards the predator. The other Federation diplomats had flown with Russell in a separate ship, too daunted to embark on a human-infested vessel. Cooper was just the only one bold enough to voice what they were all thinking. Now the floodgates are open, I thought. I'd better be ready to intervene if Noah gets overwhelmed. Predator Noah, please forgive my impatience. Laulo, the Yotel diplomat, spoke in a measured tone. The uplifted had given the human a wide berth, but at least was able to meet the startling gaze. Do humans still fight wars when you, disagree? Sometimes. One always hopes those quarrels can be resolved with words. Rest assured, a common threat like the Orcs should place any of our lingering disputes on the back burner. The Federation representatives looked baffled by that answer. As I learned early on, the national affairs of Earth were a complex matter. It was imprudent to deal with any nation individually, since that would be construed as favoritism. Most of the humans' rhetoric was posturing, but they were always locked in jealous competition. It was strange how human tribes, perceiving their interests as separate, they had much more in common than divided them, and they even seemed to recognize their folly when asked. It was one of the several areas I had pointed out to renowned neuroscientist Aja for closer study. I suspect the human temper can run much hotter, much quicker than ours, Josen offered in a matter-of-fact tone. None of my research suggests their end goal is the loss of life. It is just the result of aggression. Their predatory inclination is to deal with the perceived threat through violence rather than fleeing. Not fully accurate, Doc. Humans have a fight or flight response, Noah growled. We can panic or freeze just like you. It varies from person to person, and what temperament they have. Some of us are wholly incapable of aggression. A contemplative silence fell over our entourage. The Chowsen scribbled something in the sketchbook. The last tidbit was news to me, too. I assumed aggression was part of every predator's natural makeup, since that ferocity facilitated their ancestors' survival. Were there really some humans as timid and anxious as us, that cowered at threats like Venlal? If so, it was obvious Noah was not one of those humans. While the ambassador was skilled at masking his emotions, hostility seeped through whenever he saw the Venlal threatened. Its source was almost paternal. The look in his eyes at first contact, when he watched the Greys tormenting our pups, was apoplectic. Lots of compassionate humans were angry when they saw those videos. I wish we were home, so the Federation could meet the volunteer doctors and aid workers. It's been too. A rattling noise hummed through the ship, jolting me out of my thoughts. This time, it was more insistent than its previous occurrences throughout the journey. There was no reason for the ship deployed a year ago should experience issues, but it roused some worries nonetheless. Hey, Tava, not to stir up panic, but is that grating sound normal? The Terran ambassador asked. Something felt off with the shuttle. Since it took flight, the Predator's unease validated my suspicions. I was inclined to propose further investigation, even though we were one territory away from home. The last thing we needed was to be stranded in space, with a bunch of skittish diplomats and an inoperable ship. I tilted my head. No, it's not. I'm going to run some ship diagnostics, sir, just to be safe. Laulo raised a peach-colored paw. It's coming from the cooling shaft. We should take a look there. As if you know, Tosa scoffed. It'd hardly trust your ilk to fix a sailboat. The printing press is a novelty to you primitives. Were your ancestors born with spaceships? Noah glowered at her, and the Nebok froze under his ocular intensity. I don't know we were graced by the presence of a species who were endowed with divine knowledge. Tosa quivered, her icy fur rising along her hackles.
We found our way on our own. We didn't have everything handed to us.
You Yodel would have learned on their own with time. You interfered in their natural development so that they could join your war.
Are you daft, Predator? The Orcs don't give a grain of salt about natural development, and neither do you.
With your insensitive and tone-deaf comments, how the feck did you become a diplomat?
Laulo looked aghast at the Predator's vehement defense of his species. I think he assumed that the ambassador didn't know the Yodel's origins, but it was obvious the human had done his homework. The marsupial was likely surprised that the Terran would side with him, especially when he was accustomed to verbal beatdowns from fellow diplomats. It was apparent that Noah had lost all patience with the vitriolic rhetoric towards the uplifted. Tosa's condescension singled the Yodel out at every turn, rubbed my friend the wrong way. However noble his outburst, the last thing we needed for him was to alienate an influential ally. The Nevox could be a crucial supplier of resources and ship parts to Earth. Axley, the Svivkit representative, was sobbing from the primate's raised voice. She had yet to speak a word to Noah, only introducing herself to the rest of us while he was asleep. A shouting match wasn't the way to calm her nerves either.
"Stop it, the both of you," I hissed. "Every second we spend bickering, the Orcs will win. Let's be respectful to each other, all right?"
The human drew a shuddering breath. My apologies, Governor. I'm not the type to stand idle while someone else is mocked and bullied.
"It's not mockery, Predator. It's merely stating the facts," Tosa said.
My name is not Predator. It's Noah, Ambassador Williams, or if that's too fecking difficult, I'll settle for human.
"Oh, sorry about that,"
Lulo muttered. The human snorted. You're fine. At least you use my name. The Nevok curled a lip.
"Predator is just a word which does describe you. You're too defensive, Noah."
So you can pronounce it. Fascinating. Despite my best efforts, the two of them were still at each other's throats. Whoever managed the Terran relations with the Nevok Imperium, it couldn't have involved Noah in any way. The human was so incensed by his counterpart's attitude that he hadn't noticed Axley balling up into a fetal position. I believed he would have backed down if he realized the fright an ire had caused.
"Not another word!" I swished my tail in frustration. "Noah, you are coming with me, alone, and that's not up for discussion. I'm going to run a diagnostic, and we'll see if Laulo's intuition is correct."
The Terran ambassador opened his mouth to argue, but then followed my pupils towards the sniveling Sivkit. His expression softened, replaced by a worried furrow of his brow. The agitation might have undone any progress with the Mazik too. President Cooper had inched away from the human and was trying to comfort Axley with soothing words. The timid female was unresponsive, rocking back and forth.
"At least the Zerulean friend seemed to enjoy that," I mused. "Cousin was trying to be the ship's stenographer during that whole exchange."
Noah lowered his gaze and strode over to me with dejection. The Predator risked a glance over his shoulder, making eye contact with Laulo. The marsupial mouthed his gratitude, and the Terran's posture relaxed. He gave the Yodel a slight nod of acknowledgement before shuffling into the cockpit. I hovered by the ship's computer, pulling up the troubleshooting module. It would take several seconds to complete a cursory scan, which would give Noah's temper time to blow over. I hoped that nothing was amiss with the vessel. The implications of a defect would be unpleasant. I didn't scare you, did I, Tava? Noah murmured.
I snorted. "No, I'm just trying to stop Earth's foreign relations from imploding in 1 week. For the sake of argument, let's say if you piss off the Nevox, the Federation will parade them around, using them as proof that you can't be allies with humanity.
And then we lose the undecided votes."
"Exactly. There is too much at stake for all of us."
A soft beep indicated that the diagnostic was complete, and we returned our attention to the computer. A holographic avatar of the shuttle zoomed into the ship's underbelly. It highlighted a long pipe in blinking red. Its auto-generated note indicated that cooling fluid was leaking. The shaft was nestled right next to the warp drive, so it didn't take an engineer to figure out its purpose. That part of the ship was only accessible from the exterior. Fixing it would require a spacewalk. My immediate suspicion was that someone had tampered with the vessel, mainly because the pipe leaked just enough that it wouldn't cause immediate alarm or break down in range of the Kolshian surveillance team. But who would have sabotaged us? What was their motive? "So it was the cooling system," the human said calmly. "Stop the ship. I'll get a vac suit and try to patch her up."
I pricked my ears. "No, you need to stay here and keep an eye on everyone."
"Why?"
"I suspect foul play, deliberate damage. If it's one of the species on board, they could be trying to lure you off ship. That way, they can take all of us out without having to fight a predator."
Noah squinted in confusion. It was refreshing that Ambassador didn't panic at the first hint of danger. His reaction was cool and calculating. The human lacked a full understanding of the situation, and I suspected he disliked the uncertainty more than the peril. That makes zero sense. Who would do such a thing? I don't know. That's what I want to find out. If our vessel went missing in no man's land, with all the humanity's allies on board, you know who would foot the blame? He frowned. Always me, isn't it? I flicked my ears in acknowledgement. Noah shook his head in disgust. Unfortunately, humanity had no shortage of enemies within the Federation. The two of us needed to talk it over and work out anyone who could have a possible angle. Ruling out the 5 species on board was our top priority, since they would be an immediate threat. Of course, it could be someone on Russell's ship. I wonder if they ran into any trouble, or if this was only targeted at the human, I thought. I don't know where to start. I slammed a paw on the console, stressed at this prospect of ship-wide interrogation. There could be any number of parties involved, someone inside or outside our group, an ally or an enemy. How do we even begin to narrow the field? Let's start with who we think it couldn't be, Noah growled. Can we clear anyone on the ship? Someone we can account for, or almost certain they're fine? I trust Chalzen, really. I don't know about him. He's never been unkind to you, which is saying a lot. That's exactly why he's suspicious, Tava. He's too nice. What if he's up to something? The Ceruleans were the only ones to reach out before the vote. Also, as you know, we do an awful job controlling our instincts. Chalzen couldn't fake not being afraid of a predator. He pranced up to you while his head was dripping with blood. The ambassador tapped his foot a few times, and a touch of relief flickered in his brown eyes. It saddened me that mistreatment was so commonplace for him, that normal interactions triggered alarm bells in his head. The Cerulean scientist was the only person I'd seen attempt to squash his instincts in his first meeting with the human. If we trusted Chalzen, bringing him into the loop might not be the worst idea. 3 minds were better than 2, and he was intelligent enough to not jump to conclusions. Besides, someone needed to mend the cooling shaft damage. I would volunteer, except that with my technical know-how, I was more likely to make the warp core spontaneously combust. The fewer people know the true reason of our predicament, the better. Let's hope Chalzen can keep his mouth shut when asked. Sharing my suspicions with the entire ship would only incite panic and lead to infighting and accusations. Knowing how paranoid some species were about predators, they would find a way to blame Noah, because, obviously, the nefarious human would cripple his ride home after weeks of imprisonment for some illusionary goal. It made perfect sense if you didn't think about it. I sighed. Do not tell anyone anything, other than what we're fixing a minor problem. I'm going to go fetch Chalzen. The human nodded. If anyone could sniff out deceit, it would be an observant predator like Noah. One way or another, we were going to get to the bottom of this debacle. I supposed it was too much to ask for the introductions to be smooth sailing, and for Earth to attain some genuine allies without any hiccups. When I ascertained the responsible party, they were going to receive some harsh retribution, courtesy of the Human-Vendel Alliance. End of chapter. Chapter 32. Memory transcription subject Governor Tava of the Vendel Republic. Date Standardized Human Time October 4th, 2136. The shuttle halted after a few parsecs short of Vendel space until the necessary repairs were complete. This delay tracked hours to our travel time, but none of the others' options were reasonable. If the drive overheated, the ensuing explosion would bring about our swift demise. I wondered how the passengers reacted to the sudden stop, and my refusal to explain any details. Chalzen hadn't taken any convincing to come to our aid, even after he processed the murky truth. He was pacing back and forth now, pink tongue lolling out of his mouth. With his quadrupedal stature, the Cerulean barely surpassed the human's knees. Noah was biting his lip, and I assumed the predator was holding back a reaction to the adorable scientist. Now was not the time to divulge that wrinkle to our new friend, especially when that furry guy was the potential ally that we were most optimistic about. I sorted through the shape-conforming vac suits, picking out one designed for small quadrupeds. Strong magnets fixed a standardized toolbox to one sleeve, serving as a few science vessels prepared Chalzen for basic repairs. Thanks again for helping us. Do you think this is something you can handle? I asked.
I will do my best, Tava. The Zerulean wiggled into the suit, baring his teeth in discomfort. The fabric must feel restricting in all the wrong places. We only need to hold together long enough to get a few parsecs. Let's try to minimize the stress on the warp drive. Slow and steady, I confirmed. Oh, and remember, this is our secret. We don't want anyone else getting wind of this. You really think there's someone here? Why would they damage the ship that they're on with a, Noah rolled his arboreal eyes. Predator. It's okay, you can say it. Charleston winced. Yeah, I don't see the logic of that plan. If anything were logical, this would all have been much easier, I responded. It's just a possibility for now. Honestly, it's more likely that it's someone outside this group. But some people would sacrifice themselves in a heartbeat to fight flesh-eating monstrosities. I can feel the love, the human growled. You'd be better off to seek respect rather than love. Charleston struggled with his headgear, fumbling with the clip. Love can be quite a fleeting emotion, you know. The quadrupedal flicked his ears with annoyance, and Noah helped him click the helmet into place. Those opposable thumbs were more useful than most species' toes and claws. I was impressed by how fast the Terran picked up on alien nonverbal cues, given how little he had actually been told. The Zerulean gave the tether on his chest a final tug, ensuring that it was fastened. He shimmied into the crawl space, and there was a click as the emergency airlock unsealed. Left alone with me, Noah's composition dissolved. A smile tugged at his lips, and he allowed a fawning look into his gaze. Seeing Charleston dressed up in a spacesuit, with those little teddy bear ears, Tava. My heart feels real fuzzy, the ambassador declared. Amusement flared within my sternum. No clue what a teddy bear is. I guess Vendel aren't cute to you anymore, if we've been replaced so easily. Don't go getting all jealous of me now. I am not allowed to think an entire galaxy is cute. You think the Orcs are cute, damn you. You know that's not what I meant. You said Yeah, I know what I said. And honestly, maybe baby Orcs are cute. We think that pretty much any youngling is cute, even the mean or ugly ones. You've got to be crapping me. You're really doubling down on that? I am. What are you going to do about it? A chuckle trolled from my chest, picturing the predator cooing at baby reptilians. That would be stretching their nurturing instincts a little too far for my liking. Humans' fierce protectiveness of their offspring was something I noticed in their earliest transmissions. It would be interesting to meet a little primate, despite her eyes, their innocence and enthusiasm looking endearing. It was wonderful that Noah and his friendship is so easygoing, and that we can mess around now. He would have apologized for the implication before this trip, instead of recognizing that I was kidding. I gave the human a playful headbutt. I'm going to make us focus on potential culprits. We need to go over the list of species on board pronto. With any luck, we can clear most of them. Maybe all of them. Fine, Noah's grin dissolved, and a teasing edge leapt from his intonation. Let's start with Mazik. Even as reluctant ally, I doubt he'll ever like me. It was tough to reconcile President Kupo's ridicule during Noah's speech with the potential of friendship. The human had attempted to brush any past incidents off, fielding his critical questions on our voyage with aplomb. At least with Mazik as touching on genuine topics and listening to the given responses. Still, mistrust followed from Kupo at every turn. He stated himself that his vote stemmed from the Federation's desperation against the Orcs alone. There was little more dangerous than a man with nothing left to lose. Not to mention that Noah's first thought was that the President was only partaking in this foray to stir up trouble. The Maziks would be my prime suspect, if it weren't for the fact that their figurehead was present in the flesh. Surely, the planetary leader would send a stand-in to carry out their devious plan. Why would he cause disruption to his planet's governance, other than as a show of good faith? Kupo came himself, I replied. It would be like me going on a suicide mission. I wouldn't be the first candidate the Vendel proposed. Leadership is important, I suppose, but that isn't a full exoneration. All right. What about the Nevox? You're just picking the ones you don't like first. So, what if I am? The Nevok representative put on a quiet performance for the Predator, perhaps with the belief that playing up her derision would impress him. Tosa's haughtiness had the opposite effect, though. Her ability to quarrel with Noah suggests either she was brave or the heated dislike was mutual. Predetermined hate was fine motive to ensure a human diplomacy failed. However,
the Nevok government had more to gain from trade than most other species. The Terrans would be creating more ships than anyone, in the rush to fortify their fleet. A lucrative defense contract could keep them sated for years. War was profitable for manufacturing powers.
I think Tosa dislikes Laulo more than you, I snorted. The Nevok Imperium are using you for economic benefit. If you hadn't already figured that out, they don't accomplish anything from getting us all stranded in space.
Noah scratched his chin. But what if they did get something? What if someone like the crack Kotal paid them off?
While the Nevoks could be bribed, their price would be steep enough that you could buy a whole colony instead. If I were an outside actor, I'd do it myself, or find a cheaper entity to do my bidding.
It doesn't have to be their government, Tava. It could be a rogue actor, a single person who was swayed and broke with official policy. We don't have to assign blame to an entire species.
Sure, but I think you just want it to be the Nevoks, so that you can gag their diplomat.
That is a baseless accusation.
Right. I'm going to move on. That just leaves the Sivkit and the Yodel.
It would be simpler to make a determination about Axley if we had gotten more than a sentence out of her the whole trip. She displayed more skittishness than the rest of us combined. What if that extreme terror stemmed from the concerns of the Predator catching her treachery? That, or her pre-existing fear, had driven her to act against humanity. However, her open cowardice didn't mesh with the profile of a martyr or a fanatic. I'd expect a little more hatred and reproach from such an enemy. After witnessing the sadistic behavior of Sovlin, though it was a long shot, it would satisfy me if the human captured that officer during their war. I wouldn't blame the UN for executing the Gojid on the spot.
If Sovlin somehow survived, I'd want him tried in our courts for throwing a wounded Venlo in a filthy cage with the Predator. Not that Marcel was ever going to eat Slanek, but that was the captain's intent. That's attempted murder.
Noah tilted his head. Right now, the only thing the Sivkits are guilty of is poor choice of personnel.
That's a bit harsh. Everyone copes with fear differently.
I pinned my ears against my head, recalling how disastrous first contact was.
My diplomatic advisor passed out at your initial smile, but now he loves humans. Axley might warm up to you, too.
Axley?
That's her name.
Gotcha. Now on to the Yodel. I sensed the marsupial was Noah's favorite. That said, of the species on board, Uplifts had the most to gain from the ploy. Outfoxing a predator was the ultimate display of intellect. It would be the swiftest way to silence any primitive jabs. This sabotage could be a calculated risk to garner respect from the Federation peers. Come to think of it, Laulo was the one who blurted out that the cooling shaft was the culprit.
The fact that it was just as he said was an oddity of itself.
That he hadn't wavered while being discredited and badgered by his colleagues was even stranger. Either the Yodel had familiarized himself with the mechanical knowledge to impress the human, or he had known about the pipe's defectiveness prior.
That alone is pretty incriminating. I'm surprised I didn't catch on to that sooner.
The puzzling bit was why Laulo would offer that information, if he was responsible. Someone who was setting up a drive explosion shouldn't want the problem rectified before it paid dividends. The Uplift might have known that a diagnostic would reveal the issue and decided to cut his losses. He could always move on to Plan B. My tail drooped between my legs.
How did the Yodel know what the issue was immediately?
Well, just because he's an Uplift doesn't mean he's an idiot.
I didn't say that, Noah. Every other passenger, including myself and you, had no idea. We've been around ships our whole adult lives.
It could be a lucky guess. Maybe Laulo's studying to be a mechanic. We haven't talked about our personal aspirations.
Even then, there wasn't a trace of doubt. He stated it as a fact, not preceded by "I think" clause. It was like he knew he was right.
The Predator was quiet. I sensed him replaying the exact words in his head. Now his disappointment was obvious. Protecting the Yodel was the most passion I'd seen from the ambassador since the desperate plea on the Federation floor. Humanity would love to take fledgling species under their wing and explore the galaxy together. My friend cursed and slammed his fist into a wall. The human bent over once, clutching the hand to his stomach. His binocular eyes were narrowed to slits, while his teeth were on full display. His uncontrolled breathing was animalistic, punctuated by furious grunts. Was the Terran still in control during this fit of predatory rage? My instincts shadowed my consciousness for the first time in a while. I'd never seen sweet Nova like this. It took all my willpower to step forward, and placed a shaking paw on his arm.
You're hurting yourself more than the wall, I squeaked. It doesn't feel pain.
I know that. His lips twitched as he nursed an injured hand. But feck, I don't want it to be Lalo. The Yodel were a newer species. You don't have historic prejudices against us.
We don't know it's him. Let's not overreact.
But you were right. It doesn't make sense how he knew, with such confidence, from that one sound. Why is the whole galaxy so unfair? Everyone is so fecking hateful. Silence was my answer. As much as I wanted to offer soothing words, I didn't know how to handle an angry human, or at what point they presented a threat to those around them. It was possible that my intended response would exacerbate the problem. Trusting Noah to calm down on his own might be the best. I took a deep breath and turned my back to the furious human. It felt wrong to leave myself unguarded, and at least while he was in an attack mode. Forcing my eyes open, I searched through the mini fridge. There was no ice, but hopefully the cold water pouch would suffice. The burning in my chest eased once I stood upright, and the predator was back in my vision. My claws wrapped around Noah's wrist, cluing me into the racing pulse. The ambassador allowed me to move the aching hand, and it slackened in my grip. I gently pressed the water container to his knuckles. At least that would ease the physical pain. Thanks, Tava. Sorry for blowing up in your face. The human's dilated eyes met mine for a moment before he looked away. I have your support, don't I? Always, I whispered. Good. Now let's get back to the others, before Kupo barges in here, asking a million questions. Charleston's going to be a while.
We're not going to detain Lalo, or at least interrogate him.
If I tie up the Yodel now, how are the others going to react? My explanation won't matter. This needs to be handled quietly. It's better to act somewhere that we're in complete control.
Fair point. I can pull him off to the side when we land in Venlo Prime.
The predator offered an uninjured hand, and I accepted it with an eye roll. Mischief played in his brown eyes as his fingers intertwined with my claws. One nail tickled the fur right under my paw pad, which caused me to yank my limb back. A hint of a smirk tugged at his face, as the affectionate moment of solidarity was ruined. I pointed towards the control room exit.
Start walking, or I'm going to start calling you Predator Noah, too.
His eyebrows shot up. You wouldn't?
Oh, I would. Right in front of your dear friend Tosa. Test me.
Fine, I'm going now. Noah's strides were poised and confident, a far cry from the raving beast I saw minutes ago. I followed him into the cabin, and our return caused the guests to break off their discussions. Axley had been speaking to Kupo, but she skittered away from the human's return. She couldn't keep doing this for the entirety of her visit. There were going to be hundreds of UN personnel on site when we docked.
Welcome back, Ambassador Noah, Lalo yipped.
Thanks, you were right about the cooling shaft. The predator's tone was light with a false cordiality, and he settled across from the marsupial. Quite clever deduction. We'll be back up and running within the next few hours, I hope. The uplift flicked at his ears in acknowledgement. Under the human's watchful eye, I trusted the Yodel couldn't pull off any shenanigans. We just needed to maintain the facade of normalcy for a little longer before we could press our suspect on his involvement. Part of me hoped that our theory was wild speculation, that it could be disproved for Noah's sake. After our lengthy ordeal, both of us were beset by paranoia. I hoped this investigation wouldn't dampen the Terrans' reception to their new friends. If nothing else panned out, the Zeruleans looked like they might be better neighbors than us. This could still be a positive endeavor overall, that would lend humanity a diplomatic foothold within the galaxy. We didn't have to let one rotten fruit spoil the barrel. End of chapter. Chapter 33. Memory transcription of Captain Sovlin, Federation Fleet Command. Date, Standardized Human Time, October 6, 2136. There were no signs of life or civilization nearby. The cinders ablaze rested off to my side, an orange glow clinging to the black dust. A guard-gouged corpse was draped over the ashes, with the spaces between its skeleton hollowed out. It was as though some predator had cleaned the flesh off of its carcass. How had I gotten here? My hind legs were tied to a pole behind me, while my fore paws were fastened to one ahead of me. Warmth brushed against my stomach, and my attention was drawn to the source below. A quick glance revealed a pit of hungry flames and sandy earth. stoked by a wooden heap.
Feck, I'm next. Someone is trying to eat me alive. I'm giving warm blood a whole new meaning. What if this is the Orcs?
Every instinct encouraged me to scream, but my voice had stopped working. It felt like swimming through cement. Motion lagged seconds behind my brain's signals. My claws tried to move, either to cut through the ropes or thrash about. But as my vision landed upon the curved appendages, they began to peel off my paws. Growling echoed behind me, and a bipedal shape moved within a mass of shadows. It was more rounded and graceful than any Orc saw. At first, all I could see of it was a reflection of the flame in its pupils, given that its hideous gaze mirrored light directly towards me. I knew those eyes were predator eyes. Panic constricted my throat, and the thin veneer of logic dissipated. The creature stepped out of the shadows, baring its yellow teeth. That sinewy form, sporting only small clumps of hair, jarred my memory. Everything I knew about humanity, including my decision to remand myself to their custody, came rushing back. That rumbling noise was laughter. They were amused by my helplessness and naivety. Hundreds more humans emerged from the darkness encircling me. I was right about these hairless freaks from the beginning. Now that their ruse had taken hold, they were going to wipe out every lost Gojid refugees for laughs. The first predator twisted the crank on the spit, and my support began to descend towards the fire. Recognition flashed through my mind, picking out green markings on his arm. It was a UN guard, Carlos. I tried to elevate my torso, but I was sinking slower by the second.
Stop! Please!
Words finally tumbled from my throat. A stream of panicked whimpers.
Carlos, why are you doing this? Humans, you don't want to do this. Carlos!
Sovlin, I am not doing anything, the feral predator's voice replied, though I never saw his lips move. Wake up! An invisible touch jostled my shoulders, and I jolted upright in a cramped bunk. My heart was racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Panic made it impossible to think straight. I swiped my claws in a wide arc, aiming for the blurry shape in my periphery. A gravelly curse reverberated through the air, and the human sprang back with lightning-quick reflexes. Carlos raised his hands in front of him, inching towards the door. The primate's eyes flitted to his holster, which sat on his lap. I blinked in confusion, realizing I was back on a Terran military ship. My claws were still one piece, and nobody had taken a bite out of me while I was sleeping. It was a nightmare, probably the result of my brain trying to process my attitude shift towards humans. My subconscious was clinging to the notion that these predators were twisted and rapacious. The fire thing might have come from Terran soldiers toasting s'mores in the cafeteria last night. I closed my eyes and attempted to steady my breathing.
Sorry, bad dream, I sighed.
The human narrowed his eyes. I can tell. You said my name. What was I doing? You were roasting me over a fire and laughing while I burned alive. That's absurd. Sam and I are here to babysit you, not to host a bonfire. I struggled to my feet, using the bed frame for support. The Predator had brought me on board as a tactical advisor for their mission to liberate the Gojid cradle. The UN crew on the bridge gave a distinct impression that they resented my presence. Several officers shot me nasty looks while I was introduced. Captain Monahan, who was the ship's commander, warned her men not to take justice into their own hands.
I know many of you have strong feelings on Sovlin, but he's a valuable asset against the enemy, she had barked. He knows their weak points, their tactics, and their terrain we're heading to. If anyone lays a finger on him and it gets back to me, I'll have you shit canned so fast your head will spin. That made it quite evident to me that my crimes had been broadcasted across Earth. Carlos had done his best to keep me isolated from the human personnel, while Samantha told me to shrug off any taunts by the soldiers in passing. I had made a few attempts to engage in personal conversation with my guards. They seemed to make a point of pulling out their phones and ignoring my questions when I tried. I was just curious about what a Terran's life was like, but it was obvious they wanted to shut down any semblance of friendship. It wouldn't surprise me if chatting with a criminal would be put on the odds with their associates. The last thing I wanted was to disrupt the group cohesion prior to battle. My commentary needed to be strictly professional and stick to the grays. I apologize that my dream was about you, and for my subsequent reaction, I muttered. I'll try not to sleep for a while.
Carlos blinked. You don't have to try not sleep, Sovlin.
Well, I'm sorry for waking you up.
You didn't. I was about to rouse you to go to the bridge anyways. Captain wants everyone at the stations. We're about to warp within detection range of your system. I scampered towards the exit at those words, not wanting to miss a chance at drawing Orcs or blood. Carlos's lips curved up slightly, with a snarl on his face. He looked ravenous. He escorted me out the door, whisking me down the dimly lit hallway. Dozens of unfamiliar predators were padding through their assignments, without a lick of fear before the looming battle. Many of their faces looked hardened and intimidating. Thunderous chatter carried through the hallway as we approached a bend in the path. We jogged down a small staircase to our right, which deposited us into the bridge. Captain Monahan was seated in the central chair, swiveling it towards the viewport. I recognized Samantha amongst the group of soldiers, comparing sensor data with projections. There was not stone left unturned and no post left unmanned. Humans were built for this. They adjusted to their medium of space warfare with unnatural speed. They were the only people I had ever seen mirror my excitement to draw Orcs or blood. Fear pulsed through my veins, but this time it was mixed with a reverent awe. All plasma weapons charged, ma'am. Targeting systems are on standby, a voice growled at the weapon station. Monahan nodded. Excellent. Sensors report. 230 confirmed hostiles on tracking, came a reply. From the respective cluster. No signs of active combat or any remaining UN or Gojid friendlies. The Greys still appear to be engaging in bombing campaign. Any Arcs or vessels keeping watch. If we see them, they see us. About 40 ships scattered around the inner perimeter. I've sent a trajectory course to navigations that'll direct us through their weakest link. Good. The entire UN fleet made jump safely. They'll divert a few ships to covering our 6, while we blitz the Hellfire and those bastards. The bridge communication was so calm and professional, like it was down to a science. There was no questioning orders, no emotions mixed into their exchange. Judging by the simulations I saw at my initial briefing, the Terran play was to concentrate fire on the older Oxor models. Then they were going to use the swifter ships as decoys, drawing the staunchest defenders out of position. Carlos ushered me to a chair at the weapon station, within the captain's earshot. Our vessel dropped out of warp before we could be stunned by any anti-FTL weapons. Dozens of allies shimmered into position around us, cruising at various angles and heading. A golden gas giant rested on one side, and its gravitational field might cause disruption to the enemy's readings. A sensor analyst piped up again. Ma'am, several Oxor patrollers are trying to pinch us in the rear flank. Closing fast. All according to plan. Continue ahead. My pupils focused on the space behind us, where several Terran ships branched off to intercept courses. The reptilians attempted to nail them with long-range missiles, but the clever monkeys deployed interceptors as a countershot. A stream of plasma spouted from the humans' railguns, brightening and dazzling. Impressive as it looked, the efficacy was doubtful when an enemy wasn't in visual range. Even predators can't line anything up from that distance. They're just trying to make the Oxor flinch. That skirmish faded into the backdrop, becoming no more than dots on my sensor overlay. Our trajectory was a straight shot to my homeworld, and that meant facing the vessels bombarding it. I believed that the humans would greet the Oxor with a ferocity they'd never seen before. The bristling on my spines intensified as I recalled the videos of the Greys snatching Gojids off the streets. The Terrans and Gojid ships that engaged the enemy were vanquished by now, succumbing to an overwhelming force. Returning with reinforcements was our final hope, but what could we save of our society? All of our landmarks and cities had been pummeled into oblivion. My thoughts strayed to a UN soldier on the surface who fought tooth and nail for a civilian. The ones who missed their extraction were fecked, for lack of a better word. I wondered if a handful of humans had gotten to a bunker and were trying to wait out the storm. Would Gojids even allow a predator to hunker down in their shelter? They definitely see us, the sensors technician hissed. 52 ships and counting, breaking off from the bombing formation, all on an intercept heading towards the fleet. The navigation officer looked at the captain. Shall we alter our course? Captain Monahan scowled. Negative. All stations, prepare to engage. The viewport magnified a small blip, and an angular behemoth appeared on screen. Its design catered to pick as many explosives on board as possible. I wished I could be more useful than a spectator, parked at the weapons station. The humans around me weren't seeking my advice, as I'd hoped, but I worried that piping up might be taken as a criticism. The officers around me were lining up plasma beams with a hostile nose, using AI assistance. While structural damage would be a plus, it wasn't a crippling knockout that they were seeking. The precious time we spent reloading could give the Orcs time to pelt us with missiles. One human held a clawless finger over the firing trigger and waited for the go-ahead. "You're targeting the wrong spot." The words slipped out of my mouth, and a few irritated gazes landed on me. I didn't know how anyone could get used to that paralyzing stares. You could do more damage elsewhere." "Sit down and shut up," a primate to my right sneered, wrinkling his nose. I believe I overheard a cohort call him Oliver. "You're fecking lucky we don't use you as bait." Captain Monahan raised a hand. "That's enough. Speak up, Sovlin. You're here to offer insight." "You're trying to knock out propulsion and ventilation, like your briefing said, which your intelligence is right. That's the play that for most ships. But this is a heavy bomber, and," she pressed, "it's bursting with the seams with explosives. You hit it anywhere in its belly, and it'll go up in flames, much cleaner." "How do we know he's not trying to trip us up? Get us killed," a disdainful Oliver shouted. My nostrils flared with indignation. "I would never help the Oxel. It can't be that hard to believe that I want those feckwits to fry." The captain drummed her fingers on the armrest, reminding me of my behavior with claws. Monahan was debating whether to trust me with the lives of her crew, even if my counsel was a good idea on paper. With the Greys coming in hot, there were only seconds to reach the decision. I was a variable to her, someone who, until days ago, would cheer this entire ship was terminated. Now I see humans as people, or at least I'm trying to. But I wouldn't believe that from me, in her position. "Lower our heading and fire a shot at it as quick as possible. Target the center of its underside," she growled. "Sovlin, if you're wrong about this, I'm going to throw you in a deep dark hole for a long fecking time." A falling sensation permeated the artificial gravity as the warship rapidly altered its course. The weapons station heeded the orders, despite any crew members' extraneous opinions. They selected the approximate coordinates and dispatched a plasma beam in quick succession. The Oxal ships approached, carried it within weapons range, and it launched a few of the missiles towards us. The humans' power was committed to weapons, not shields. We didn't have enough time to raise them and stabilize our defenses. The Terrans veered sharply to one side, and I prayed the projectiles would avoid clipping us. The energy from our railgun closed the distance with formidable speed, sizzling across the sky. Our plasma volley arrived before the Orcs or munitions, punching into the missile belay. Explosions rocked its insides and set off chain reaction that culminated with the drive. Premature cheers came from the humans as our opponents was reduced to a sea of shrapnel. While I was satisfied with my own knowledge, the Grey's destruction didn't stop the inbound explosives. Our hull creaked from the strain of evasive maneuver, the missile indicators practically overlaid with our ship. My heart pounded in my ribcage. One by one, the flashing dots slipped past us, avoiding contact with the extensive vessel. It was only then that I allowed myself to celebrate our first triumph. Standing on a bridge with these predators felt good for some strange reason. "Nice call, Sovlin." Captain Monahan bared her teeth, which made me shudder. "We'll make a note of that in ship class. Thanks for the heads up." Don't mention it. Like I said, I want those monstrosities to dead. All of them dead is the plan." Those words were music to my ears. Was it too much to hope for my planet and my galaxy to be cleansed of merciless filth? The Oxor deserved to have their own tactics lobbed against them. There wasn't enough suffering in the world for our nemesis, but I would settle for a long list of casualties. The human vessel plowed ahead, continuing to make headway towards the Gojit cradle. Scoring a victory today would be the kind of morale booster Earth needed, and for the first time in a while, I thought the Federation might have a chance in the war. We had our own predators now. End of chapter. I would quickly like to thank the Tier 5 members, Markey, Cam Maxwell, Caspar Arnolds, Oakfield, Lord Azrakul, and It's Difficult to Pronounce. Thank you very much.